If the masses are not prepared to collect stipends during elections, if we say, hey, enough is enough, give us the money, we'll take it, or we'll vote the right way. The moment we begin to do that, you'll find that the idea of giving money to buy votes will stop. I know the next thing you say, you probably ask me is, what if the masses say no? And then INEC and judiciary say yes. Once the masses are resolved in saying no, INEC, judiciary, these are not ghosts. You know who they are. They won't do it. They won't step out of line. They won't dare do that. These things are done because the perpetrators know that they can do it and get away with it. The moment you know that you can do it, but you cannot get away with it, you will not do it.
Imo State government has dismissed as fake, malicious and unfounded posters of the state governor Hope Uzodinma with that of the national chairman of the All Progressives Congress APC, Abdullahi Umar Ganduje, where it was alleged that the governor is running for the office of the vice president in 2027. A statement issued by the State Commissioner for Information, Public Orientation and Strategy, Declan Emelumba, said the circulation of the posters on social media is the handiwork of mischief makers trying to cause disaffection between the governor and Mr. President. Emelumba said that everyone in Nigeria is aware that Uzodinma is one of the fiercest supporters of President Bola Tinubu and that he has canvassed national support for him to succeed in his assignment. The commissioner noted that apart from the governor being engrossed in discharging his second-term mandates, he has also been supporting President. He accused opponents of the current federal administration of engaging in the propagation of fake news so as to sow a seed of discord between Tinubu and his core loyalists. Meanwhile, the Ebonyi State government has constituted a 7-man honors advisory committee. The committee, which is headed by Deputy Governor Patricia Obila, is saddled with the responsibility of selecting prospective recipients of state honors and awards. Other members of the committee include Senator Anthony Abo, Professor Emmanuel Echebu, Chief Matthias Adum, Dr. Boniface Chima, Godwin Mbam, and Professor Grace Umezurike. Inaugurating the committee at the State's Executive Council chamber, Governor Francis Nwifuru explained that the committee comprised people with proven integrity that will carefully select those who will be honored by the state. The governor charged the committee to carry out the assignments without bias by ensuring that only those who have made outstanding contributions to the development of the state and society will be nominated for the honors. The governor gave an assurance that government would not interfere with the process, urging the committee to carry out their assignments with the zeal and dedication. Doctors in Anambra State, under the aegis of Nigerian Medical Association NMA Anambra Branch, have called for the immediate and unconditional release of their member, Dr. Stephen Eze, who was kidnapped by yet-to-be-identified persons. NMA had an emergency general meeting on Monday and issued a 48-hour ultimatum for the release of Eze, threatening to withdraw their services across the state afterwards. Eze, a private practitioner in Ihiala, was abducted by his residence or at his residence in Umunamehi village, Ihiala local government area on August 15th. NMA, in a communique signed by Dr. Princeton Okam and Dr. Obieli Ifeanyi, chairman and secretary respectively, condemned the rising of kidnapping cases across the country and across the state and called on the government and security agencies to arrest the situation. The association appreciated Governor Chukwuma Soludo for the efforts of his administration towards repositioning the health sector while appealing that urgent measures be put in place to tackle the menace of insecurity and other challenges in the state. The association called on its members to continue striving towards providing quality, affordable, and accessible healthcare facilities or services to the people of the state. UNICEF, in collaboration with the Kaduna State Universal Basic Education Board, KATSUBEB, has distributed teaching and learning materials to 1,000 out-of-school children in Farah Kasa, Soba local government area of the state. The UNICEF Chief of Field Office in Kaduna, Gerida Birukila, said their gesture was an aftermath of a medical outreach to the community where they solicited for a school for educating their children. She explained that the UNICEF took the community's request to Katsubeb to discuss the possibility of building a school in the hard-to-reach community. Birukila lamented that the nearest school to the community was over 10 kilometers, which posed a challenge to the community, especially during the rainy season. She equally lamented that the community was also isolated in terms of health, being a disadvantage to it because of its location. Birukila urged parents to enroll their children in the school while also harping on its maintenance. Also, the chairman, Katsubeb Tijani Abdullahi, said that UNICEF has been committed to supporting the state in terms of education and that by January 2025, they would begin building the classrooms on the donated land by the community. Abdullahi added that some of the teachers would be arranged to begin lessons for the enrolled children in a temporary spaces. The items donated were exercise and textbooks, uniforms, school sandals, among others. The Minister of Power, Adebayo Adelabu, has called for a bill for stringent punishments for electricity vandals and power theft. Adelabu made this call in Abuja on Monday while addressing the House Committee on Power, who were on oversight functions to the ministry. The minister also said that there was need for the National Assembly to put in place a local content bill to encourage local manufacturers of transformers and meters. Speaking on the achievements of the President Bola Tinubu-led administration, especially in the power sector, he said that the ministry had been able to increase power generation from 4,000 megawatts to 5,100 megawatts in 1 year, which has never been achieved by any administration in several years. Speaking, Representative Victor Nwokolo, Chairman, House Committee on Power, said that it was important to provide infrastructure and also ensure that they are protected. Nwokolo said the committee is putting a lot of amendments in place to ensure that vandals are dealt with. He said that the power sector should find a way of incorporating local vigilante groups in of its infrastructure. The Minister of Power, Chief Adebayo Adelabu, has assured the people of Kaba, Bunu, Ijumu Federal Constituency in Kogi State of the timely completion of 132 and 33 kV transmission station located at Ukebukun near Kaba. The minister gave the assurance when Representative Salman Idris, the member representing Kaba, Bunu, Ijumu Federal Constituency in Kogi, visited him in his office in Abuja on Monday. The Okebukun transmission station, which commenced in 2014, has critical equipment with over 80% completion, but work has been stalled. Idris emphasized the importance of completing the project, highlighting its potential to irradiate 6 feeders to feed 3 local government areas, namely Kababunu, Ijumu, and Mopa Amuro in Kogi West Senatorial District. He said that the non-completion had undoubtedly grounded economic activities, considering the importance of power to the livelihoods. Idris, however, said that the completion of the Okebukun transmission would undoubtedly boost economic activities in the area, providing power to homes and businesses. Responding, the minister assured the House members that activities would soon resume at the site, leading to the completion of the project. He said that its completion would bring hope to the people of Kababunu Ijumi Federal Constituency, who have been waiting for its completion for years. The Executive Secretary of the Nigerian Shippers Council, NCS, Pius Akuta, has called for the quick resolution of the legal and operational issues at the Kaduna Dry Port. Akuta made the call on Monday when he paid a maiden visit to the Kaduna Inland Dry Port to review its operations and address existing challenges. He explained that his visit was aimed at ensuring that the port effectively meets the needs of the Nigerian shippers and to resolve any issues hindering its full potential. Akuta identified several minor but crucial challenges impacting the port's efficiency, with a notable concern being the pending legal framework regarding liability. He emphasized on the need to expedite legislative processes, stating that there was need to fast-track that to overcome many obstacles. The Executive Secretary highlighted the directive from the Minister of Marine and Blue Economy to resolve the issues promptly. He stressed the importance of collaboration with key stakeholders and regulatory bodies, including the Nigerian Customs Service, to support the port's optimal operations. Still to come, Edun says crude oil sales in Naira to Dangote orders commence October 1st. NEMA delivers 1,528 metric tons of grains to Jigawa. Do stay with us. Welcome back. You're watching Global News on Signature Television. A Roman Catholic priest, Reverend Father Philip Okoye of Holy Family Parish, Abo, in Aguata local government area of Anambra State, is advancing the frontiers of his ministry to food production and feeding the hungry. Okoye, who commenced an off-season yam planting to ensure all year-round harvesting, thrilled the parishioners and guests at an event to formally thank God for the bumper yam harvest recorded in the parish. Signature TV News correspondent in Anambra, saw it all.
Reverend Father Philip Okoye has, through extensive research and experimentation, been recording impressive yam harvests for several years now, using what he could name Filoco method of yam cultivation. Massive tubers of yam, which he harvested from his farm as is within the vicinity of the parish, were displayed yesterday to the admiration of all present. According to the Reverend Father and farmer, yam does well when cultivated under loose earth crust, which is achieved by digging pits and covering them up again with the soil just excavated from the pits. Father Okoye thanked God for using him to expand the horizon in yam production and charged everybody to get engaged in agriculture to combat hunger. He called on traditional rulers to encourage their communities to farm, insisting that importing yams into Igbo land for use during yam festivals is an aberration. The Reverend Father announced that his 3 years pilot project of cultivating off-season yam has paid off and enjoined people to commence another round of planting soon after harvest.
A special yam farming season that begins July, August. Then the harvesting time will be January, February.
What's the reason behind it?
The reason behind it is that we have a lot of rain this period, and the yam production needs the rain. So instead of waiting for the rain, the first rain of the year, maybe by sometimes February, sometimes March, we can equally plant this time so that before the rainy season stops, the yams must have gone a long way.
Earlier, during the Thanksgiving Mass to herald the produce exhibition and New Year ceremony, Peter Cardinal Opaleke of Ekulobia Catholic Diocese charged the youth to use their talents and creative potentials to move the society forward. Cardinal Opaleke, represented by the Chancellor of Ekulobia Diocese, Very Reverend Father Lawrence Nwankwo, urged them to improve on farming implements by devising modern cultivation, harvesting and storage methods to increase harvest and totally eradicate famine.
Very important because what we see happening is we are comfortable with the way things are because they serve us. They are functional. I can use the knife, I cut grass, I use the hoe, but when we start to think beyond functionality to talk about efficiency and effectiveness, we find out that yes, the hole serves the function, it helps us dig, but then it's possible to have something better. And in that case, you are looking at efficiency, and it doesn't take it's not rocket science. What you need for that is apply some intelligence, observation, and then you're able to experiment. We mustn't have a very big mechanical workshop, but if we get that, wonderful. And but we can still do it. It's only that sometimes the emphasis of our education is much more on just theory. And we have not really keyed into this philosophy of distinguishing between, or rather going beyond function and functionality to efficiency.
Signature TV observed that the produce from each pit are in multiples of twos and threes of large yam tubers, which were carried into the exhibition arena on wooden stretcher by four hefty men, as no one man could lift them up alone. They were later sold out by auction to raise funds for the parish project. The event was witnessed by traditional rulers of Akpo, Obeledu, Igbo and Omoana, all in Anambra State. The parishioners and other guests from communities where Father Okoye had served before were treated to a meal of pounded yam and vegetable soup, as well as roast yam with red oil, ugba, and utazi delicacies. Ndu Okpaleze, Signature TV News.
Said the sales of crude oil to Dangote refinery and other local refineries in local currency will commence on October 1st, 2024. Edwin made his announcement during a meeting with the Implementation Committee on Monday in Abuja. The Finance Ministry, in a post on his X handle, said the meeting was to review progress of the transition to crude oil sales in Naira. The post stated that the key roles were outlined for stakeholders, including the Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority, NMDPRA, Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission, NUPRC, and the African Export-Import Bank to ensure smooth implementation. The Executive Chairman of the Federal Inland Revenue Service and the Chairman of the Technical Subcommittee, Dr. Zach Adedeji, reported that the first PMS delivery from Dangote is expected next month under existing agreements. The minister emphasized the need for transparency and directed the technical subcommittee to finalize details and prepare a report for the president, confirming that his directives are on track for implementation from September. On the Port Harcourt and Dangote refineries, Finance Ministry said significant production increases are expected from November 2024, sale of crude to local refineries. The Nigerian Police Force has invited the National President of the Nigerian Labour Congress, NLC, Joe Ajero, for questioning over the alleged link to terrorism financing and other allegations. This was contained in a letter issued from the Office of the Deputy Commissioner of Police Intelligence Response Team, Department of Force Intelligence. The letter, which was signed by Adamu S. Moazu, threatened that failure to honor the invitation would lead to arrest. According to the letter, the IRT is investigating a case of criminal conspiracy, terrorism financing, treasonable felony, and subversion of cybercrimes. The Police Community Relations Committee, PCRC, has rebutted on allegations that the Nigerian police force is involved in a cover-up of corruption and abuse of office brought before it. The Assistant National Publicity Secretary of PCRC, Mohammed Saleh, said this in a statement on Monday in Abuja. He described the allegation against the Nigerian police as fictitious and frivolous. Saleh stated that the sponsor of the publications with PCRC was intentionally bent on destroying a house built by highly dedicated patriots in the past and present. He claimed that the sponsor that embarked on unsubstantiated and frivolous claims of financial misappropriations by the leadership of PCRC. According to him, all financial transactions in PCRC receive majority approval for both planned and emergency engagements. Saleh stated that the sponsor of the publication had made several attempts to stop the progress being recorded in PCRC under the current NWC led by the national chairman, Alhaji Mogaji Olanio. According to him, it is on record that she has on several occasions tried to divide the NWC but failed woefully for reasons which they now suspect had ethnic and political undertones. Saleh said PCRC had never in history breached the wide gap between the police and the community like the current NWC of PCRC, especially in the southeast. He said that in spite of her failures with many unsubstantiated claims through a series of petitions being investigated, the sponsor of the publication had made many failed attempts to induce most members of the NWC. Operatives of the anti-kidnapping unit of the Kaduna State Police Command have arrested two suspected notorious gun runners who specialize in the fabrication of locally made guns. The suspects, Abdulaziz Habibu and Nuhu Thomas, both residents of Dogon Dawa in Bermengwari local government area, were arrested by the police anti-kidnapping unit in possession of a fabricated AK-47 rifle at Madachi village in Zaria. According to a statement by the Public Relations Officer of the Kaduna State Police Command, ASP Mansir Hassan, the suspects confessed to being involved in the illicit trade of arms, supplying weapons to notorious bandits operating in the Zaria general area. He explained that the confessions of the suspects have provided crucial leads as they are currently cooperating with the police in ongoing investigation aimed at identifying and apprehending their accomplices. Meanwhile, the Ogun State Command of the Federal Road Safety Corps, FRSC, has cautioned motorists against carrying petrol-filled jerrycans in their vehicles to avoid unnecessary disaster. The Ogun Sector Commander, Fasa Akin Akinwumi, gave the caution on Monday in Ota, Ogun State. Akinwumi said the warning became necessary following the persistent fuel scarcity experienced in the state. According to him, officials of the Corps have been deployed and instructed to check, apprehend, and prosecute violators accordingly. The sector commander also implored motorists to stay in queues, maintaining orderliness in various filling stations to avoid inconveniencing other road users. Meanwhile, over 100 residents of Iwaya community in Lagos State benefited from a free medical outreach organized by the Nigerian Army as part of its Combat Service Support Training Week 2024. The event held on Monday marks the beginning of the training week scheduled from August 19th to August 23rd at the Nigerian Army Ordnance Corps, Ojueleba, Lagos. Speaking on the occasion, the Chief of Army Staff, Lieutenant General Taurid Labaja, represented by Major General Philip Eromosele, noted that the Nigerian Army regularly undertakes civic military operations to foster positive relationships with the civilian population. Labaja said medical outreach marks the beginning of the Combat Service Support Training Week 2024, saying the outreach emphasizes the commitment of the Nigerian Army to human capacity development in the communities. The Ondo State House of Assembly has begun auditing the financial transactions of the 18 local government areas of the state. Speaking at the commencement of the exercise on Monday, the Speaker of the Assembly, Chief Olamide Oladiji, said it was the constitutional function of the legislative arm. Oladiji said that the Assembly was an entire representation of the people of the state, hence it must ensure that there was checks and balance for accountability at the grassroots. He described the local governments not wanting to slow their financial records as ordered by the House Committee on Local Government and Chieftaincy Affairs as worrisome and disturbing. The Speaker asked the leads or heads of local government administrations to cooperate with the House and present every document requested by the committee. Earlier, Chairman House Committee on Local Government and Chieftaincy Affairs, Japhet Oluwatoyin, said that the exercise was a major function of the legislative arm being entrenched in the Constitution. Oluwatoyin added that the Assembly has power to appropriate and supervise the funds of the local governments. A 5-man panel of the Supreme Court has reserved judgments in the Kogi and Bayelsa State governorship elections appeals filed by Muritala Ajaka of the Social Democratic Party, SDP, and Timipre Silva of the All Progressives Congress, APC. Both Ajaka and Silva challenged the declaration made by Independent Electoral Commission, INEC, on the outcome of the 2023 governorship elections in their respective states. In a ruling on Monday, the Supreme Court said it reserved judgments in the appeal cases whereby Ajaka had appealed the judgment of a three-member tribunal that affirmed the election of Ahmed Usman Ododo of the APC as governor of Kogi State. However, after the appeal court judgment in June, Ajaka alleged that the judgment was influenced by some irregularities and manipulations. While delivering judgment, the appeal court upheld the tribunal judgment, which dismissed his petition for lacking in merit. Ajaka, in a statement made available to newsmen after the judgment, said he would appeal the decision of the Court of Appeal. He also said that the journey to reclaiming his mandate is not limited to the decision of the appellate court. On his part, Silva in May expressed dissatisfaction with the results of the governorship elections in the statement signed by his special assistant on media and public affairs, Julius Bokoru. The tribunal had in its judgment delivered May 17, 2024 in Abuja upheld the election and the return of Senator Doye Diri and his deputy, Senator Lawrence Eruajakpo, as lawfully elected governor and deputy respectively, leading Silva to file for an appeal. However, in July, the Court of Appeal Abuja dismissed the appeal to challenge the judgment of the Bayelsa State Governorship Election Petition Tribunal. The National Emergency Management Agency has delivered 1,528 metric tons of assorted grains to support the locals in Jigawa State. The agency, in a statement posted on X on Monday, noted that distribution was approved by President Bola Tinubu and managed by the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security. According to the statements, this distribution is from the 42,000 metric tons of assorted food commodities from the National Strategic Reserve. The grains are for allocation to vulnerable Nigerians across the 36 states and Federal Capital Territory. The initiative follows an announcement by the federal government that it would distribute 42,000 metric tons of grains at no cost to cushion the food crisis in the country. Delta State government says it will leave legacy projects that will stand the test of time and not projects that will collapse after one or two rainy seasons. The Commissioner for Works, Ruben Izeze, said this on Monday in Ivue local following a viral video that 10mm instead of 60mm roads were being used in the building of flyover at the PTI junction, Eforum. Ezeze said the governor, Sheriff Obowoveri, had zero tolerance for shabby jobs and sharp practices and project deliveries. Ezeze said that due to the governor's pursuit of quality projects, he had mandated that project certification process would now involve dual oversight. The project manager of Julius Berger, Thomas Hogg, affirmed that the roads being used were 60mm, contrary to the speculation that they were 10mm. He said that all roads were imported, all rods rather were imported and not locally made or sorted. Still to come, expelled former Representative Santos arrives to New York courts before entering plea. Henry quits as France under-21 coach after Olympics. These and more after this break. Do stay with us. Welcome back. You're watching Global News on Signature TV. The Congolese health minister said on Monday that the Democratic Republic of Congo, DRC, hopes to receive their first doses of an Mpox vaccine by next week, following promises from the United States and Japan to help it fight its outbreak. The World Health Organization last week declared Mpox a global public health emergency for the second time in 2 years as a new variant of the disease known as Clade IB spreads rapidly in Africa. In a news conference on Monday, Health Minister Samuel Roger Kamba Mulamba said that Japan and the United States had pledged vaccines to Congo. Their arrival would help to address a huge inequity that left African countries with no access to 2 shots used in the 2022 global mpox outbreak, while the vaccines were widely available in Europe and the United States. Meanwhile, the spokesman for the Secretary General, Stephanie Dujarric, said that the head of the UN demands the immediate and unconditional release of those being detained by Yemen's Houthis. In June 2024, Dujarric announced that Houthi security forces had detained 11 United Nations personnel in Yemen. At that time, he said the 2 women and 9 men worked for 5 different UN agencies and the UN envoy for Yemen. During today's briefing, Dujarric said the Secretary General also strongly condemns the recent forced entry by the Houthis into the premises of the UN Office for the High Commissioner for Human Rights in Sana'a. He added that the Houthis had handed the office back to UN staff on Monday.
I have a statement on Yemen to share with you. The Secretary General remains deeply concerned about the well-being of United Nations personnel, members of civil society, and national and international non-governmental organizations, diplomatic missions, and private sector entities who've been arbitrarily detained by the Houthis for more than 2 months, and he demands their immediate and unconditional release. He also strongly condemned the recent forced entry by the Houthis into the premises of the UN Office for the High Commissioner for Human Rights in Sana'a. We note that the Houthis handed the office back to the UN resident humanitarian coordinator for Yemen today. That handover was done today. The Secretary General reiterates that those detained must be treated with full respect for their human rights, and they must be able to contact their families and legal representatives. The humanitarian and development situation in Yemen is dire, with over 18 million people suffering the consequences of food insecurity, epidemics, displacement, damaged infrastructure, and critical economic conditions. The UN is working tirelessly to address the impact of the situation of the people of Yemen, but the safety of our personnel must be assured. The United Nations and its partners should never be targeted, should never be arrested, and should never be detained while carrying out our mandate.
The Houthis, who are aligned to Iran, have attacked shipping in the Red Sea, drawing airstrikes from the United States and Britain. They have held around 20 Yemeni employees of the U.S. Embassy in Sana'a for the past 3 years. The embassy suspended operations in 2014. Miguel Aleman, a 39-year-old who was brought to the United States from Mexico at age 4, is among hundreds of thousands of immigrants hoping to find a path to citizenship through a new Biden administration program launched on Monday.
I love the United States. I love my country where I was born. But, if I could stay here, and be with my family, that I'm now the provider for them, that's the thing that we have a two-year-old baby and a 7-month-old baby. So I really don't want to leave, the States, because, I've been hearing other stuff that, takes 2 weeks, it takes months, it takes years, and to be away from my family first, it's just, heartbreaking. I want to keep contributing to this country. I want to give them, I want to give what they give me back too, because it's the freedom. It's not it's the freedom, it's the work, it's everything that I could have here, and I could raise my kids.
Just because you're married to a U.S. citizen does not mean that you can remain in the United States in order to get your residency. So the way it works is your family member can petition you, but ultimately you do have to leave the country if you do not have a lawful entry, so that you can attend an interview, and then at that point you can come back into the United States and receive your residency. What this does is it eliminates that part. So you wouldn't have to leave if you are granted this relief. This particular change and relief will benefit quite a bit of people. However, we still don't think it is enough. We will continue to advocate for a registry change of date so that more people qualify, because this is only a minute portion of folks that need relief, that have been here, that have been law-abiding citizens, that have been paying taxes.
Having a work permit or a social security number, it gives you, I feel like it makes you feel more confident, and it makes you feel like you're not hiding anymore. Like you can go out there, you can, apply for a job, get more opportunities, and then you don't feel like you're being, you know, it's really hard to express. Yeah, like when you don't have a legal status, it's hard because you have the fear of doing a lot of stuff because you don't know if you can have the risk of being deported or something.
It is very important because you cannot just apply for work without any work permit or anything like that. And you cannot choose any work, even though you're talented or you have any things that you know or eligible for it. You cannot because you don't have any permit. So you know what I mean. So it's gonna we lost a lot of opportunities.
The program is one of the biggest moves by Democratic President Joe Biden to provide legal status to long-term U.S. residents who entered illegally. It comes months before the November 5th elections, where Republicans have made illegal immigration a central focus. Biden unveiled the legalization program before dropping out of the presidential race against Republican Donald Trump, an immigration hardliner, in July. The United States Embassy in Havana resumed processing some non-immigrant visas for Cubans on the island on Monday, services that had been suspended since the tenure of former President Donald Trump. The diplomatic headquarters said in a statement that the U.S. Embassy in Havana is expanding visa services to include certain categories of temporary work visas and exchange programs from Monday. However, tourist B1 and business B2 visas remain suspended. The Trump administration halted consular services in 2017, citing a series of health incidents known as the Havana syndrome that affected its diplomats in 2016 and 2017, leading to a reduction in its staff in Cuba. After a 4-year hiatus, U.S. consulate services in Cuba resumed in May 2022, but solely for immigrants' visa procedures. Supporters of independent presidential candidate Robert F. Kennedy Jr. protested outside the Democratic National Convention in Chicago on Monday, calling for the 70-year-old third-party candidates to be included in the presidential debate alongside Vice President Kamala Harris and former President Donald Trump, the respective Democratic and Republican candidates. Supporters came from all over the country. Lyle Marinoff, a 65-year-old farmer from Windham, Vermont, said Kennedy has a plan for the nation's youth.
I think it's silly little things. It doesn't really matter. If you understood his background, understood that he's an animal lover. You're talking about the bear situation, which is hilarious. He was going to be a veterinarian before he went to law school. He loves animals. So him grabbing a bear, grabbing a snake, this is normal for him. He's been traveling throughout the whole world. He's a nature nut, okay? I don't think it's a bad thing. I would love to have a president like that, that's earthy, that's grounded, that cares about clean air, that clean water, and clean bodies.
Kennedy has been accused of making false and misleading claims relating to health topics such as vaccines and the COVID-19 virus. Kennedy has also been criticized for recently recounting a story in which he dumped a dead bear in New York City's Central Park a decade ago and staged it to look like a bike had hit it. In June 2024, before President Joe Biden stepped down from the party ticket, Kennedy missed the deadline to meet the criteria set for a June 27 presidential debate between Biden and Trump hosted by CNN. The conditions included appearing on enough states' ballots to potentially win the presidency and also garnering at least 15% voter support in 4 separate national polls. Kennedy has received at least 15% in only 3 accepted polls to date, and by CNN's tally, had qualified for the ballot in just 6 states. That would not be enough to win the presidency. More recently, only 7% of registered voters supported Kennedy compared to 46% for Harris and 45% for Trump, according to a Pew Research Center poll conducted in August 2024. Kennedy had argued that TV network standards were being applied unfairly and intended to keep him off the stage with candidates who would prefer a one-on-one race. Former U.S. Representative George Santos, who was expelled from Congress last year, was seen arriving to a New York courthouse Monday around 2:30 p.m. Santos, a Republican, faces federal charges of laundering campaign funds to pay for his personal expenses, charging donors credit cards without their consent, and receiving unemployment benefits while he was employed. Among other counts, he has been in plea talks with prosecutors since December. He's expected to plead guilty to multiple counts when he appeared in federal courts in Long Island, New York, the source said, on condition of anonymity. These accusations prompted lawmakers to expel him from the House of Representatives in December. Santos spent much of his 11 months in office engulfed in scandal and marginalized by his fellow lawmakers following revelations that he had lied about much of his past. A bipartisan investigation by the House Ethics Committee found he spends campaign money on Botox, luxury brands such as Hermes and OnlyFans, an online platform known for sexual content. 5 people were killed and several were injured after an Israeli airstrike on an internet distribution facility in West Khan Yunis on Monday, according to Gaza health officials. Palestinian casualties, including a child, were rushed to Gaza's Nasser hospital on horse-drawn carriages, ambulances, and whatever means of transportation available. U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken warned on Monday that the latest push for a Gaza ceasefire and hostage release deal was probably the best and possibly last opportunity, urging Israel and Hamas towards an exclusive or elusive agreement. The talks in Qatar last week paused without a breakthrough, but the negotiations are to resume this week based on a U.S. bridging proposal. Preparations at the Paralympic Village for the upcoming Paris Games are in full swing as the village is set to open its doors for the arrival of participating athletes in late August. Pictures of the Phrygies, the mascots for the Paralympics, which kick off on August 28th, adorns the walls at the village in the St. Denis, which will welcome more than 4,400 Paralympic athletes from 171 countries. Some athletes are already on site, but the official opening of the village is planned in just 2 days' time on August 21st. The village is equipped with buggies to help the athletes get ground and also offers adapted flats with accessible beds and bathrooms. For the first time, the prosthetics, orthotics and wheelchairs repair center is located in the heart of the village. Olympics and Paralympics Village Director Lawrence Machu said that no major problems were identified during the Olympics and that every few repairs had to be carried out between the 2 events. The Paralympic Games will last until September 8th rather. The French Soccer Federation said on Monday that Thierry Henry has stepped down as coach of the French under-21 national soccer team days after his team lost to Spain in the Olympic final. The Federation Française de Football said in a statement that Henry had cited personal reasons for the decision to end his contract, which had been due to run to June 2025. Henry, who won the 1998 World Cup as a player with France and is his country's second all-time leading scorer, earned plaudits after his team's performance at the Olympics. That's the news this hour. I'm Charles Pius. Thanks for watching. The Signature Morning Show continues after this.
I did say earlier that today is WMD, World Mosquito Day. I don't know if someone is excited. However, we'll be giving you tidbits as the show unfolds. But also, apart from that, today in 1866, President Andrew Johnson actually officially, formally declared the Civil War over, and that's months after the war has stopped. This is Signature Morning on Signature TV. I would always advise that you follow us up on all our social media handles at Signature TV Officials on Instagram, TikTok, and Facebook. And you go to YouTube because we are live 24 hours on YouTube. And you subscribe to our YouTube channel at Signature TV. I am Sir Chomalina.
Interesting, really. I mean, World Mosquito Day, the only thing that comes to mind is malaria, because I really don't know the uses of mosquitoes. Sometimes I ask God, what is it, apart from, you know, giving malaria, is there any other reason that mosquitoes are created? Because I don't get it.
That's why.
What is the use of
No, that's why
mosquitoes?
they need to stay till the end of Signature Morning, because we keep on raveling it as it comes. But first, today is the day, and it started sometime in 1897. So, go nowhere. This is still Signature Morning.
All right, we start off this morning with the Daily Trust newspaper. On the Daily Trust, just below the mast, Tinubu flies to France in new presidential jet. Presidency silent on cost.
Okay, because I think they don't want to go into it. But we all can actually tell. To buy a new Bugatti now, you know how much it is. But hey, still on our newspaper headlines. Multi-million naira scams. Kano governor's COS, Kwankwaso's nephew, others under probe, with the rider, permanent secretary, directors, Argon chair summoned. We won't spare anyone. Anti-Corruption Commission vows.
4 policemen killed in ENUGU checkpoint attack.
Experts demand transparency as fuel subsidy back 1 year after.
90 billion naira Hajj subsidy probe. Tinubu fires Nakon chair Arabi.
Police summon Ajero over alleged terrorism financing. Felony, others. Felony.
Supreme Court reserves judgments in Kogi, Bayelsa, Imo governorships appeal.
And we're moving over to the next, and on our next newspaper will be Daily Times. And just below the mast, Tinubu seeks stronger anti-corruption structures in West Africa to tackle graft, with the rider says corruption one of the most significant obstacles to progress, prosperity of nations.
Federal government assures safety of humanitarian workers in conflict zones.
Supreme Court reserves judgment in Bielsa Kogi governorship election appeals.
Police invite Ajero over alleged terrorism financing and treasonable felony.
Mpox. Resident doctors warn against consumption of undercooked bushmeat. For those of you that like bushmeat.
I don't know why this attack is on bushmeat, really. I mean, you are looking to eat food. These days, because of how expensive food are, you tend to turn away from how expensive food are to turn to the bush to look for food. And then this mpox, and they're telling you not to eat bushmeat because this mpox would affect you. So you wonder where you want to go and get this food.
I honestly don't know, but somehow we will fight through. We would, beyond surviving, I always like to say we will thrive. And we'll move on to the next daily. And the next daily is Daily Independence. And below the mast, new presidential jet is 15 years old. Okay, Nigeria is third user. Excuse me, excuse us, please, please. Okay, well, for the benefit that we are reading headlines, Daily Independence says, new presidential jet is 15 years old. Nigeria is third user. Experts lament cost of maintenance will be exorbitant. Tinubu heads to France aboard new jet replacing old one.
Did you say 50 years old? Or
15.
Oh, okay,
Even
okay.
if he's a year old.
I just want to be sure. What
no, where does that put Nigeria? In what map? You know, I don't like to settle for less. A U.S. plane, Air Force, cannot, please let's go on. Please let's go on.
Just say Tokumba. To subsidy continuation, another chapter of Tinubu's opaque governance, says Atiku.
On page 7, hashtag end bad governance protest. CSOs call for release of Angel, Lenin, Elojo, others. Plan independent probe into use of force on demonstrators.
Federal government begins Naira-denominated crude oil sales to Dangote refinery October 1st.
NLC invasion. Please invite Ajero in relation to terrorism financing. On page 7.
NNPC posts 3.3 trillion naira profits, declares 2.1 trillion dividends.
Okay, on page 6, Tinubu sacks Arabi as NACON boss, appoints Usman as replacement, names Adihije to head NDPHC.
INEC begins distribution of PVCs in Edo Thursday ahead of Guba polls. That's on page 29 of the Daily Independent.
And somehow I just think we should just echo this again. The fact that subsidy continuation, another chapter of Tinubu's OPEC governance. Well, we'll move over to the next daily. This day is our next daily. And on that, electricity supply, just above the mast, electricity supply, federal government pays 205 billion naira from 1.3 trillion naira owed power generation companies, with the rider says rainfall not responsible for improvement in power supply. Lawmakers plan stiffer penalties for electricity asset vandals.
Police invite NLC presidents for questioning over terrorism financing, treason, others. One, failure to honor letter will lead to activation of warrant of arrest.
And below the mast, NMPC announces 3.3 trillion naira net profit in 2023, audited financial statement, with the rider discloses 67,000 barrel per day pledged for $1 billion loan on PH refinery, Port Harcourt refinery. No subsidies paid to any marketers in 9 years, NMPCL CFO. Says firm handling shortfalls, not paying subsidy. Underpayment on petrol projected to hit 6.8 trillion naira by December. Company to begin sale of crude in naira to Dangote in October. Atiku, alleged payment of oil subsidy, another chapter of OPEC governance under Tinubu.
That's all on the These Day newspaper. We're moving over to the Vanguard newspaper. On the Vanguard this morning, above the mast, police invite NLC president over terrorism financing and treasonable felony.
TSA, fresh panic as federal government demands 50% of aviation agencies' revenue. With the rider, lots of damage being done to aviation. ATSSSAN, Nigeria's reputation may have been battered, experts. There's need to investigate these agencies' earnings. Air transport not in danger, Keamo.
50% of the aviation revenue. I'm just wondering, is that even constitutional? Anyways, how I'm winning war against corruption, says Tinubu.
Okay, and I think one of the sad ones for Osime, well, still on sports, Nigeria. PSG pull out of Osime race.
Okay, I think he may be headed towards
Chelsea?
EPL.
Maybe
Chelsea.
Chelsea was actually one of those beating.
NMPC posts 3.3 trillion naira net profits, declares 2.1 trillion dividend.
Okay.
I'm seeing that Isese Day is coming up. Lagos, Ocean, Oyo, Ogun declare public holiday. Okay.
You should just keep. It's good. You know, people need to take breaks. Okay, moving over to the Punch. Tankers besiege depot as petrol shortage worsens. With the rider, independent outlets sell 950 naira per litre as black market hits 1,400 per litre. Many fuel trucks yet to load. NMPC not supplying enough petrol yet. IP man.
On to page 12, why I won't interfere in anti-graft agencies' operations. All right, Tinubu panel, Dangote refinery agree on September petrol rollouts.
IG unveils 169-man squad against kidnapping others.
Opposition tackles presidency over new presidential jets.
Open defecation. Ogun plans Kara market relocation. Mobile court. Please.
All right.
Just let the nature take course. Let nature take its course. Okay, so we're moving over to Nigerian Tribune. On page 3, ASU gives federal government 21 days strike notice.
Police invite NLC president over alleged terrorism financing, treasonable felony, and cybercrime.
Tinubu flies to France in new presidential jet. With rider, presidency says new plane spacious, furnished with state-of-the-art avionics, customized interior, and communication system, yet it's 50 years old.
Allegedly worth over 150 billion naira.
Thank you.
Interesting. Crude oil sales in naira to Dangote others October 1st, to begin October 1st. First PMS delivery from Dangote expected in September.
Hajj scandal. Tinubu sacks Arabi as NACON chairman, names Usman as replacement. That's on page 3.
APC following Buhari, other party leaders mourn as Modeo, Oyo chairman, dies in the United States.
And on page 7, NMPCL posts 3.3 trillion naira profit, declares 2.1 trillion naira as dividend for 2023 financial year. With the rider, targets 2 million barrel per day crude oil production by December. Kerry denies paying subsidy on PMS, premium motor spirit. Experts disagree, say petrol subsidy is back.
All right, we're back to the reviews now. Expert review this morning. We have with us live in the studio Mr. Chris Madaka. Good to have you, Mr. Chris. Good morning.
Good morning, Charles. Good morning, Chama.
Lena. You need to be finishing it because
Choma,
at this point,
Lena.
We need to add the lean. Maybe we should leave the Choma and start putting Lena. Or put Lena first before Choma.
We don't need fuel subsidy to
It's Choma
You
Lena.
don't need a new jet
It's Choma Lena, children.
to fly to. I can easily, it's just here. As a Choma Lena.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Okay, I'm happy to be here with you.
Okay, Chris. They are saying that the Presidential
saying.
jet. That's what the headline said. Is it me that said it? No.
Okay.
That the presidential jet, the new presidential jet, that the president actually complimented that it has a fine furnishing, you know, avionics. Oh God.
I had that word.
You know, jeez.
Wonderful word. Beautiful state-of-the-art furnishing.
Thank you.
With beautiful avionics and all the
I could actually supply you with some of the adjectives.
That makes, you know, you want to, your mouth is feel, you know, you want to long to be a president.
Customized interior, and I want to believe that the customized interior, they don't mean Bola Tinubu customized, you know, so that another president can use it. I'm just saying.
For 15 years, somebody has customized it and used it. And then when it comes to the level we have gotten to as Tokumbo nation, it is customized for us, and we can cherish it so much and describe it so that we justify a new jet for Nigeria, and I think it's beautiful. Congratulations, the presidency.
Chris, okay.
What else do you, let's just begin to look at it. The NAS yesterday said they are not aware of new jet. The same country, 24 hours later, a president of Nigeria is flying in new jet with the news all over the world that is going to France in new jet when 3 are hanging in France because a single firm in China went to court and got court orders, you know, in favor to seize 3 presidential jets. And all these things are stories we hear, and we have people we trust with our lives at the highest rim of affairs at the Aso Rock. And what else you want to say? What we only can say, we are reviewing the ups and downs of it. I don't think it's the best time for Nigeria when you consider what is happening. It's not the best time. When National Assembly said they are not aware, but they're supposed to pass through approvals for this to happen. And when they look at them first and people say they are a unit, the federal, the Aso Rock, and they will want to argue it and justify. What else? That such decision to acquire a new jet in Nigeria was taken, and the Senate, the distinguished Senate of Federal Republic of Nigeria, is not aware. And our distinguished Federal House of Reps members are not aware. Or if they were aware, they just kept mute, and we have presidents flying out in that jet with pomp and pageantry at the Nigerian airport to France. Kudos, Nigeria. Kudos to presidency. Kudos to our National Assembly. Kudos to all the people in high realm of operations of Nigeria management. It's wonderful. But remember, there are so many issues we're not sorted out. And I will not stop saying, because I'm hungry and I'm facing hardship. So it's not only the protest organizers. I'm protesting in my own little way. There is so much hunger and hardship in Nigeria. And for the Federal Republic of Nigeria to decide to acquire new jet, you are even going into the aesthetics of whether it's 15 years and what most all the things we use in Nigeria are more than that, and we still enjoy them.
No, but do you think they should actually state that it's 15 years, or is it just an excuse for them to let Nigerians know that, hey, we didn't spend so much money? Because where does that put us, that our president, the #1 citizen of Nigeria, is using not a first-hand, I don't know if it's a second-hand, but it's not brand new that he's flying.
Let's start from where you don't bother yourself too much. Have the federal government tell you how much they spend acquiring the new jet? So you put it at the cost of new one and the Tokumbo 15-year-old jet that we are cherishing so much and describing with all the things in our lives, and we cherish it so much. Do we really need it at this time? That is the question. Already. So the price is not known. It's still shielded in all those secrecy that rule Nigeria. And then even the decision to acquire this new jet, is it the best thing for us to do now? And we have not taken decision. It takes us to so many things. The fuel queues are rising, black market is 1,400 naira. That's this saying in my place. He says, is this what Ogidi will do and then later do more for? What it means is this the same leg that Nama will use to trek to Umuahia? Is this how we are going to really get better in short time? Or is it that we are cursed to suffer forever? What is the problem? We keep asking. Because certain decisions that are being taken are not taking us to solutions. They are rather making us, imagine, when you put out how many billions we are spending 15-year-old jet, take it out of this system, add it up to the multiplier effect of hardship it would add to the life of 210 million Nigerians. Now you add it up and then spread it before it trickles down and we get over it. Another hardship will come. Because maybe they finish this. The presidency was rumored presidential yacht. Beautiful. Nobody talks about it. Because this presidential jet, may only talk about it today. By tomorrow, we will go on as a nation. And the hardship continues. My people say, no, now, you know what it means? The person who is suffering will always suffer. And that's how they've told us the poor will get poorer. That means the people who are suffering hardship will also suffer it harder. And there's one who have had solutions to sort themselves out. We go on riding in presidential jets and go on riding in presidential yachts, living in presidential mansions. It's the same country where we have to build a vice presidential house with 21 billion. And somebody justified it didn't start today. Even if it started 20 years ago, where did the money come out from? Huh? Bring suya. Now from Nama body. So we open our eyes, spending lavishly. And some international communities are still giving us the money we use to buy one presidential jet will be enough for what the USAID, United States International Agency for Development, we give Nigeria for as charity to develop to fight malaria. You are celebrating World Day for mosquitoes.
Yeah, Chris, because the question is, there is a president of Burkina Faso. I always keep saying it, Ibrahim Traoré. He might not be the greatest man. But the fact that he has only 2 motorcades that he drives as a president. Now, we keep borrowing. Whatever, it's already a given that do Nigerians need to purchase this presidential jet at this point? Now, before we now move to the fact that, hey, you're purchasing it and it's not even a first hand. Secondly, you're about to highlight it. The very money we use to buy this can be added to the economy and Nigeria will be well developed.
You are saying my mind, because what you are saying is that you clearly take decisions that put you in hardship and you're crying. And I don't know who you're waiting for to come and wipe your tears. I tell you, the international community look at Nigeria and say, Nigeria is a nation that doesn't need any pity. You close your eyes, take decisions that put you in trouble, and you're crying, looking. Of course, nobody is looking Nigeria away again. They are actually looking at nations that are taking decisions that will sort their problem, not the ones that are taking decisions that will add to their crisis. And then, so that's a simple thing I can talk about. We can, after this, since we needed 3 jets and 3 have been seized in France, we purchased one 15-year-old. We still need 2 more to replace if those 3 other ones don't come back.
Somehow, you know, again, it's more shameful if the president takes a public plane to fly to official functions around the world. I think sometimes what some people are saying is because of the situation that we're faced in. But how shameful would it be if you say the president of Nigeria is flying public plane to go to his public function around the world? Because again, I'm not holding brief for the president, but I mean, this is the president of Nigeria.
Yes.
I mean, he is the president of the number one black nation in the world,
yes.
Giant of Africa. I
understand
the situation that we face in this country. I understand that we are very, very sad with what is going on in the country.
Yes.
Yes, we don't have monies for some of these things, but to some extent, you can cut him some slack.
Okay.
He has to have a plane to fly around.
Okay, so if it's a given that he has to go for these activities, if it's a must, that if he doesn't go, Nigeria would implode, then we would understand. But to sort the problem, he would have sorted the problem. Sorting the problem, I'm not here to give advice, but I'm saying, is it not sorting the problem first to release the jets that were held in ambush, or whichever way one wants to put it?
I think it's actually two that is held. This particular one was one that was already, you know, being primed to be purchased. So, and these other Chinese guys had actually released one. So it's still three. It's not more than three. They are holding two. So this particular one is the one that they were already thinking.
So this one he flew in is the one that
yeah,
I think we are making speculations.
Not the speculation, it's actually
whichever way you look at it. Whichever way you look at it, the idea is that a new jet has been acquired.
Yes.
To add to our fleet of jets.
Yes.
The presidential jet, that it will look so awkward that the Nigerian president is flying first class in a beautiful airline that is good to go and attend the public function. And then I said, where is it found in the Nigerian constitution that the president must own a jet and fly?
And I was even about to suggest
it doesn't belong to the president.
No,
it belongs to the country.
And where is the constitution that you said the Nigeria must own a presidential jet? When, and then you weigh, as president, the way I look at your eyes, if you make it the president of Nigeria, you can own 5 jets because you are not, when we are correct. Now, when things are normal.
It doesn't belong to Bola Tinubu.
And look at it, when Nigeria was, we were told the world that our problem is how to spend our money. Did anybody talk about the presidential jet? We could have owned 50 then.
Chris, what about
look at the situation
airplanes
on the ground now. Do we really need to look at 210 million Nigerians now and say we are purchasing a new jet?
So my question is, what
and
about...
it's not that we don't have one at all. And Choma was just saying, it would have cost you little money to negotiate, get the one that are being seized out, maintain it and fly.
And if
you really think about us, that's my position.
Chris, and if he really needs to fly, I think Nigerians, the speculation might be, there are indigenous airplanes, I mean, airplanes that are owned by Nigerians, you know,
that can even volunteer. Some of them can willingly give away.
And that's also a way to promote Nigeria. That's a way to promote Nigeria outside the shores of...
I don't even understand. I want us to understand this. A Nigerian president is flying to another country in a public-private jet.
And then after that, the war will stop. How many private jets do we have in Nigeria parked at the various airports are paying, accumulating demurrage, and nobody is using them?
Nigerian president
flying
a private jet.
No, he owns one.
Function.
I'm sure he owns one. That is his own.
It doesn't add up for me.
Okay,
like a Nigerian
so
president
we need to make that
a private jet
for
a public function for the country that he is serving.
Charles, but let's henceforth put that money that we used to purchase new private jets. And if I hear you complain, again, I'm a hash. And this is where we draw, because as chairman and the spokesperson of the presidency, you have declared and you have convinced us that we need a private jet, a new jet for presidency. We said, congratulations.
No, he didn't convince us. He actually just was.
No, he is saying that our Nigerian president, it will be an abomination.
I think Charles is just trying to play the devil's advocate.
He's flying another jet that is not presidential jet to attend function. Beautiful. So our hunger hardship is solved. A new jet. Once he flies out of Nigeria airport,
say it so that
a new breeze of so-called and hope comes. Now that the president flew out of Nigeria, I think we are breathing new breeze of so-called. What you are saying, let's not drag it, because the little energy I have, if I stress it further, when they say, you guys will have a headline, they say, we are reviewing headlines of newspapers. And you know the usual Nigerian newspapers, man 20, collapse in the studio discussing Nigerian issues. May that not be our portion.
It's can't.
Congratulations, presidency. Fly your new private jet. Enjoy it while it lasts. But remember, we are here and we are watching. It's not here to Huru, I keep saying.
Even the monies, if you try to put it into some of these welfare programs, you would not see the importance, so to speak.
No, it's something that is followed
since he came in, we've seen monies being donated through the humanitarian ministries. We've seen monies being shared through conditional cash transfers.
So is it about sharing? It's not today that they started sharing money in Nigeria.
We sat here and we said, do not share money again. Put that money into things that will bring solution. Because if you give me the way my father-in-law told me, he said, when there is no 10 inside the house, when 10 comes in, it vanishes. When there's no 10 existing anywhere, he said, Ilia de nuno, ili bata upward. So if I don't get 10 naira in my pocket, and you dash me 10 naira, immediately that 10 naira is dropping, it vanishes. So Nigerians do not have one single kobo in their pocket, they are sharing 10,000. That one is like, go and just eat today. What about tomorrow?
No, so we said, you can't say they're sharing 10,000. Did you get one?
No, that's the assumption. Okay. Because we have budgets and figures published.
Actually 50,000.
Okay, Charles, you've gotten?
No, I haven't gotten. But I have seen people and heard people say they've gotten.
You've seen
people say they got
Charles, we need to, get them as voices.
But that's good. That's good. At least when we have somebody like Charles saying he has extended relations who got 50,000 naira, we say congratulations to
the presidential jet.
You know. So what we are saying, it adds up. And when you take out those who receive 50,000, they are no more hungry.
You know we that
have not received, keep crying. Let's get our own.
Chris, boy, 50,000 can effectively buy 5 good tubers of yam.
No, you can't even buy a bag of rice.
Oh, a bag of rice is way over.
So if you're talking about a bag of rice, 95,000, that means if they give you that, and you don't buy a bag of rice, you have to pay keke to take it home. And you have to buy onions. And probably if you don't even buy sachet of tomato, if the organic tomato is
we laugh about these things, but they are critical issues. That's why it's good.
So we talk much about the jet because we will never have opportunity of flying it.
Who says?
Well, I don't know when I will have opportunity of flying. So it's ruled out. It will be another miracle of the century. But let's talk about
you can.
The fuel subsidy is back.
Wait, before that,
let's talk about
Charles' private.
The fuel subsidy is back.
Was it
what does that mean? What does that mean? Please, because you have put me here to discuss it. What is fuel subsidy back? Because where has it gone to that we are suffering this much?
Sorry, before we go into fuel subsidy, still in tandem with what we just finished discussing, in Daily Times, just below the mass, Tinubu seeks stronger anti-corruption structures in West Africa to tackle graft. Says corruption one of the most significant obstacles to progress, prosperity of nation. What do we actually understand as corruption? I'm not saying, but we will get the voices from the streets, where they say that you will hear the people talk about the fact that this presidential jet, is it a corrupt practice? There are speculations. So how are we seeking stronger anti-corruption structures?
The presidential jet was not bought by Tinubu's money.
No, it's not about...
It was bought by Nigerian resources.
So the point is...
The presidential jet, he's going to be there at most 8 years.
At this point, what is corruption is what we have our question.
Okay.
What is corruption? Corruption is...
when you meet the people like Charles, who are experts in corruption, because their definition of corruption will take us further. We start adding up. Because we must start somewhere. We take the definition of corruption from what is corruption given to us by Professor Charles. When you say corruption is when you take advantage of situation to do things you are normally not supposed to do, not to the benefit of all, but to favor yourself. So Chama is saying, if you 210 million, is you that added the 10 million, I was using 200. So if we are 210 million Nigerians, are suffering hardship and hunger, and you want to buy a jet. I don't know, you put an estimate.
Is 150 billion.
150 billion. Wow. I rest my case. So Nanchoma said, is it corruption? When we are saying you are not supposed to do that now. So if you are doing it now, it's just to make sure our president do not fly in private jet or another jet. It must be presidential. So who is benefiting from that now? Is it corruption? So I ask you back because you always see only in my mouth you hear that Reverend Father is wearing kaftan or trousers under his kaftan.
The 2024 budget ably captured the amount of monies for these private jets.
Beautiful.
It's not like Tinubu was one that wrote the budget.
Beautiful.
And this is a country's property. It is not Tinubu's property.
Exactly.
He's going to be there at most 7 years, 8 years. And then somebody else takes over. He's not going to take the private jet.
Nigerians is everything in 2024 budget been implemented to the letter?
Chris,
now it now remains the jet. And we said, after we have implemented everything and applied it, neither misappropriated or malappropriated or appropriated the budget. Now, what is left is what to buy the jet. Once we have done that and it's only that left, and the presidency said, just to cap it all, we just have to acquire the jet.
No,
then we don't have any issue. But if there are any loose end in Nigerian budget of 2024, and you just saw it and look at it, say, we pick only
Chris,
the jet.
Nigerians are actually of the school of thought. We keep borrowing money and we spend money we borrow money for things that we say Nigeria and Nigerians need. But we spend money
on what we do not need. I add it up to
yeah, I mean,
as far as I'm concerned, we do not need the jet.
To cut down on the
hold
debt,
my head,
Nigeria
I
is
hold
going.
my hand. I said, we do not need the jet now.
What
That's
I believe
my
the voices
opinion,
from
and I hold
the
it
street
strongly. We do
about.
not need the jet now. Talking about situations like even what the headline said that are trending this morning, we don't need that jet for any reason now. We need it as a nation. It's captured in our budget. Our presidency needs jets. But we don't need any of them now. Simple. That's what my opinion. You can't convince me otherwise, Charles.
No, I'm not saying I'm not convincing
you are trying to convince me that we need it. You have said it.
No.
What
I have just said.
Okay, define corruption
you are making it look like it is Tinubu that is doing it. I mean, this is our appropriations for
but
he has to.
Charles, we cannot excuse the fact that if he says no, they won't purchase that.
Good. So he's not the kind of guy that want to say no.
Okay.
So you give the perks of the office.
Exclude him
I like
from
that.
it.
I like that.
So, no,
our president said
no
to subsidy from the first day, the first minute he accepted to be Nigerian president. So you say he's not the kind of president that said no to things. He can say no. I cannot approve the purchase of jet now. The presidency, the president Bola Tinubu, I know, Asiwaju, I know.
Yes,
he's a president that is very decisive, and he has the power to say no to things he consider he can say no. This is one of the areas we expect him to say no. He didn't say no.
One thing I want us to know is that let's not just put it on President Bola Tinubu's
Who
table.
else? Okay, take it to Vice President
He has
Shetima.
advisors.
Yeah.
He has National Assembly members who may have also been cajoled into purchasing this, because I really doubt that the National Assembly is saying that they're not aware about the jet.
They said
he has advisors. He has commission. I mean, he has ministers who he speaks to on this particular matter, and these guys would have told him, look, we can't do this now, given what we are facing.
You think that's what the president?
But seriously,
if the president has, they say you purchase presidential jet. If the president said, I do not need the jet now, and somebody went ahead to buy it for him, he now refused to fly it. But if your advisor say, sir, do not approve this now, he said, I need it, who are you going to blame? But then the question is, has those advisors resigned? I said, sir, we said we don't need presidential jet, but you went ahead to buy it and you're flying it with pomp and pageantry. Please, I resign. I won't advise you again. Have you had that happen?
No. See, you said that you talked about the National Assembly. Remember yesterday, Daily Trust carried it just below the mast. No NAS approval for new presidential jet. That was stated yesterday. So if National Assembly have said, we do not approve this, so Nigerians don't hang it on our head.
That's what I'm saying. So the National Assembly needs to be called in to ask what's up with this new private jet.
When the presidency has taken the decision that's supposed to pass through the
So those are the probes that we should be looking out for. Not we are looking at the president as
beyond
one
that.
of.
Charles, nobody can feed you water without you opening your mouth.
It's a presidency. It's not the president alone. It's a presidency. There are people who run the office.
So let's get into the presidency. Take them out. Put President Bola Tinubu one side, the vice president one side, all the advisors one side, the minister, all the people that make up the presidency.
The secretary to the government of the Federation.
Let's start portioning blame. Nigeria has purchased presidential jet, which most people like us are saying we do not need now. And they start share the apportion the blame in percentage.
Start from the National Assembly.
The National Assembly, you give them 50% of blame.
That have said that they do not know, and
how
did that
they
slip?
Absolved. They don't even have.
Why did they slip? How did that slip off from them that they are not aware? That's one. And then he has secretary to the government of the federation, whom I'm sure he listens to. He also has the vice president, who is his deputy in that scheme of things. He has also the Senate president, and then he also has his ministers, you know, whom he discusses with. There is no way that you can tell me that.
Imagine when all of them say we are not aware. Because the Senate president you counted as third citizen said they are not aware. Evidently, that means National Assembly president.
They actually
Speaker,
said they did not approve it.
They did not approve JET. Probably somebody must have brought it up. They said we didn't approve. But you know, Nigerian situation, at the level of approval, things may have been purchased and they can't. So it's just to fulfill the all righteousness, because that's what we have seen. Because if it has passed through the due process, nobody will be talking about it, even presidential jet, without having passed through the National Assembly and gotten all the approvals before you even look for where to get it, of asking for the people to put the bid. You have seen 3 jets across the board in Nigeria, 15 years, one is 15 years, one is 60 years, one has a beautiful avionics, one has a customized, all those things that make up the bid document. And you say, which one, technically, financially, that we in Nigeria will do, and they pass through all the bidding committee, and they say, okay, this is the one, 15 years is the one that we can manage for our president. And then you go approval to get it. At the point it gets there, the final thing is taking delivery and payment. Who pays? Ministry of Finance. We check. Who signs? Check and all. So when you apportion all the blame, you want to remove presidency out of it. And I say something is wrong. Presidency takes 95% of the blame on purchase of presidential jet in Nigeria. That's my understanding. That's my opinion.
Absolutely. But again, going by what we have seen in the past, if you look at the budgetary provisions for different ministries and MDAs, these monies most of the time are approved more for those who are in government. The presidency, the vice, and the offices, in order to run the offices, you have those approvals, you know, way before, even before you get to start to approve things that actually matter to the people. That's what I think is playing out here. It's not like it's peculiar to this particular government. It has been in existence in the past.
Charles,
in this
okay,
country.
I would just make an example. They said it's not only one person that marries a wife, right? However, your umunna or your kinsman marries a woman you're in total disagree with the arrangement.
Are you talking from experience?
No, and I'm not a man.
I just said
by
being a woman, being married also.
They marry this woman for you, and at night, remember this is the woman that completely disgusts you. Then at night, are they the ones also who touch and tell you what to do? If you eventually have something to do with her, would you say it's because they married her for you?
They've already married it.
It's not. No, you cannot.
They've already
say
purchased the jet. No. The presidency.
You cannot.
That's
say
what
that.
He said.
You cannot say
that.
Topic you cannot say that. So whatever happens, if you do not want the woman, you do not touch her. That's a rule of law. But if you at any point have touched her, it's because some part of you, condescends to it. Anyway, we'll move over, like you said. But there is, but Nigerians will be like, what are we moving from? We can sell it.
The guy has flown the jet to France, and as well we're talking. Our presidency, much respected President Bola Tinubu, is in France negotiating issues and taking photographs. You know, you might find him posed like this. President Bola Tinubu thinking about Nigerian problem. Then he will think this way. President Bola Tinubu, Nigerian problem is giving him headache. These are pictures you get out of his trip, you know, coming out after of the... So here we are worried about what took him to France. We are not concerned about the outcome of what Chris, I'm sure by the time he finishes with France, the estimate of what it cost us we fly back into our budget. It won't be out. It will come back.
Chris also gives federal government 21 days for the.
It's another ASU strike. Looming. 21 days.
Is it
21 days? And I will tell you, 21 days is enough for federal government to begin now to call the ASU to negotiate and find out areas they will dot the I's and cross the T's. But in our usual way, we will sit down, counting days. When it's 2 days to, you will hear Federal Minister of Labor and Employment, whatever is calling is in a closed-door meeting, and they will make sure this strike holds.
Chris, I'm not trying to play the devil's advocate here, but hey, someone might say, ASU, please go and rest. They will call on strike. It's not like it will be met. It will be at the detriment of the students. You call on strike after like exhaustive time and days, months. Like last 2 years, it was almost a year, 8 months. And after those times, then you resume back without your demands being met.
No, it has not been total. It's not that they met partially. They're meeting partial. Now,
people might have it and say, if you want to do this, go on and do it and actualize something, not to the detriment of the students.
The students, the parents, whenever ASU will hit, at a point they will support ASU. When the things start biting too hard, they will say, ASU, you don't have conscience. Now, I am sure people, the ASU, most of them, they are members of ASU, have their children. You must be doing well. Maybe you're working as special assistant for federal government or state government. If you're a lecturer, a member of ASU, that's where your children are schooling abroad. But if you're not, you're still in the same mess with all of us, where all our children are in Nigerian universities. And think about schools that are going to go on strike. Federal universities only. Is it not? Now, the federal government keep approving private universities, and their number can now equal the federal government. So the federal government know what they're doing. Very soon, ASU, overrated ASU will be totally out of. So that's why you see they have teeth they cannot buy. If you close down federal university for 8 months and nothing happened, then the federal government is giving licenses to private-owned universities, and they are giving admission with 80 marks when it's supposed to be 360 to 200, 180 minimum. People are getting admission in private universities with 80 or something less than that, and the people are filling up. So Nigeria is actually losing nothing much, except some people who are already hooked. They find their children in public federal universities. But if it was during the days that federal university used to have power and buy, if us cough, federal government will catch cold. But these days, the next thing you find, how did we have TUC and NLC? I'm surprised that they've not even pluralized the ASU, because very soon you'll find another faction of ASU, and they will start fighting. That's the word divide and rule that will happen next. And when you find it, one will be talking from here, another one will be saying we are not supporting, there will be crisis, and they will go and do internal fighting.
Just try and link it a bit. You know, a while ago, we talked about the fact that police raided NLC's house, their headquarters in Abuja. And they said, you know, it wasn't in any bid to attack NLC. Now we can hear that police invite NLC president over alleged terrorism financing. And remember, it was during that protest period.
Let me give you a scenario that happened. There used to be a time I was growing up in Anambra State. They have these, during the governor's tenure of Governor Chijioke Mbadinuju, Chimoke Mbadinuju of Anambra State. May he so rest in peace. He was the governor then. And then there was this, that's when this vigilante group they call Bakassi came up. Because he used using a certain level of, go to extreme to solve a problem that has overwhelmed the state. The Bakassi came, and they were fighting everywhere, killing people. When they cut off your head, they used to play football and put everything together and set it on fire. Children were watching and all. Now, it got to a point, they were infiltrated, they were corrupt. Now, when they show you a knife, like the knife turned red, they kill you. Whether you are pope, whether you are saint, once Bakassi kills you, you are guilty. Are you linking anything to NLC? If Nigerian police, they've had issues with this NLC, and there's so much power coming out of NLC, being linked. There's been hardship and hunger protests. NLC say we supported. There is a presidential candidate that is giving tough run to whoever the incumbent, and is talking about is linked to Nigerian Labour Party, the Labour Party. and then they have some direct or indirect link with NLC. And then, what are you going to do to give a bad name to a dog to kill it? Let it not be what I'm thinking. We trust in our security apparatus and what they are doing. If, and only if, Ola Rotimi, professor of theater arts, a well-respected gentleman, may he so rest in peace, wrote a book. He said, if what happened in recent past continue in recent future, then Nigeria will continue this problem we are. If what we are thinking is not what we are thinking, then the police are ready to do their job. But if they are linked in one way, they are only using, well, they say they will set you on fire. You went and used fuel, PMS, to take a bath. That's only what that. So they are only solving one problem to cause another. Let it not be. We pray God, let it not be. Let it be that whoever has, caused a problem, let him suffer for it. But if it is to destabilize NLC and muffle them and gag them not to talk again, so that we remain, we just day like we day.
But isn't it clear? Isn't it clear this is what they are doing?
No, it's not yet clear. You can't say. We are saying that's what we're analyzing.
They raided their office at the middle of the night, and the next thing that they're calling on Joe Ajaero for terrorism financing. And this NLC has also supported this particular protest that happened for 10 days. So, I mean, the only way to forestall any future move by this NLC is to make sure that they hold on to this and say, look, if you try this again next time, if you release statements supporting protests next time, we're going to come up with this. Maybe it's just some sort of gimmicks or a playbook.
We are just saying
it's a playbook. Okay, you know what? Do this. Let's do this and hold him. And so he would never mention anything about protest anymore.
That's why we said they are all assumptions. We said let it not be that all these scenarios we are creating will play out, because if it plays out, and even if it's not known now and later in the future, it's going to bring more distrust in Nigeria, where even the highest civil protection agency, that's Nigerian police, is involved in this kind of thing. It's only going to mess them up real time. So let it be that they will handle this very well. If NLC in any way have a hand in terrorism financing, and we say terrorism has been financed in Nigeria for more than 2 decades, where has been Nigerian police and all the security agencies.
There was a time they mentioned list. They dropped list of terrorism financiers in this country and the ones that are even located outside the country, for crying out loud. And up until this moment, none of them have even been invited. And then you are calling NLC Joe Ajaero to come and answer for terrorism financing because of what?
You said, they didn't invite him in secret. The media are aware, Nigerians
but they raided
that
them in secret.
Ajaero has been invited.
But they raided NLC house at night.
And they said, that's why I say you do not tell the police when to raid your house if they are looking for information. If they find the best time to raid. But what happened is that there's so much controversy surrounding that raid. At a point, people were saying it's DSS. DSS said we never raided. We then said, do we have fake DSS? Before the police owned up and even start giving reason why it took time. So there has been already a controversy. And a chain of controversy surrounding this raiding of NLC. So that's why Nigerians are watching. And we are saying, the Nigerian security apparatus, please let it not be linked to anything like trying to muffle people or trying to gag them or trying to intimidate. Let it not be anything like that, because it will not end well. It will not end well because Nigerians will lose more trust in the Nigerian establishment. And
we can only hope that it's not like the speculations that most people are getting about the NLC headquarters raid. Like you did mention, nailing to nail a dog. You call it for a name, Maybe people are speculating, like, have they gone to implant something there to now say, either way.
The NLC on one of the news said they invited forensic experts to check whether their office has been bugged and all. But, when this kind of thing happens, there is this high level of distrust. Let us be transparent. Let us be very open. What are we really fighting for? If we say we are operating democracy, let it be very plain and let's show it in evidences. And then a good news here, when crude oil is selling naira to Dangote.
You know, we can, because that particular
crude, let's move on fast because time is going.
That's why
let's just touch on a few things and
we can't actually exhaust.
We said is they're starting October.
There is tomorrow. There is tomorrow. We can still reflect on it. And today, this is
a headline coming out tomorrow. But crude oil will be sold to Dangote in naira beginning October.
Thank you.
Until October. We'll be buying fuel.
We will continue. This is still Signature Morning. We have to take entertainment news at this moment. Then we'll switch guests. Go nowhere.
Welcome to Entertainment News, your go-to source for the latest in the world of entertainment. From exclusive celebrity interviews to the hottest movies premiere, we bring you the stories that matters the most in the world of showbiz. I am your host, Quinsley Rowland, and we have an interesting story today, which is Big Brother Naija Season 9 housemates TJ of the Better Duo has welcomed a new set of twin boys while still in the house. TJ's twins were born on the same night his duo was saved from eviction. The news was shared on his official Instagram page on Monday, 2024, announcing that the twins were born on Sunday, 2024, the same night the Better Duo was saved from eviction by custodians Wani and Hande. The announcement post contained a video of TJ, his wife, and their baby girl dancing at the event, indicating that the family now has 3 children. TJ's fans and supporters were also appreciated for their support and love on behalf of the duo. Renowned high-life singer Chinedu Okoli, better known as Flavor Nabania, has shared the story of his early growth in the music industry. The singer shared his story during an interview on UK's In My Opinions podcast. Flavor spoke about how he started off by singing for a small crowd in ENUGU state and captivating them with his sounds. He thought to himself that he needed to expand his audience, and knowing fully well that all he needed was in him, he quickly took a bus to Lagos. He recorded his first song the next day and contacted Nigerian rapper Mr. Raw, pleading with him that he needed a feature on his new song. The rapper agreed that after he added his tune to the song, he took the CD and traveled back to Enugu. He noticed that people fell in love with this song and printed several copies of the CDs and sold it to everyone he could find. Flavor has revealed that he learned a lot about becoming an artist from Mr. Roar. And we have popular comedian and actor A.Y. Makun has penned a heartfelt gratitude to God as he celebrates his 53rd birthday today. On his Instagram page, the comedian shared a photo of himself, noting that he's celebrating his life, which is filled with joy, hope, and happiness. He goes ahead to send gratitude to God for everything that concerns him. And veteran Nollywood actor Ibrahim Chatta has opened up on the incredible story behind how he made the millions to build his viral 1.4 billion naira film village in Oyo State. In a recent post that has captured the public's attention, Ibrahim Chatta disclosed that he financed the 1.4 billion naira project without taking any loans. According to the actor, he obtained a substantial sum of money from an unexpected source of income during the COVID-19 lockdown. Ibrahim Chatta, who has been making headlines for his grand film village, explained that he turned to providing personalized shout-outs during the lockdown with collaborating with fellow actor Tayo Sobala. Each shout-out reportedly earned him about 300,000 naira, and the high demand for these requests contributed significantly to his financial success. The actor further revealed that he had no savings and was struggling with incomplete property projects before the film village. He described how he had been praying for funds to finish the construction of one such property, which was stalled at the lintel level. Ibrahim Chatta attributed his breakthrough to divine intervention, expressing gratitude to God for timely assistance. And that is a wrap for our entertainment news today. Thank you for joining us as we explore the latest buzz. Don't forget to like, share, follow on all of our social media platforms. I am your host, Quincy Rowland. Until next time, keep the popcorn ready and stay entertained.
Welcome back. You're watching Signature Morning on Signature Television, and we're live this morning to discuss something very important. It is on media consumption, the ways and manners that Nigerians are consuming media these days, and how important they are in shaping narrative. We have live in the studio with us Mr. Chimdi Chama. I understand he's also a chief. Good to have you. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
How do you do?
I'm always fine.
Always?
Yes.
In this economy?
Always fine.
Okay, because again, I wanted to find out, I mean, if a Nigerian is saying that they're always fine, who are the ones complaining about how bad the economy has been?
Well, it depends on individual.
Okay.
When it is too rough for you, for somebody else, it is very well. You understand? It can be bad. It can be rough for everybody, all the time.
So for you, it is moving smoothly?
Always.
Wow, interesting.
I say this because I cannot give glory to my enemies. And the enemy, one's enemy is anything that is pursuing you.
So you have been chased?
Just like everybody.
I'm not sure I've been chased. I don't know about you. Have you been chased?
And that is why you pray every morning.
Yes, indeed. Tell us about the dynamics of how media has changed over the years. We understand in the past people would say, you know what, radio is the go-to means, then TV, and the traditional media, you know, newspapers, as the case may be. How has it changed over time?
Well, I think what is constant is change. And because change is constant, everything is changing. When we started this industry, the movie industry, most of us knew that it is going to change with time. Just like the way we started it, well, the kind of films we shoot, the things we do, we think of morals. At the time, it becomes our common affair. Movie is meant to teach you something. After watching a movie, you did not learn anything from that movie. I think you wasted your time for nothing. But because of what we have in Nigeria, just like you said earlier on, say people, you know, a lot of people do not have work and all that. Anything they can lay their hands on, they jump into it. But if you look at it, you discover that some of the things we watch now, we don't even like seeing them. The world wants, or should I say, the youths want something that glitters. When you go half naked, they wash it. Even if what you are doing makes sense or not, it's not their business. Once, you know, at times, when they turn tradition upside down, they will like it. Let me give an instance. If they say that a woman is going to break kola nut, that is what they want to watch. So we are not, most times, we are not teaching them again that some of these amateurs are not teaching people what they should know. They are not trying to protect the culture of our people. Hardly you see American films where you win America. No, you can't win them. No matter what you do, after everything, you must be caught. Is it not? So that is what is happening now.
Right,
Yeah.
but then in our own system, we're supposed to be using these transformational media spaces to improve our tradition and culture. Do you think social media has done better since its evolution?
I have to say the truth. No.
Really?
Yes. It has not.
Wow.
Because Censor Board had been trying, I must tell you. Census Board had been trying to censor most of the junks. But the problem we have now is that because of this social media, most of the films or most of the TikToks are not going to Census Board.
Oh.
You see to that. If it goes to Census Board, they will tell you to go and expunge this, expunge that, so that it will make sense. So that you don't destroy the image of the country or image of that very particular culture you are trying to protect.
So are they under the censor board?
Who?
I mean, the TikTok content creators.
That's what I'm
Instagram.
saying. All of them supposed to be under Census Board. Census Board has been warning them. You understand? Now, the social media should help. I think that should be a discussion between the Census Board and most of the, probably Google.
So what impact do social media platforms have on children? And how do they differ from traditional media? Like you said, TV, radio, and all that.
Of course, in radios, televisions, they are trying.
And print and newspapers as well.
Yeah?
And print
okay.
and newspapers.
These ones are trying because they are under check. You understand? There are some things you take to them, they will say no, or go and do it this way. But because ordinary social media, from your house, you can throw in anything you like.
So what impact does it have on children? And how does it differ from what traditional media has?
It's giving a lot of people money, destroying a lot of people's character. That is the truth. A lot of people are making money through the social media. You understand what I'm saying? Of course, like I said earlier, a lot of people didn't have work. So going into it now, having TikToks and all that, they are making money out of it. But some things they show corrupts children.
So what should parents, what are the things that parents should be concerned about, you know, about the content that their children are exposed to online?
First and foremost, this is a very big task because of availability of handsets, especially Androids. Because of the availability of it, even your child that is going to school, you may not know that he has a phone. You understand? So hardly you control them. That is why the control should come from the central point, which is the media in which they are going into to showcase what they have. I don't know if you get what I'm saying.
Yeah, I get it.
So that is where it will be controlled. A lot of parents careless about the kind of phone their children use, the kind of things they do, because you should start training your children from child, from when they are from infants. You start training them, start telling them what to do or what not to do. Instead of going there as a businessman, your wife, working class, nobody cares about the children anymore. All they do is to come back and buy big gift for them. What are they doing with it? You don't know.
All right, so in terms of movies specifically, we understand that Nigerian movies are actually very good. They're doing well, even in the international community. I mean, you could say that we're #1 in terms of production.
Yes.
Some persons would even want to give us thumbs up for that. But some other persons have also said that our production, content have dropped when it comes to in terms of quality. That's the reason why we chunk out movies every now and then. If you start a movie, within 2 weeks it's out. There is no messaging, there's no, correct behavioral patterns that the movies these days are trying to portray. So I'm wondering if, it is within your jurisdiction to check with those, and how are you in your movie sphere actually cutting through this particular issue?
Like I said earlier, when we started this thing, I know that we are doing it well. By now, it would have been better. But instead of becoming better, we are dropping in quality. Why? In those days, you are a script writer, fine. After writing your script, you can be a storyteller. Tell your story to a script writer. Then the script writer will write it. Probably give it to a screenplay writer. After that, whenever you want to produce it, you call script conference. We brainstorm on that very story. Everybody will be there. The one you selected, the experts that you selected to come and discuss that script, scene by scene, language by language. You understand? By the time you are through, you discover that you have a good story.
How long does this take?
Sometimes it can take you 1 week or 2 weeks.
To do all of these things?
No. Only
No, I'm talking about scripting, storytelling, and getting ready for a movie shoot. How long does it take?
Of course. Script writing can take you a month or two, or even a week or 2 weeks, depending on who is writing.
Okay.
You understand?
So an average Nigerian movie, as it stands now, how long does it take for it to be produced? I'm
not trying to tell you what it should be.
Yes.
You understand?
Yes.
If you go by what it should be, it's supposed to be taking about 2 months or thereabouts to make a movie.
To make a movie?
Yes.
That is the standard?
The standard, 2 months, 3 months. It depends on the type of story you are shooting.
Okay.
You understand? Because there are some stories are bigger than the other.
Mm-hmm.
I may want to shoot a film now that I must travel to Ghana, I must travel to Cameroon. You not expect me to finish it in 2 months.
Okay.
You get? So there are stories like that. Some are too technical that you can't shoot it, you can't finish it even in 3 months.
Okay.
So what tools and technologies are available, talking about the fact that some things that children could consume online and healthy. So what tools and technologies are available for parents to monitor and control their children's media consumption?
Let me come again, please. Okay. Of course, I don't know any now, based on what I told you. Some parents didn't even know that their children had that phone. So how can they control it?
Okay. You're the National Vice Chairman, Association of Movie Practitioners.
Yeah, National Vice President.
Okay. Association of Movie Practitioners.
Yes.
I don't know what you think about the introduction of services like Netflix, Amazon Prime, where Nigerian movies, high-profile Nigerian movies, that's what they call it, are watched. And of course, the sharing formulas are usually agreed between Netflix and movie practitioners. Do you think that's an advantage? Because you have stated that social media has actually done bad than good. So Netflix is also part of social media. Amazon Prime and the other movie platforms are actually part of social media. Do you think these platforms have done worse in terms of promoting our traditional culture and in our system?
Yes, in a way, they've done great, right? The other way around, they should be cautioned.
How?
One, they've done great because if you look at it, initially, our movies are in the market, open market, when we said hard copies. At the time, that one was phased out. If not all these channels, there wouldn't be any market for movie making now. Movie marketing, you understand? So they are all good. But what I'm saying is that, in as much as they are there,
it phased, just before you go ahead, it phased out to the point where people started renting movies.
Okay.
You remember?
I do.
There's a place there was a time, even me, I know I went to a place to rent a movie for 24 hours, for 2 days, for thereabouts. So it got to that point.
Yes.
And I think piracy played a huge role where, it was difficult for the body to be able to capture those who do that. Because when you lend a movie, you do not know who you are lending it to. There might be people who go and redo the movie and then start selling on their own, and the monies will not be going to, these people. So And now we have this platform, this streaming platform that the movie producers can easily sell their movie to and discuss sharing formula. You say that's not a good thing?
No, it's a good thing. Let me rewind back a little bit to what you said. You talked about the video clubs.
Mm-hmm.
The problem we had in our industry, let me just use our industry as an example, is that we don't believe in anybody's ability. If you are good, that you are supposed to be Moses that will take us to Israel, to the promised land, they will not listen to you. Right? Had it been that they listened to us, it wouldn't have been like this. In the first place, I am the person that gave Video Club their names in Nigeria. VIC1, Video Club Owners Association of Nigeria. I gave them that name because I was first to raid them all over the country. At the end, I discovered that these people are not our problem. One bit, they are not. They are good customers. After raiding them, I told them to go and form associations so that we'll have body to discuss with, because I discovered that they are the market we have. There were about 8-point-something million in number all over Nigeria. So we now come to understanding that they will be buying our films for 500 naira to go and rent for 1 year. We sell film 250 naira then, and the 500 naira is for rental copies. So when you are giving out rental copies, you are not bringing out sales copies until this expires, right? Or if you are giving out rental copies and you are bringing out sales copies, then the rental houses cannot buy the rental copy, sales copy to sell, to rent. Rather, they will buy rental copies. If you sell 1 million copies only, you are making 250 million, apart from the the other 250 million which you made gain from.
Wow. Was that what was happening then?
No, that was what we discussed.
Okay.
But the marketers refused at the end of the day, calling them thieves and all that.
The marketers?
They refused to do it. They said no, that they cannot do business with the video club operators.
Could it be because they see them as oppositions or as rivals? Because if video clubs are also getting straight from the producers, marketers are also meant to get straight from the producers. So could it be because they see them as oppositions?
No, video clubs are not getting it from producers. You can't do it. You understand? You cannot censor your film if you are not a censor board registered company.
So they got it from where? Okay.
So that is why we sell our films to the marketers.
Okay, so marketers are the ones supposed to give it to video clubs? To video
clubs. You understand? The video clubs, most of them they come to the market and buy to go and rent. Of course, there must be piracy. If my film is not pirated, that film is not a good film. Didn't you know? If your music is not pirated, it's not a good music.
That was then.
Even till now. You know why?
Why?
If these things are pirated, that means it's going far. Some people take your film to media, cut it. They cut some bits, call it short skit. Is it not piracy? So it is still there. But they cannot do it to any film that is not good. It's only the films that are good that will do it. True or false? So what is there is that before the piracy can pirate your film, you have made a hell of money.
From the video clubs
Yes.
system.
You have made, I am talking of 1 million, where we have 8 million. 8 million members. Right. Can you produce it? You need bank to help you to produce.
So what would make, because it's only, one would wonder, what will make someone, they put a sweet substance in your mouth and you spit it out. What made the marketers to refute?
I said something here. In fact, I am on air. There are some things I will not say anyway. You understand? With reasons. But what I said before is, I said, if somebody that will lead them to promised land, as Moses comes, they will not want it. Everybody believed it is me, mine. Just like some of them went and opened, YouTube channels.
Okay.
Marketers?
Yes. This thing should have been for that Marketers Association. Had it been that they did it so, it would have been better. I advised them to do that. But instead of doing that, the people I advised went and called a few of them and opened
So what should be for Marketers Association?
The U2, they would have been the first to open it, so that their films will be going in there. They will be making money just like trading as well.
Does the producer sell directly to marketers?
Marketers are producers as well, but other producers, independent producers, sell direct to marketers.
Okay. Because I understand that even if you put stuff on YouTube and intend to make money from it, sometimes if you don't have the rights to it, YouTube will flag it.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, so
now that even that Marketers Association, there's something they call the name, IFMAN, you know.
Okay.
Had it been that they opened this thing, IFMAN YouTube, for them, they have the money to do everything. They have big offices. They have. It's only to employ workers. By now, the same union, if you are not part of the union, they cannot air your own. Just like what they're supposed to do on television. Today, they would have replaced African Magic. When these people came, we told them, buy a license, open your television, because you have the capacity. You are producing not less than 40 films in a month. So who can challenge you? Nobody. Instead of that, they keep on selling to African Magic, selling to these people. You see, and these people are buying it for peanuts.
Is it for peanuts?
Peanuts.
I thought it was a huge investment on the Nigerian African space, because African Magic in itself is worth billions. So they're bringing in their monies. You have produced a movie, you walk up to them, do a negotiation, if they check what the movie is about. These days, in fact, they even contract some of our producers and even our actors to work for them, to produce movies for them over the years.
They give you
not an investment.
Produce. And that's good. But what I'm saying is that after producing your film, I wish you produce one and take to them. You'll be surprised as what your film will.
But I understand that even Netflix pays higher than our local,
yes,
system. Isn't it?
Yes, but yet it's not worth it.
Still not worth it?
Still not worth it. That is why you go to Netflix, you take to this one, you take to the other one, in order to cover or in order to make
expenses.
Money. Yes, you understand? And because of the amount of money they are buying these films, nobody can be proud and say, let me bring out 10 million naira, 20 million naira to shoot a good movie.
Could it also be because of the quality of the production? That's why the prices differ.
That's what I'm telling you. Because of the price, that is what affected the production quality. No matter the kind of film you shoot, if you shoot a film with 100 million, you need to look out there to make your money.
Okay, we were asking you about the fact that if this was a juicy offer, selling 500 to at least 1 million people, and the marketers turned it down, could it be that they were sabotaged, or that internally Nollywood or film industry of Nigeria was sabotaged by itself? There was some record of how some foreign persons, speculations, came into Nigeria and wanted to pay a huge sum to the participants, both the cast, the crew, and all that. And someone in Nigeria called the person and said, no, that's too much money. And pay them less, they will still do the same job. So could it be that they were sabotaged, or they were selfish?
Good. Any of this thing now is a good name to it. You understand? Yeah. We do sabotage ourselves because of some people's selfish interests. Everybody wants to be the head. Just like I said before, if you bring in an idea, why must it be you? Is it not a sabotage? Are there any sense in that? And because you don't have any power, you are not a marketer. They have their union. Even though you are known, we have other guilds. But in those days, marketer is the head of all. Because there's nothing your guild can do for you, since your guild cannot market your film.
So are you saying there is no team spirit amongst the people?
The marketers know themselves alone. And based on the level of their own understanding, they were believing that you are not part of us. if you come in, you will rule. And that was what brought all these things. Otherwise, there are some people who knows it much. There are some experts, but they are not marketers. And these people cannot allow you into that fold. That was what happened in those days. I know that some of them might not like what I'm saying, but it is true.
What are the major problems of movie practitioners here in Nigeria?
Well, I think we need foreign bodies to come in and help the industry financially, technically. We need seminars, workshops, symposiums. We need all these things. We need to educate a lot of people in movie making. But we need equipment. We are down because the first people that made money in the industry did not reinvest it in the industry. Oh. Instead, they went and started building hotels, building rubbish, one thing or the other. I call it rubbish because it destroyed what made you. You understand what I'm saying? By now, had it been that those people invested the money they made from movies, by now, Nigeria would have been one of those that have more film houses than any other place. We would have climbed to a different level. All the shooting equipment, all the materials we are talking about now would have been here. There are so many things, there are so many equipments we don't have. We are just, most of our films, in fact, our films are being done by manpower. Use your head. What machine will do for you? You use your head, you do it. That is it.
But what about the government's involvement? You've spoken about in external influence. If somebody comes in and imports and brings in investments into the country, don't you think that they will have external influence to our culture instead of exporting, what you want them to export? They export what they would love to export. More like you will not have any say as to what goes out in terms of movie production. Don't you think that could be a huge fear? And secondly, why do you think the government hasn't really confidently put in huge sums of money, given that that is a huge source of engaging our youth?
Okay, just remind me the second question.
Okay.
Let me start from the first one. You see, foreign investors cannot influence our stories. Rather, they want our stories. But we are going to do that story well. Foreign bodies want your own story. They are tired of foreign stories and whatnot. They need your culture. They want to see it. You understand? Then if they, okay, look at it. Watch our films. When they say that the ENUGU want the entire people of the town to come, you see 7 boys and 4 girls. Is it not funny? The entire town. And the Indiche is always 2 men or 3. The Indiche. But when you talk of, if you want to talk about Igbo culture, we have Indiche, we have Ndiozo. These people are different. We have Ojiana. They are there. But we are not, because of money, because of some logistics that you cannot meet up with, you discover that we cannot interpret our own stories. We cannot. We are not interpreting it. I can see, I was watching one film today in the morning when I woke up. I saw the people in the palace, that is the servants in the palace, wearing white shirt with a tie. This
bow tie.
Bow tie. I said, oh my God. When did this happen? When did this happen in this side of the world? It is not true. It is not true. So why are you bringing it?
Maybe because they will say films are make-believes.
Of course. They will tell you that they have dramatic license to do it, is it not? But what are you trying to portray? In that your dramatic license, in that your make-believe. What are you trying to portray?
Now this is where we should be going to. Okay, you know, talking about,
There's
also...
a second leg of the question.
Okay, then.
Yeah, there's government involvement.
Okay. Yes, that's
Hasn't the government been enough with bringing in monies, given that it is supposed to be a source of engagement for the youth?
I think that is where I will blame the Film Corporation, right? Because they are supposed to be the mouthpiece of the industry in terms of government aspect. And I'll say it here verbatimly, that the problem we have is tribalism.
Tribalism?
Yes.
How so?
Wow.
That is the problem.
How so?
If you bring this money, is it Igbo man that is going to control a big chunk of it? Or will it be Yoruba man? Yeah, an Hausa man will be the head of, what do you call, Film Corporation.
You're talking about the National Film and Video Censors Board, or you're talking about
Film Corporation.
Film Corporation.
Yes.
Okay.
You understand?
Yeah.
Now, no, Yoruba man will be the head, even when an Igbo man is better. Or Igbo man will be the head, even when Hausa man is better. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying.
So who is in charge of appointing the head of the film board?
I think it is under Ministry of Information and Culture. I think so.
Okay.
Not clear. But what I'm trying to say is this. Whichever way, if they map out 20 billion now for us to make films, we will hear it. It will be on the pages of newspapers and the television. We will hear, we will see, we will hear it, see it on the television. That's enough. But many people will not see that money.
In the film board?
Yes.
In the production
in the production industry.
Really?
You can't assess it at the end of the day. So now, why don't they circulate this thing? Let every state have a liaison or Film Corporation office. Let every state have it. Get the equipment there. Make it accessible for people to use it. By so doing, you have given us that money we want. Then bring it to my doorsteps. I can now write to the people in charge to lend me money to do so certain. They can get the money from me. You get it?
Yeah.
The man in the north can as well do the same. The man in the west can as well do the same. Don't expect me to come to Abuja Mosque before I take it. It will boil down to knowing person or not knowing person.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, sir, for your time. We truly appreciate. Chimdi Chama is the National Vice Chairman Association of Movie Practitioners, having given us insight into movie producers and their challenges in the Nigerian system. We hope that things get better, really. And this tribalism thing that you spoke about is one that we have spoken about as our major issue in this country. I don't know that it's even affecting the film board as well.
It is.
Anyways, we would keep interrogating these matters with a view to bringing you up to speed with all of the things that you need to know. Stay with us. This is the Signature Morning. We'll be right back after this. To stay with us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome back. You're watching Signature TV. All right, we have joining us to talk about Jumbo Pay of the National Assembly on Zoom, Eda Ihoma Ngozika. Good to have you. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. I'm hearing you.
Okay. Thank you for joining us, Honorable Elder Ngozika. How do you do?
Yeah, good morning. Very well. It's
Okay,
been a rainy day.
Okay. Are you still in Imo State or you've moved from Imo State?
I'm in Owari.
Okay.
Yes.
Interesting. So this topic about the Jumbo Pay for National Assembly, a whole lot of people have highlighted it, saying is not a good thing that the National Assembly members are receiving so much monies, and the people who are supposed to be, basically having the basic things of life are not having it, but the members of the National Assembly are taking Jumbo Pay. Some others have also said that the National Assembly is not the problem, that the problem would actually be from the revenue allocation and fiscal mobilization, because they are the ones that fixes the salaries. Even though recently there has been this controversy about them coming to say that it was 1 million naira that they received. And then a senator from Kano says he receives more than that. In a recent interview, we had another number of someone who had served in the Senate to be 29 million. The senator says he received 21 million. So one wonders really, why is this a problem? We have always asked, how much does the senator receive in a month? And it hasn't come out. No, the Senate body hasn't come out to say this is the exact monies that they receive. Why is their salary shrouded in a lot of controversy?
A good question. Let me start by saying that, first of all, the language or the coinage, jumbo salary, is attributed to, would I call him former or present emir of Kano State, Lamido Sanusi Lamido, when he was the CBN governor. And is part of the reasons why we have not gotten so many things right in Nigeria. Because when people in high place of authority exhibit crass ignorance about the workings of a system, and they try to churn out a very bad image, is very, very bad. Let me say that for a start, there is nothing like jumbo pay to National Assembly members. And I will say this because this revelation first by Sheikh Husani, who used to represent Kaduna South Central, when they talked about 13.5 million naira monthly running cost. And this one that Abrahman Kawu Somaila, NNPP Kano South, talked about 21 million naira running cost. These are different from what the Revenue Mobilization Allocation and Fiscal Commission, that is the body charged with responsibility of fixing salary of public office holders, including the senators. They fix the salary for the president, the vice president, the senators, the House of Reps members, the governors, the deputy governors, the legislators at the state assembly, the local government chairman and their vice chairman, and the councillors. They fix salaries for ministers, commissioners, supervisors, and advisors. Now, they are captured in section 153 sub 1N of the Nigerian Constitution 1999 as amended. Now, the controversy arose when people do not distinguish between the office of a senator or House of Reps member, or even the office of a president or governor, from the person occupying the office. The office of a senator and House, he did not mention any individual here. He's talking about office of senator and House of Reps member. Section 48 says that the Senate shall consist of 3 senators from each state and 1 from Federal Capital Territory. And Section 49 says that subject to the provisions of this Constitution, the House of Representatives shall consist of 360 members representing constituencies of nearly equal population as far as possible, provided that no constituency shall fall within more than 1 state. Having established this, let me now look at Section 70 of the Constitution provides for the remuneration of senators when it comes to a member of the Senate or House of Representatives. He shall receive salary and other allowances at the Revenue Mobilization and Fiscal Commission may determine. One important question to ask is, has the Revenue Mobilization and Fiscal Commission determined the salary and other allowances of a senator in line with Section 70 of the 1999 Constitution as amended? The answer is yes. Official remuneration package for federal legislators, senators are as follows. 1, annual basic salary. 2, vehicle fuel maintenance. 3, personal aid. 4, house maintenance. 5, domestic staff. 6, entertainment. 7, utilities. 8, constituency. Then 9, robe, and 10, newspapers. These are their annual total package. As of 2008, when this last adjustment was made, the total package of a senator is 1,063,860 naira total for a month. That's what the law says. There are non-regular allowances that are paid either once in 4 years or as you're leaving the assembly. Non-regular allowances are as follows: accommodation, furniture, once in 4 years, annual leave, severance gratuity after tenure, vehicle loan that is optional, duty tour per night, and extra code per night. The above salaries and allowances are determined by the revenue, as we have said. Now, let us look at the office of a senator in the National Assembly. That office, the National Assembly Service Commission, is responsible for approving staff for office of a senator of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. It has approved as follows as of 2003. A senior legislative aide on grade level 16. 2, a legislative aide on grade level 12 to 14. 3, a secretary on grade level 7 to 8. 4, a special assistant on grade level 9. 5, a personal assistant on grade level 7. Then there's provision for consultants to work with them. Now, the National Assembly Service Commission went a step further to provide a work schedule for each of the staff employed for the senator based on his recommendation. Now, the senior legislative aide is in charge of research, preparation, and equipping the senator for the legislative work in National Assembly, as well as liaison with the ministries, departments, and agencies where the senator has oversight. The senior legislative aide must be a graduate with not less than 25 years post-qualification experience. Now, the legislative aide is in charge of maintaining the funds and accounts of the senator, which includes processing his monthly salary and allowances and retirement of the running cost of the office. The qualification is a graduate of not less than 15 years post-qualification experience. The secretary shall be in charge of senator's office, liaising with the various clerks of committees, clerk of the Senate and chamber staff, to collect correspondences. Qualification is graduate of not less than 8 years post-qualification experience. The special assistant and personal assistant are staff who accompany the senator to official engagements outside the National Assembly complex, including his constituency office. Qualification of his SA, graduate of not less than 8 years post-qualification experience, and personal assistant with not less than 4 years post-qualification experience, all appointed at the instance of the senator of the National Senator to the National Assembly Service Commission in a non-pensionable payment. Now, like other administrative setup in the executive and judicial arm of government, the senator assists his constituents in several ways, not limited to issuing letters of identification, recommendations for employment, attending to various invitations like weddings, naming ceremony, burials, scholarships, medical expenses, among others, as well as conducting mock public hearing to collect the views of constituents on bills awaiting legislative action, and hiring of consultants. All these are funded from the running cost of, as approved by the National Assembly Service Commission. The legislative aide is the officer in charge of managing this fund on behalf of the senator and retires the expenditure monthly. The running cost is no way part of the senator's salary and allowances, as enumerated above. It is part of the abuse and lack of accountability, where we have noticed collusion between the senator and National Assembly Service Commission to engage staff not qualified to occupy the offices attached to the office of the senator. Here, the accounts department now pay the running cost alongside the monthly salary and allowances of the senator, which account is not retirable. The same anomaly is also witnessed in the relationship between the Senate committee chairman or chairman and clerk of the various committees, leading to mismanagement of committee funds and activities. It is important to state that the absence of the legislature for a greater part of our nation's development from 1960 to 1966, 1979 to 1983, and 1999 to 2024 ensured that the executive and judiciary had perfected their operational activities to achieve better working relationship.
Right, I want
there
to
is nothing
say
special about that. Yes, there is nothing special about this 13.5 or 21 million running cost approved for the office of a senator, if only the public is made to realize that it is not from this running cost fund that numerous demands placed on the senator are being made. Other offices, as provided by the Nigerian Constitution, are amended, including president, vice president, House of Reps, governors, deputy governors, state House of Assembly members, chairmen and councillors of local government, ministers, commissioners, and advisors, all have running costs, which they maintain the activities.
Okay, so is this statement from the National Assembly or from RAMFAC?
Which one?
This one you just finished telling us.
This is a combination of the Revenue Mobilization and Fiscal Commission, the National Assembly Service Commission, and the bureaucracy of the National Assembly. I happen to have been part of the Assembly from 2003 to date, both as member and consultant.
Okay.
So what I'm making available to you are documents that are supposed to be in public domain to clear this whole anomaly. First,
okay. So
the ones that issued by the Revenue Mobilization and Fiscal Commission, constitutionally entitled to do that, they have done it and it's in order.
Okay, so two
Second,
questions.
The one done by the National Assembly Service Commission, where we have slight abuses since 2007. Then,
okay,
the one of the bureaucrats, that is the National Assembly Service, the National Assembly on its own, headed by the clerk of the National Assembly, either who is equivalent of the head of service in the rank.
So I wanted to ask two questions. When the RAMFAC chairman came and saying that the salaries received by senators is 1,060,000, is that true? And then secondly, why is the monies being paid directly to the senator's account? You mentioned in that statement that the monies are managed by the legislative aid of the National Assembly.
Yes, on level 12 to 14.
Not monies paid to the personal account of the senator. This amount is paid to the personal account of the senator.
Yes, I made it clear that in 2007, especially when Dimeji Bankole became Speaker of the House of Representatives, that was when this abuse was noticed. It wasn't there from 2003 to 2007. I know that in my office, with late Right Honorable Independent Chedozie Ogulewe, I have the federal constituency, the account of the running cost was being managed by Peter Osuji, who first of all was a banker before he joined, and a graduate of 1996, and who left the bank to join us. So he was in charge of retiring the running cost of the office of honorable member then representing Esirite, House of Federal Constituency. And it's on record that from 2003 to 2007, there was no issue of jumbo salary or anything. But,
no, but was the money paid to the House of Rep member directly?
In 2007, 2003 to 2007, it was paid into the account of the member, that is the legislative aid. He had a special account for this particular transaction because he is in charge of retiring, taking the positions. What does he need? If a constituent comes and you need to maybe put him in a hotel, depending on what he is in Abuja for, he supervises it. He obtains the receipt from the hotel to retire that expenses. He must do that every month before, because it's more of an impress. It's a running cost of the office. If the senator is traveling to the constituency from where he draws his allowances, he goes to purchase a ticket for him, okay? And these are part of the retirement. He retires all this. Because you are not expecting him to, from the 1,006,000 naira to run the office. Just like the head of service, the permanent secretaries, and directors in the ministry, every one of them has a running cost. It's a normal thing, but I am aware that in the civil service, nobody has been able to collapse the running cost into the salary of the individual civil servant. But that's an anomaly that came in 2007 when Bankole, I want to be calling names. So I've seen his name. I've seen in the interview he granted in a newspaper. So he has called himself out. So he was part of those, maybe bringing his experience from England where he studied, and maybe he knew more than other people knew, those in the National Assembly Service Commission and the bureaucracy. So they were able to now collapse. But when I made further inquiries, I found that it was in 1999, it was the bureaucrat, the clerk of the National Assembly, that was in charge of the running cost. And at the end of every year, there were a lot of funds in excess. So when the Auditor General will come for the audit, in order to help squander the money, they needed to have done so many things before the 31st, because after 31st, the funds will roll back. So that's where they started issue of, oh, guy, you are entitled to social amount to run the office. He said, well, why don't you give it to me? Okay? And in giving it to him, the legislature stopped managing the account. He became the bureaucrat who now started managing it alongside the honorable members and senators. It's a conspiracy between them and the bureaucrats in the National Assembly.
Okay, so Honorable Elder, how do you respond to the criticism that these salaries contribute to the economic challenges in the country? That's one. And what are the long-term, economic implications in maintaining these particular salaries for legislators?
Now, like I've said, let us distinguish the salary of the senator and the running cost, the operational cost of running the office of a senator. Because the budget of the National Assembly is shared among the following offices I'm going to mention now. If you hear that National Assembly received, let us say, in like this year, let us say that they receive about, say, 400 billion. It is shared among, one, the Senate, made up of 109 members, the House of Representatives, made up of 360 members, the National Assembly Service Commission, that has a representative of each state of the Federation at FCT. Then the National Assembly bureaucrats of the National Assembly, like I said, who is a head of service in the civil service. Then you have the legislative aides that are over 3,000. You have the Institute of Legislative Aid, which is almost at the university now. You have the Public Complaints Commission. Then you have international bodies like ECOWAS Parliament, Commonwealth Parliaments. All of them draw from whatever is the budget of the National Assembly, and not what Sanusi did. By looking at the whole 400 billion, he will divide it by 469 members, and will arrive at quote-unquote jumbo that is not what it's supposed to be. In the Central Bank of Nigeria, where he worked last, he had a running cost, and I should call him out to tell Nigerians what, as of today, is the running cost of a CBN governor for outside his own salary. Because we must start opening up the discussion to know what, like we have said, minimum wage is 70,000. Who is on 70,000 today? Okay, what are the other packages? Just 2 weeks ago, the president approved the salary of the judicial officers, and we have seen what this CJN earns, and the Supreme Court judges down to the magistrate court, what they earn. Okay. But nobody has told us what is the running cost of the office of Chief Justice of Nigeria.
Okay, thank you so much, Elder. We honestly appreciate your input. We will keep looking into this matter, and we hope that we'll keep Nigerians abreast at the end of the day. Right now, we will be switching.
I want to sign off by saying that we must acknowledge that we have only had 25 years unbroken democracy, which is legislative work.
Thank you.
But the other sections have been around. So give us the patience and do not malign us. We are here to serve you and will serve you to the best of our ability.
Thank you so much for that take. Right now we have Dr. Chinedu Uguna. He will be discussing monkeypox, like what people now fondly call mpox. Good morning.
Good morning.
You obviously, you're not just hearing it from us, monkeypox first. So how do you differentiate mpox from similar viral diseases like smallpox, chickenpox, and all the poxes?
All right. See poxes, yeah. The truth is just like the mpox, formerly known as monkeypox, is if an infection mainly of the primates and rodents is normally an animal infection, but as it mutates, it finds its way in human. Ordinarily, we refer to them as zoonotic diseases. So, and then it's caused by a virus called monkeypox virus. This lesion, it has the nearest cousin it has in the poxes is the smallpox, because as you speak today, the vaccine against smallpox still is effective against monkeypox. But the truth remains that it has several high, what do you call it? The effectivity rate is very high. And we ought to be at alert and make sure that it doesn't spread as it does now. As we are talking now, the WHO has already placed it at a highest alert so far any disease can, because it is termed as global public health importance. It's a global health emergency. So, sincerely speaking, we should join force to make sure that it doesn't get spread more than it does now.
Okay, so what are the primary symptoms and mode of transmission for monkeypox?
Right. The first thing is there's a rash that comes on. This rash comes with, it now gets into blisters, and there's some lesions around this rash. And then when I say lesion, you can say wound. In some people, you just like have some wounds there, and it has blisters, it has fluid-like contents that spread and continue to spread over other people that has the same infection. There is a fever. There's flu-like symptoms. There's equally a headache, severe headache. The person comes down with a lot of muscle pains. You have so much back pain. So it is really, really disheartening. The person will now have weakness, lethargy, or call lethargy, and then you now see that person, easy fatigability. These are typical of monkeypox infection.
So how is it transmitted? If I wave hand at someone, will I catch it? Or is it by kissing or by hugging or or by contact with food or something?
The truth is just like I'll take it in three. It have 3 or 4 means, but all depends on contact. The first one, you can have it from human to human. In that human to human is purely a skin close contact with the person who has this infection, especially through sexual intercourse, sexual transmission. Then the contact with skin to skin. Through kissing, you can have it. Having sex with somebody who has lesion or rashes, you are probably had to come down with it. So you try as much as possible to avoid that. Then second one is from animal to man. The contact with animals that have this lesion, have this infection, you are most likely to come down with it. You are playing with them, you are eating such animal, the meat from such animal that is not properly and wonderfully cooked, you are most likely going to have it. And people who are at risk of this are the hunters, people who go and hunt animals. You can get there, and then this monkeypox has made these animals, remember we're talking about the monkeypox normally affect rodents. In rodents, we talk about rats, all the mouse, all the rodents family. Then primates, we talk about monkeys, apes, all the primates family. So if you happen to see such an infected animal and you feel that it's an easy hunt, and you collect the animal and go without knowing that the weakness that the animal had made it an easy prey for you to catch was as a result of an infection, you are likely to contact the illness. If you do that, then if they bring that back home to people who cook the bush meats, then the people who are preparing these bush meats, once they touch these secretions from this animal, they are likely to get infected from this illness if they didn't do have a lot of precaution in doing that.
I'm curious though. Did you say it's sexually transmitted?
Purely yes.
Monkeypox is sexually transmitted.
Take it to bank. Yes, and yes, and yes.
Wow.
Okay.
Okay. But is it from monkey itself? Is the disease from monkey itself? Why is it called monkeypox?
I said before now, well, it's a disease of the monkeys. It was first found among the monkey population in Denmark in 1958. This set of monkeys were monkeys that were kept in Denmark for research purposes. And the first disease was seen in them.
Okay.
So, and there has been a disease of these animals. But back then, the first one that we had in Nigeria around 2010 to 2014 that was genomically transmitted from animal to human was in Aba and Rivers States. So since then, you now have the disease that can be transmitted from man to man, from animal to man, from within the animal species. Then you can equally have this if you come in contact with first surfaces the sick person, the sick animal has, treaded on. If you wear the clothes somebody who has this disease you are likely to come down with it. If you had a hug with him for sometimes close skin contact, most especially with the ones that have the lesions, the Igbos will say onya, so those that have these lesions, they can transmit it. Then if you lie on the bedspread that the person had laid on, you are most likely going to. Then touch surfaces, other pillowcases, and other things that this infected person had used. You are having a high chances of having it. It can equally be transmitted from a mother to a child through mother-to-child transmission. So these four means are typically, I'll shock you, from work done, the most vulnerable people are the gays, the men that have sex with men. If you don't, just get it on.
Really?
Yes. How does that happen? Because I was about to ask, what's the severity of monkeypox? How does it vary across different age group population?
That's like those the neonates, that's the newborns, that they are at very high risk. The pregnant women are very high risk. People who have low immunity, that are very high risk, like people who have HIV/AIDS or taking anti-cancer drugs, that are very high risk of having that. Then, especially in those populations that are having sex, unsafe sex, they are equally at a high risk.
Okay.
Then you can now come down with people I was just like trying to mention, people like hunters that have contact with these animals, people that plays with their pets, that they are having such things. They terribly have a very good chance of having this disease.
Okay, so you did mention that people that practice gay acts are more likely to contact or, consume this. I would use the word consume or have it, Is it because is it that gays eat more of Ratus novecicus? Geekus, you understand what I mean?
No, it has to do with
because
contact.
You mentioned the fact that Ratus
it has the contact, the skin-to-skin contact.
Okay.
The acts. If you were opposite sex, there may be lubrications that can, but that you may not have such. The severe skin-to-skin contacts. and then that's predisposed them more.
Right, so what about the prevention? How can individuals prevent themselves from from this monkeypox disease? And what has been the government response so far? Has it been good enough for you? And what should government be doing? At what stage are we right now? And what should the government be doing at this time?
Let's just remind me, let me take them, because these are double-loaded questions. Let me take them one after the other. I'll start with prevention. So the prevention mode, first, internally, is very important that we opt our personal hygiene level. You should try as much as possible to wash your hands, then wash the surfaces, especially where patients that have such rashes are being, taken care of. You should equally try to avoid contact with people who have rashes, visible rashes you can, because you don't know which one is that. You try to avoid serious direct contact with such people. You may not know where is that coming down from. You try, if you are not seeing them, immediately you finish touching, wash your hand, use alcohol-based hand sanitizers to clean up, because its research has shown that this virus are liable to, hot water with detergents. So if you wash all those bread spreading with hot water and detergents, you are most likely going to kill it and take it off. Then you use your hand sanitizers to clear the surfaces that such persons must have. After treating patients, for doctors and health professionals, you should wear personal protective devices to make sure that you are not getting in contact with this. These include goggles, gloves, and then having some protections over your skins. So this can help in preventing it. Again, there's a availability of vaccine. It is vaccine preventable disease. And one nasty young man in Igbo, what he will tell you, Kitsipa Babugu. The Kitsipa was just like the smallpox. And that Kitsipa has a lot of resemblance with this resurgence of monkeypox. So it's like the person has gone to the highest to tell you that you don't have any hope of surviving. So you will now try as much as possible to take care of your environment and personal hygiene. You will try to avoid contact. I said you take those vaccines. Ask me, this vaccine, 2 doses of it can, settle the matter. But then, if you have taken it before now, and in this surface of increased epidemic, you can take 1 shot. It may be enough to protect you from it. You avoid playing with animals, pets. You never know which one had it. Then try as much as possible to cook your meat very well before you eat it. This will help you to protect you against this disease. Okay.
No, for the government.
Yeah, the government, I said, remember, this wave of infection that started sometime about early January, and then the epicenter of this had been the Democratic Republic of Congo. That's where the whole thing is happening. But as we speak here in our country, that's about last week, up to 39 cases across 33 states in Nigeria had been, notice that 39 cases has been identified, reported. And then so many states, including our dear states, has been put on health red alert. So since this wave, the Africa Center for Disease Prevention and Control had declared this monkeypox a disease of public health importance. So they have been placed at alert. Nigerian Center for Disease Control and Prevention had also placed people at the port health and led alert to make sure that people with such symptoms will not enter the country. So the WHO, as I said, had labeled it. So the government had tried to, sensitize and then put us to be at the active surveillance level, encouraging everybody to be your own security keeper and make sure if you see somebody with such rash near you, please try and report to the nearest health facility. If you are having such things, please don't play drought with your life. Go, let them now do their necessary tests and make sure that it is not there. Then governments, other efforts that are trying to do, but I say that we should up our games. As you speak with us, you should know that what is happening in the health industry is not something that anybody can, speak good about. I mean, there are a lot of jabber that is happening. People are not being remunerated and they are not there. And anybody will tell you that if you want somebody to go to the forefront, you give to do that. As we are speaking, Europe has had his first case about last week. They had, I think it was in Sweden, they have a case. Pakistan has recorded a case. So it's no more an African thing. It's a global thing. So it's called for everybody to put hands on deck to make sure that we protect ourselves against this invader.
So what protocols right now, because seeing that is prevalent amongst us in the world, so what protocols are in place for the isolation and treatment of monkeypox patients? And what role can community leaders and organizations play in enhancing public awareness and preparedness for mpox?
Right. Of the protocols, just like I said, once you get your notice for the mpox symptom for anybody, you should try as possible to send it out. They said if you see something, say something. It is very paramount in this case. Case reporting should be upped. People should be encouraged to try as much as possible to bring to the notice of the health workers the diseases available. Again, if you look at what is prevalent in those hospitals, there's an isolation protocol. You get them and then make sure that the contact with that the index person is highly reduced. People don't have person-to-person contact with them. With what they use, they should be isolated so that the transmission will be hot at a point. Again, if you look at seriously, among people who have this, there is no known treatment. There's no known treatment. Okay.
There's no known treatment for what?
For monkeypox. The thing had been that normally, now we'll talk. The personal hygiene is very apt that you will not take yourself conscious of these environments that can get it. Remember again, I equally would have want us to know practicing safe sex is equally an important avenue for preventing the disease. Now, the immune system, you eat rightly, exercise, and try to, do other things that will encourage your immunity, it will help. The monkeypox, research has shown that if it happens to one person once, it's most likely that person may not contact it the next time. In cases it happened the second time, the severity will be reduced. Okay. But it is often than not, once you suffer from it, you will not have it.
Is it fatal?
Currently, about 500 deaths has been recorded.
Okay. Since it broke out?
Yes, this recent one. So you will not say that such things that is not.
In Congo, it should be more, right?
Yeah, that's where the epicenter, that's where the whole thing is happening. Most of the deaths is in Congo. In Nigeria, there's no deaths recorded so far out of those 39 cases.
So much. Dr. Chukwuna right there giving us an insight into monkeypox and what you should know. We're back shortly for another discussion. Do stay with us.
Subscribe to our YouTube channel at Signature TV. We're switching guests now to, but on same topic, talking about the preparedness of our health sector in regards to this monkeypox and any other disease that may break out, because I know some time ago we didn't hear of that, but now it's upon us. To do that effectively with us, we have Dr. Jeff Okorie. You're welcome, sir.
Thank you.
Dr. Jeff is a chief consultant, I think, with ENUGU, no, I don't think, with ENUGU State University Teaching Hospital, consultant infectious disease physician. You're welcome, sir.
Thank you.
So we had an earlier guest and we're dealing on this monkeypox. Moving further, we're asking, what are the long-term strategies for preventing the spread of monkeypox and other zoonotic diseases?
Let me start by saying that monkeypox, mpox, now more appropriately described, is one of those reimagined diseases, right? And when we say reimagined diseases, we're talking about diseases that were restricted to a location, or diseases that had occurred in the past and that are now rising to become of public health importance. And we're having more of it. We had Corona and then we had COVID-19. I'll come to what you asked. Now, it's important to note that some of these diseases are beginning to re-emerge again because of globalization. Okay, more trips are occurring, people are traveling, it's becoming easier to move from one location to another. People are migrating out of Africa, moving to Europe, North America, and the rest. So what it means is that some of the things or disease conditions that had been localized to West and Central Africa are beginning to find a place in Europe and America. So when you talk about long-term prevention strategies, you would need to look at it from a global scale. And there is a concept that is being used right now that is called the One Health concept. One Health concept is a concept that looks at the health of man, particularly as it has to do with some of these epidemic diseases, that looks at the relationship between man, animals in their natural habitat. So that's the One Health concept. So if you're talking about long-term prevention strategies, you're looking at, how to harmonize the coexistence of man, animals in their natural habitat. What that means is that the relationship between man and animals, I give you an instance, there is a lot of deforestation going on, right? Man is invading what is the natural habitat of these animals, from where some of these zoonotic diseases are picked up from. So, these are things that have to be looked into, because man is going into the forest, there is agriculture going on, there is industrialization going on. So looking at it holistically, it is the One Health concept. How does man prevent himself in the course of going about his daily activities from picking up diseases that are domiciled in animals naturally? And then how does the environment help us? A lot of people are moving from rural communities into the cities. We have hunger in the land. Everybody knows what is going on right now. People are moving into the forest, and then people are eating all manner of things. And then with low socioeconomic class, with man getting involved with forestation, deforestation, with increased migration, all of these, when they are not synchronized, put man at risk of picking up diseases, not just mpox like we're discussing. This is mpox, but mpox is just one. Yellow fever is there, is the same. So these are all zoonotic conditions. So going forward, it is the platform of the One Health concept that protects man in the course of his activity, in the course of interaction with his environment and animals, to be in a place where he's protected from diseases that would affect him in the course of his daily life.
All right. I mean, this is quite interesting, because I'm trying to find out, This is coming from Congo. Well, I understand that it was first discovered in 1957, 1958 or so.
58.
58. How did this particular one break out?
Nobody can say exactly this is how it broke out, but we know that mpox is a disease that you find in rodents, find in primates, find in squirrels. And like I said, the moment there is interaction between man and these animals, you may not be able to say this is what happened, but it is in the course of interaction of man with these animals. And when I mean interaction, interaction could come as man, humans getting involved with catching these animals. And then they come into raw contact with the monkeys or the squirrels or infected body fluids from these animals. We're talking about fecal matter here, we're talking about urine, we're talking about saliva or other body fluids from these animals. And then interestingly, man feed on these animals. And sometimes these animals are poorly prepared, poorly cooked. I remember having had to manage a case, I think that was in 2019. And then, the guy traveled to Bayelsa and then he was feeding on bushmeat. And then he wasn't home prepared. So he got it by the, by the roadside. And then he came back home, had the symptoms presented, and it was monkeypox.
Wow. Wow. So how is the health sector in Nigeria prepared for this? Because again, some people will say we really never prepare for so many things. If for anything, the COVID-19 would have taught us a lesson. Have we learned a thing or two from it? Are we preparing for it? We understand that even vaccines are being imported. Congo is reporting that they have received vaccine from the USA. They will soon receive vaccines from the USA and Europe. And that means the vaccine is not even ready, as the case may be. How is the health sector in Nigeria preparing for it? Do you think that we should start as a continent and then Nigeria look inwards to homegrown solutions to some of these diseases?
Absolutely. Preparedness for epidemic diseases is something that's been on the front burner, especially after the advent of COVID-19. COVID-19 took the world at large, hit the world below the belt, and then we found out that even the supposedly developed countries were grappling with the numbers that they were having, but for some reasons, the wave in Africa wasn't as predicted. If the wave in Africa, if it hit Africa the way it hit Europe and America, it would have been dead bodies by the streets. So that tells you that our health infrastructure is suboptimal, and it's no news. It's in the public domain. Now, what I would say is that COVID kind of alerted us in sub-Saharan Africa as to how weak our health infrastructure has been. A lot of states didn't have isolation centers at the time. They didn't even have infection prevention protocol in most hospitals. Most people didn't even know about infection prevention protocol. So all of these were the gains of COVID-19. Are we prepared for what is coming? I don't think we are. But what I think is that we can leverage on the gains of COVID-19, because whether we have gains from COVID-19, we surely do. Because I can tell you that we are now aware that a number of hospitals, don't ask me how prepared those isolation centers are, but a number of hospitals now have isolation centers. Are they enough? Obviously, in my assessment, they are not adequate. But at least we have something, as opposed to 2020, when there was next to nothing. So what I think is that the government would be working on improving the facilities of the gains of COVID-19 and then getting ready for what could come with mpox. And when we talk about health infrastructure, we're talking about humans, we're talking about materials, right? We're talking about human beings that are trained to handle. It's not infectious diseases of high consequence is not something, not even every health professional can manage. All right, so that's why we have infectious disease physicians, being trained across the country. And then even if you are not an infectious disease physician, there is a protocol. I can reliably inform you that there was a meeting last week of all the state commissioners of health across the nation in Abuja with NCDC. And then that is like a larger group of trying to brainstorm on how to take on the challenge of mpox, you know, as it comes. And part of the outcome of that meeting is that they are supposed to come down to the state and step down the knowledge of what is discussed, and then the strategies on how to contain this disease as it comes down to the state, and then from the state to the local government and to the communities. Because if you just say, you know, let everybody know, it is something that the state has to respond, all right? The state has to own it and then take leadership in the response, okay? And that is what I expect from what is going on at the Federal Ministry of Health, step down to the State Ministry of Health, down to local governments and communities. It will involve mobilization of manpower. It will involve a lot of human capacity training so that there is preparedness, so that people get to know what to do. Because I can tell you, in most facilities, you get there and then you say monkeypox, everybody jumps through the window, including the health care workers, because they don't know what to do. So people should be trained. There is a lot of training and retraining that needs to be done. And then very importantly, you know, it has to, the health infrastructure, the isolation centers, the PPEs. PPE is personal protective equipment that is supposed to be a shield for the person who is practicing, so that in the course of taking care of somebody, you don't put your life on the line.
Okay, so how effective is the current communication strategy informing the public about monkeypox with the prevention and the control measures?
Yeah, it's how effective. What I would say is that a lot needs to be done, right? You find people getting information online, reading stuff on the news. But the truth of the matter is that when you get to the rural communities and you say mpox, most people don't even know what you're talking about. So the communication needs to step down to the rural communities. And, you know, unfortunately, a number of these things go on there because they are the ones who are engaging more contact with the animals, you know, more contact with the forest. So I think that part of the response would have to be communication. I don't think the communication is optimal. I think that more work needs to be done in enlightening the public on the symptoms of this disease, being able to be aware of what is going on and how exactly to respond, just in case anybody sees something that he or she suspects to, that could be mpox.
Okay, you know, most times we get these things hit us like we're not aware. So my question will be, what role do vaccination campaigns play in the preparedness plan, and how accessible are vaccines to the public?
Okay, here again, just like most other things we do, in times like this, we don't own these things as a nation. It's not peculiar to Nigeria, right? It is a third world country's problem. These vaccines are not produced in this country. We would need to depend on USA, you know, Europe, and a lot of donor agencies, and then, you know, funder agencies to be able to embark on these things. As I speak with you, the information I have is that there are about half a million vaccines available, all right? And then about 2-point-something million will be ready by the end of the year. These are what the statistics look like, all right? So, and then, of course, you know that the global attention is on DR Congo. That's where most of the vaccines would be sent to when it arrives, all right? And then the next in focus is Nigeria because of our large population. So it becomes important that going forward, I cannot tell you that Nigeria will wake up and start producing vaccines today, okay? I mean, it is what it is. We still have to depend on support from the developed nations to help us combat this condition. And then I know that when the vaccines are ready, it will still cascade down from the Federal Ministry of Health down to the states and to the local governments. In that order, that's the way it has always been.
Wow. Dr. Jeff Okori, wow, what a time with you. A consultant, infectious disease physician, ENUGU State University Teaching Hospital. Many thanks for your time. We'll keep engaging these issues because I also think that developing homegrown solutions to our problems is a way forward. Waiting and depending on foreigners because we feel that they are superior is for me not something I think that we should continue doing. Just like we did with COVID. We had to wait it all out. And even when it felt like we were producing our own, some of us killed it and said we shouldn't take it because we're not sure. So if they can steal our knowledge, steal our doctors,
steal our oil.
And steal so why can't we develop ours, to cater to some of these issues?
Yes.
So we'll keep engaging these issues and with the view of finding the solutions to some of these things. Thank you again for coming.
It's my pleasure being here. Thank you.
All right. So coming up all the way from Abuja is a very, very interesting package report. My colleague spoke to you earlier about the world's World Mosquito Day.
Yeah.
When you mention mosquito, the first thing that comes to my mind is malaria. Because that's for me the only uses of mosquito. But there's a package report about it that is the the World Mosquito Day. So we will sign off with that. But I know you're going to enjoy this. There's so much that you can learn from that. Thank you so much for joining us on today's program. We're back tomorrow for another fine time with you.
It's like I stated earlier at the beginning of this program, that is very important that we know and celebrate mosquitoes like any other thing you want to celebrate. Why? Because you need to understand them to know how to avoid them. And so I would leave for you to watch the package report. I'm Sergio Malina. Like I always say, stay in love.
Many thanks for joining us here on Signature TV Abuja, the political capital of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. I am Godwin Sunday. And here in our Abuja office this morning, we're talking about World Mosquito Day, and helping us to make sense with this conversation is Given Promise, also known as the Priest of Africa. He is a youth leadership and engagement specialist. He is also a VSO Global Media Ambassador. And with him this morning is Olamile Konladikpupo. He has a vast experience across the health sector, and both of them are with us this morning in the studio. Welcome to Signature Men and Gentlemen. Promise, let's begin with you this morning. First, what do you think is the significance of observing the World Mosquito Day, and how do you think that celebrating this day can help in the fight against mosquito-borne diseases?
The World Mosquito Day is very vital in Africa, especially in Nigerian communities. The World Mosquito Day is also celebrated to create awareness, raise awareness in communities, and allow people to understand the vectors that breed mosquitoes and how they can be combated. And also it also helps in collaboration and allows for innovative approaches in combating mosquitoes. So mosquito has various diseases that they cause, like malaria, NTDs, and the likes. So it also brings about reduction in death when people understand that this is what these mosquitoes are capable of doing. It's an avenue for government to engage communities, so communities understand behavioral changes and behavioral approaches in environmental changes that can also reduce the risk of having malaria and entities in the community.
Ola, let's come to you at this moment. What are your general thoughts on mosquito-borne diseases and their impact on our daily lives? In other words, how serious is the threat of mosquito-borne diseases to our immediate community? Of course, you can give us statistical methods or something just to help us know how serious the threat is on mosquito in our immediate community.
Thank you very much for that question. And when you look at it statistically and on a global level, the death toll that we have with mosquito-borne disease over the years is something that is approximately about 680,000 people that lose their lives to mosquito every year. And when we're talking of mosquito-borne diseases now, we're not talking of just a type of disease, because we have some mosquito that causes malaria, some causes some type of NTDs in terms of dengue, Zika, and lymphatic filariasis. And looking at our country, Nigeria, for example, we are exposed to about 16 of these entities, and which some of them, there's about 5 or maybe more, are caused by mosquitoes. For example, some part of Nigeria is endemic with lymphatic filariasis, and this affects us a lot because it also leads to disabilities. It makes people develop disabilities like hydrocele, lymphedema, and I don't know if you might have heard of it before, but people also call lymphatic filariasis elephantiasis. You see people that come up with fat legs and fat limbs and stuff like that. So that's a whole lot of impact in our society, and it affects a lot. Even our economy is affected. So generally, mosquito-borne disease is a major threat which we should not leave to threaten us.
Promise, let's bring this back to you. I know you've traveled far and wide, and you're exposed when it has to do with traveling and going to other countries to explore what they think. And I know you've had your share of mosquito bite across different countries also. So let me bring this to you. Compare Nigerian mosquito-borne diseases. Let's do a comparative analysis with other countries. How do you think that the government has fared with its fight to combat mosquito-borne diseases in the country compared to other African countries so far?
Okay, thank you so much. Generally, I would say the government are trying in terms of all the collaboration that have been putting forward to combat mosquito-borne diseases, especially NTDs and malaria. But there's a lot more to be done in terms of the budget allocated to health and budget allocated to specifics in terms of malaria and NTDs. However, in terms of attending to the deficit in the national budget, government also has partnerships with key agencies and organizations that are funding malaria interventions in Nigeria, like the likes of Caribbean, the likes of Malaria Consortium, the likes of African Leaders Malaria Alliance, where the youth corps is under, and we also have the likes of the World Health Organization residents in Nigeria. They also put up the fight with the federal government to ensure communities, and that's the fact I like about the Nigerian government. They are taking the fight bottom top, ensuring communities are equipped, having the right capacities to engage with their fellow community members in the fight against malaria and NTDs.
So, Ola, we're bringing this to you again. Tell us, how effective do you think the current public health measures are in controlling the mosquito populations and preventing mosquito-borne diseases? And what more do you think can be done at the community or government level to combat mosquito-borne diseases?
For a fact, I'm actually going to say the public health space or the facilities, the government at large, they are winning the war. And even globally, they are winning the war. But let's bring this down to us in Nigeria now. You know, there are a lot of initiatives that have been in place to stop the increase in, for example, malaria incidence reports, like how the endemicity of the disease. And one of the initiatives is the record of the malaria incidence reports, which Malaria Consortium is part of the partner that is facilitating that program. And when you look at what they're doing is over a period of I think 4 months or more, you get the list of people that have visited the air facilities to report a case of malaria, then over the course of 3 years, you know, when you look at it statistically, you'll be able to tell, okay, is there an increase in the reports we're getting? Maybe, okay, people that are reporting the case of malaria, are they reducing or they are increasing? And there's a lot of programs that they are doing in the public health space. We have the distribution of LLIN, that's a long-lasting insecticide annex that you made mention of the other time. This is actually one of the most important strategy in the prevention of malaria, because when you use that net, it prevents you from the mosquito bite. So regardless of what a mosquito is going to cause, when the bite is prevented, you don't have to worry about treating a particular disease, which is very, very, very good. And we'll see where places or opportunities when you have free access to doing rapid diagnostic tests, which is the RDT. They used to test for malaria. So when you do that, you can visit any health facilities. They will do that for you. You are sick with malaria, normal prescription and the normal way you should approach it is the use of ACT. So, and I can tell for a fact that our facilities have been doing that. So I think, yes, we are doing a lot when it comes to winning the fight against mosquito-borne disease.
Promise, I'm curious at this point. Why is your organization getting involved in the fight against mosquito-borne diseases at this point in time? You want to lead us through why your organization is getting involved and talking about mosquito-borne diseases, even as we're celebrating World Mosquito Day today?
Okay, the truth is, people don't fight what they don't understand. And people only win a war when they have the best strategies and the best defense or attacks. Now, Nigeria as a nation, we have the most populous nation in Africa and the most populous black nation in the world, and that gives us the leverage of having the most populous youth population statistically. Now, the Nigerian population actually is divided into various of youth populations. You can have Gen Z, Gen X, Gen Alphas, all in the same generation. And that gives us an advantage of innovation, advantage of strategy, advantage of resilience, advantage of drive. And those populations are not just found in the urban cities, they are also domiciled in the communities. So why not we empower those youth in the communities and equip them with capacities to drive this change for us? And that's why we're coming. Because we find out that the youth are innovative, the youth are resilient, and if the youth are purposeful in whatever they put their heart to do, they get it done. So that's why the youth are called together and they form a coalition and a task force to drive the engagement against malaria and entities, especially in communities. They drive advocacies, they drive policies, they drive behavioral change communications in communities, they do radical engagement, community engagement and awareness. They can meet their kings and their stakeholders and their leaders. They can talk to them. Student communities are mainly more of youths. 95% of student communities are more of youth. 95% of innovative researchers are more of youth. Lekon is a very strategic researcher in terms of malaria and entities in Nigeria. So you can see that youth have the skills, and one thing I need to add, youth, exploring the youth population reduces the cost of implementing a project because they have everything within them, they have a desire and they have a drive. All they need is the support. And that's why the Ministry of Health in different states campaign and implementation, and I'm thanking the Ministry, the Department of Public Health and the Minister for Health for giving us the backing to carry out this intervention and linking us to different divisions in the Ministry of Health to drive these actions. They are the ones giving us guidance, they're the ones telling us how to go about it, aligning us with national plans and programs so that we not deviate to the strength we have. Youth have a lot of strength, and the strength needs to be harnessed in the right direction. And that's what the ministries are doing. And because they understand the strength in the youth population, they're exploring it rightly, and give us 5 to 10 years, you will see the adverse impact that the youth movement will make in the fight against entities and malaria.
Ola, I know we've been doing a lot of things rightly. The government, community leaders, and what have you. But then the rise on mosquito-borne diseases keeps growing by the day. I'm tempted to ask, what are we doing right? What should we do, and what are we not doing to ensure that we have a mosquito-free Nigerian communities?
Okay. When you talk about the right approach to implementing a program in terms of mosquito-borne diseases, if I'm to get your question right, you're asking what are we doing right as youth and what are we doing wrong as youth? Okay, so what we are doing wrong as youth is thinking this fight is for specific people, or is for specific persons. And when you look at the fight against mosquito-borne disease generally, it's a fight we all have to burden ourselves to, because it doesn't affect only you, it affects people you love, people you don't love, and at large it affects the whole community. So this whole thing, it's a chain. When I do this sensitization for you, you go ahead and carry it out to other people, then from other people it gets to more people. That is how it should be. And we should be very open-minded, not to think, okay, this is specifically for people in the health sector. No, this is not specifically for people in the health sector, because regardless of your profession and where you live, the kind of work you do, malaria, NTDs related to mosquito-borne disease can affect anybody. So what we're doing wrong is not having an open sensitization, or having the burden of it is supposed to be by the health sector. That is one thing we're doing wrong. And over the years, what young leaders have been doing right is leading a position of power in areas that focus more on elimination of these mosquito-borne diseases. I have various examples, but I'm going to give you one. You look at the recent innovation of the Wahlbeck method. So when you look at the team in director of the production of that re-engineered mosquito, one of them is Sholin. That Sholin is actually a very young lady, and for her to be in that position doing great thing, because what they just produced now is creating a re-engineered mosquito that the male Anopheles mosquito, since it's the female Anopheles mosquito that transmit diseases, so they created a re-engineered male. So when it mates with the female, it makes the plasmodium or the Wucheria bancrofti in them, in terms of if it's lymphatic filariasis, it makes it dormant. So when they bite you, you don't get infected. And what created this innovation? It was to stop dengue. Because now we have an outbreak of dengue in Ghana, and everywhere is down, socially everybody is affected, the economic stability of the country itself would actually feel it, because having an outbreak has a way of reducing the DGP, which is very, 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 we're familiar with that in terms of COVID-19. We know how well that struck us. So a young lady like that doing something like that, that is very, very innovative. And we have people in Kenya, people in Uganda, young guys, young girls that are doing a lot. And we have telemedicine, creating apps that when you play it as a game, it tells you, okay, this is malaria, this is not malaria, this is the kind of drug you're supposed to use. You know, when you're playing that game, at the same time you're learning, you know what to do. So, and based on the severity, according to the game that lady produced, it's going to tell you you are to refer to a facility. So that is a very nice innovative. So I feel like, and I know we young leaders are doing a lot, and we will continue to do a lot.
And I also think, just to add, one good thing is that the current youth or young persons are doing, they are taking advantage of digital spaces and tools to create awareness massively. So recently we had Twitter spaces that brought about 5 countries into the space. And we also had Twitter space that brought in some government officials in Nigeria and outside Nigeria into the space. So Twitter space and digital tools and digital spaces are platforms that you use to take advantage to spread these messages, create awareness, and show people what needs to be done from their end, and allow them to get innovative with the solutions that are provided in that space.
Thank you very much for that. Just to add a little bit to what you just said, I could remember there was a time where I was at Calabar, yes, South. Then they used drones for their community mapping. You know, when in a digital world, you're going to places whereby the terrain is bad, you can't access it, and you need to deliver drugs to them. How are you going to go about that? Young innovations. We come up with ideas, we use drones, do the mapping. Sometimes we use drone to send medications to that area. And the funniest thing, the Warbeck method I was telling you about, they used drones to release those mosquitoes into the environment.
Thank you so much for finding out time to come to Signature Morning today. I hope when next we need you, you'll be on the show.
Yes, definitely.
Thank you so much.
Actually, today is World Mosquito Day, and we're currently having our World Mosquito celebration at Chida Hotels, and it's starting anytime soon. So we're just here to rush off down to Chida.
Wish you a happy World Mosquito Day celebration.
Thank you so much.
Right. This is how far we can go today on Signature Morning here in Abuja. I am Godwin Sunday. Do enjoy the rest of your day as we return you back to our ENUGU office for more updates.
From AIT Studios in Abuja, Nigeria, this is the O&M Sunday Show with Obiora Ilo and Mamode Akuga.
Hello there and welcome to your show. It is the O&M Sunday Show. I am Obiora Ilo. Mamode is not around today, but doing a lot of things that will help make sure we have a better program next week. Well, there's so much happening around the world, around the country, developments everywhere. But today we are going to be a little selfish because we are going to turn a blind eye to most of these developments and focus on someone who has been described as a cultural icon. She's a singer, an actress. But before all that, she was a journalist and broadcaster. At a point, she became a politician and at other times, administrator. She was a former chairman of the Imo State Arts and Culture Council. Yes, that was it. And very recently, she was the CEO of the Women Development Center. I didn't get that quite right, but we'll get to know all about her in a moment. I'm talking about the one that has been called the Elegant Stallion, Onyeka Onwenu. I'm sure our cameras, she's already here in the studio, so our cameras will have her. And in a moment, she'll be joining me to talk about some of her travails in her most recent job. And when we do that, we'll move from this serious corner and go to the sofa, where we'll talk about that beautiful side of her that a lot of us will remember, her career in music, and what the future holds for this great, multi-talented Nigerian. So don't go away. Today we are talking about Onyeka Onwenu. And when we return, Onyeka will be joining me here in the studio. Don't go away.
Onye bụ nwanne m Mayo mama Mayo onye bụ nwanne m Jesus Wandem Mayo Mama Mayo Madiniru Mayo Mama Mayo Madinazu Mayo Yo Yo Mayo Yo Yo Mayo Mayo Yo Mayo Mama Mayo. He is awesome, the God of perfection, and He's holy, but oh how He loves me. This my God, I wanna praise His name. He is wonderful, yes. He is beautiful, yes. He is so lovely, He loves me so tenderly. This my God, forever the same. Onye bụ nwanne m Mayo Mama Mayo Onye bụ nwanne m Mayo Mama Mayo Jesus bụ nwanne m Mayo Mama Mayo Madiniru Mayo Mama Mayo Madinazu Mayo Yo Yo Mayo Yo Yo Mayo Mayo Yo Mayo Mama Mayo. When the enemy comes in like a flood, hey, my God, He raises a banner over me, and it's love. His love, His love, His love. He protects me, and He guides me. He covers me, and He hides me under the shadow of His wings.
What she knows best how to do. And she's joining me right away, Onyeka Onwenu. It's our pleasure to have her in our studio.
How are you?
You're welcome.
Thank you. Where should I sit?
Please.
Thank you.
Yeah. Good to see you.
Good to see you too.
And still looking radiant, still looking, oh my God. You know, the first time I ever saw you was in the early 80s. You just joined the Anambra State Broadcasting Service.
Yes,
you were one of the newscasters
yes,
then.
Yes.
So a pretty long time.
Very long time.
You changed, but not quite. So what's the secret?
God. Just God and His grace.
Okay, so when you, I mean, I'm sure when you go out, when you're driving, when you go to the airport, everybody's like, Onyeka, how do you feel? Of course, I know you're used to it now. After
I am, but I don't take it for granted. I'm honored, and I thank God for it. Sometimes it does get in the way, but you grin and bear it, because to be so honored, it's a marvelous thing, and you should be grateful for it.
Okay, you know, we'll start our conversation here, and then we'll move over to where we call the sofa, because we're going to, you know, you've become someone with so many departments. You know. So, but, you know, in the last couple of days, you've been in the news. Some say for the right reasons, some say for the wrong reasons. Of course, like the rest of Nigerians, we woke up, we heard the federal government had asked chief executives of
26
parastatals to leave.
Yes.
And that in your own establishment, which is the National Center for Women Development, what we heard was that you resisted going like the others. Some went to the ridiculous extent of saying you had said you sued Mr. President, and you know, back and forth, and then you had your own rebuttal and all that. But here you are.
Yes.
Would you kindly tell us what exactly happened?
All right. We all got the news, and to be honest, I was relieved. It's been two and a half years almost of hard work in the midst of great challenges. No money to work with, and you still have to achieve. But we thank God for all that we were able to achieve. I received the news with gratitude to God. I briefed the management I was even the one that was consoling people and saying, oh, look, it's not the end of life, and life continues, and I will always, if you ever need me for anything, you know, that kind of thing. And we started preparing the handover notes. And then a lot of noise started filtering through to the office. And we found out that some people had gathered outside. And they had
Was it on the day you got information or the
no,
next
no, no,
day?
the day I was handing over,
Okay.
the next day. They had seized my car keys, the key to my official car, which was to take me home. And we asked why. They said, some people said the union. I said, but what's the problem? I never even got a petition written, not one written against me. So what's going on? Maybe I can address the issue. The people started now saying, you need to call the police. And it was a gentleman who is a member of the House from Katsina who actually got so concerned that he called the police. And what was it? That some people had vowed they were going to disgrace me. It originated from the person that became, who was the acting DG when I took over. And we had a lot of issues with him. He works there, his wife works there, his brother-in-law works there. A lot of things were going wrong. We moved him from the estate department because overnight, 3 of our generators were cannibalized. Oh, this kind of sabotage was going on. In any case, he vowed to disgrace me out of office. I was going to walk away peacefully and go home. We managed the situation. Ultimately, about 10 policemen, armed policemen, had to come. And some of the management staff now saw me down to the car, and they were booing, they were calling me names. The
management staff?
They saw me to the car. And the people that had gathered outside, and even along the corridor, we could see some people who were waiting along the corridor for me. For what purpose? I don't know. Some of them were disengaged staff, because some agencies normally send us staff, and then they go. Some of them were outsiders. I couldn't recognize who they were. In any case, we were managing this situation, and I got into the car, and I was going to go home quietly and thank God that, look, this is over. Except that journalists kept calling me and said, oh, we hear you're going to sue Mr. President. We hear you refuse to hand over. Why would I refuse to hand over? There are 26 of us who were disengaged. I mean, I've been there for 2 years and 5 months. I've done my best. And everybody could acknowledge that what we did within that period of time was so much. I mean, how did we do it? We don't know. So why would I want to sue Mr. President? He has the authority to hire and to fire. So what is it? Now I had to now put out my own story, because the names that were being called, Ndi Igbo were being insulted. I was being insulted as an Igbo woman who had come to a place that didn't belong to me. All kinds of things were being thrown at me, and spitting and banging on the car that they are going to do me in. I would have still left it, but then I had to answer these press statements. And by the way, members of the press had been invited, not by me, but by the people who organized this fiasco. The reason that it is good to speak out is, and some people are taking that to mean that I don't like people from different parts of, no, that's not my life. It never has been. I am a proud Igbo woman and a proud Nigerian, and I have served this country. I love this country. Come to think of it, I'm not married to an Igbo man. I married a Yoruba Muslim. My children bear Muslim names. How can I hate Yorubas or hate Muslims or hate Ndi Hausa or Ndi Fulani or whoever? I love everybody. This country should be for all of us. When you see something wrong, please say so. Don't try to cover it, because it's Onyeko Nwenu today, tomorrow it will be somebody else.
Okay, before that Tuesday and before the disengagement, were you having issues with members of your staff?
There is nowhere
or like this particular man that you have talked about. Was there any
if you know what the center looked like before I went in there, you would understand that you would have issues. The place was a mess. It was rotten. The guest house had water seeping into the walls. Fire had got at the place. They hadn't renovated it. In fact, you would not put your house help in there. The same with the hostel, the same with the auditorium, the same with the training arts and craft building. A lot of things had gone. Nobody remembered the National Center for Women Development anymore. Nigerian women were not getting their money's worth because these were the women that donated money to have this place built. I mean, the center was down. And within 6 months, when I got there, less than 6 months, things began to turn around. So obviously, there are people who want to maintain the status quo, and you've come. First of all, you, this musician, was the first thing I got. And you, this Igbo woman, you know. And me, I'm a hard worker. If you give me a job to do, I am going to do it well. If I'm unable to, I will give you back your job and go home. And I thought that the issues were so important. I mean, it's about Nigerian women. It's about their development. It's about carrying them along. It's about them having a better life. And I was going to give it my best, and I did. Obviously, there are some people who would not like it, but then there'll be many people who liked it.
Okay, because while all this happened, you know, we are talking to a couple of people, and some of the people on the other side, they've accused you of high-handedness in running the affairs of the National Center for Women Development. They said you didn't carry them along. I don't know how true that was.
That could be if you are insisting that people come to work on time. That could make you high-handed. That could be if you frown at people taking 6 months and staying at home and getting their salary. That could be if people leave for work, come in, go out, if people don't do their work. How do you run a place when people don't show up for work? That's not high-handedness. That is trying to give the Nigerian people their worth. And that's what I tried to do. Not carry them along. I probably had more management meetings than anybody else. And people on the management staff would tell you, I never took one decision by myself. I was able to carry them all along, and also the general staff. Imagine that for every DG there would be petitions this high. But for Nyeko, when not one single petition was written, and the staff loved the changes I was bringing there because their welfare was #1. But you will always have trouble.
Are you paying salaries?
No, I don't pay salaries. The government pays them directly. But the people that we pay are the people, the cleaners. And I used to, at the time when we couldn't pay them, I would pay them with my own salary. My own salary comes and I distribute it amongst the cleaners. Because we were owing them for 3 months, no money, 4 months, no money. How can we do that? Go and ask. I used to distribute my own salary for the cleaners. That's how passionate I was about the center.
Okay, when this happened, of course, your, in quotes, opponents said that you exaggerated this name-calling, the Igbo woman and all that you were just looking for a way to play the ethnic card. Did you ever have issues like that before this disengagement? I don't have to exaggerate because they brought in the press. And there's a Guardian reporter that Miriam Nembe is her name. And I wish that she would stand up wherever she is if she's hearing this and acknowledge. There were other, I believe I heard they brought channels and they refused to show the footage. Whoever was there, please speak up because it was bad. It was very bad. And yes, we've had things like this happen. At a point, I had to call a town meeting because we got word that there was a fatwa, that they said I was moving away all northerners. And I called a town meeting and said, how could anyone say that? I'm not allowed to hire, haven't hired anyone. Moving away, doing what with them? I don't care if you're my mother, if I'm having to work with you and you're not performing, in order to get things done, I will move you to another department and bring somebody who can perform. I mean, it was within my authority to do that. And I did that for good reasons on the occasions that I had to do that. If I didn't apply myself to the job, the achievements which Nigerians can attest to that took place in the National Center for Women Development, please go there now and check. Those achievements would not have happened. I apply myself to whatever job you give me. I take it seriously. I don't play favorites.
I don't have time for that. In fact, I'm harder on you if you are close to me. I am harder on you because you should know better not to disgrace me. So anyone that didn't perform, whether you're Igbo, whether you're whatever, Hausa, Fulani, Yoruba, Efik, whatever, I just took the decisions that I had to take. But I found it really sad, and this cuts across the board, not just at the National Center for Women Development. Nigerians in the civil service, there's a lot of slack. People don't come to work. People don't come to work on time. People don't want to do anything. They just go around. You see them standing in groups. I stopped all that. It doesn't matter whether you're Igbo. It doesn't matter whether you're Yoruba, Hausa, Fulani, Ibiram. Anywhere you are a Nigerian. If you've been hired to do a job, you're being paid for it, please do that job.
Do you think that being a woman contributed to the challenges you had?
But of course. Because many of them, you would ask them to do something, they look you up and down. Like, who is this woman telling me to do something? They had that attitude. And you forget that you're working at the National Center for Women Development. It's not for men's development. Go build your own and go work there. And I am the DG. I happen to be a woman. I'm sitting on this seat. I am going to do my job.
But now that we're talking about it, when you are CEO and you don't pay salaries of your workers.
No, the government pays directly.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Does it not affect your control?
No, it doesn't. Why should it? You get paid by government. You are working for government.
So whether they do the job or not, who determines whether the job was well done?
Well, I'm overseeing the job. So I will, together with management staff, I will determine whether the job is done or not. And I never fired anybody. It wasn't, I mean, I don't have the right to fire anybody. I didn't have the right to hire anybody.
But you could discipline.
Yes, well, how do you discipline? You write a query and say, please explain why you have been away from work for 3 months, or why you consistently come to work at 11 o'clock and leave by 3 o'clock. How does the government get its money's worth if this is what workers are doing? Please tell me.
Okay, well, before we talk about, I mean, because for a lot of Nigerians, there's some distraction when you're talking about Onyeka Onwenu. You know, there's so much other things to talk about.
Absolutely.
So we're going to take a break in a while,
yes,
and then move over to the soft side and talk about your music, your career, and all that. But I have just one more question to ask.
Yes.
If you're asked to do another government job, with all that has happened, would you accept it?
I was raised to be a person of integrity and hard work. It was all the example I saw before me. My father died by the time I was 4.5. My mother was 36. I'm the last. The least anyone has in my family is a master's degree. This woman raised us to be hardworking. My father died 2 weeks before he was to be made the Minister for Education for Nigeria. He was the first R&D man in the Federal House. That's my background. The Principal Secretary of Igbo State Union, working with ZCOB, that's my father. So I know nothing else but to apply myself. So anywhere God sends me is where I go. I did not lobby for this job. I couldn't even remember the National Center for Women Development, what it looked like. And I went and studied it. I said, oh, okay, God. And I prayed. And everything I had been doing before then actually prepared me for this job. And I thank God for his grace. I'm happy leaving. What we achieved there is monumental. And nobody can take that away from Nigerian women. It is theirs. So if he provides another opportunity without fear, I will go and I will do what God has called me to do. It's as simple as that.
Okay.
My life rests with him.
Okay, we'll take a break. And when we return in the sofa, we'll get to know more about Onyeka Onwenu. Don't go away.
Yes, ma'am. island. If you make children, are you ready to care? If you love life, you go plan away. You dey hear me, sir? If you love me, you go wait for me. Having babies, no be joke. You go feed them, you go give them clothes, give them love too. If you never ready to carry the load, why put down for another person head? Plenty children they say, insurance for old age. Papa said make we marry, Mama said make we born. Plenty children there, but no future with my friend. This kind life, so wahala. For you, dog, if you love me, you will wait for me. Happy parents, make happy children. Happy family, that's my happy country. Make you plan well, enjoy your life. Oh, if you love me, you go plan with me. If you love me, you go wait for me. Wait for me, baby, plan with me. Can't you run me? Wait for me, baby, plan with me. To let me grow. Wait for me, baby, plan with me. Wait for me, baby, plan with me. Baby, plan with me. Plan with me.
Nobody will actually forget this song because I remember the build up to that song. I think it was a PR gimmick. There were stories about, oh, Nneka is dating Sonny. Nneka is dating Sonny. Sonny is dating, oh,
We even have a daughter.
you know, there was, but we didn't know they were planting all those stories at that time.
No, we did not.
You did it? So, but it was a song that made quite an impact. Yes, you know, it was the era of Planned Parenthood, yes, Planned Families, and all that. Yes. And you've done a lot of collabos, you know. Yes.
I started collabo with King Sunny Ade. The first one was Mada Alone in the 90s. That was the first time two Nigerian artists had come together, and that was on my album. And then he called me and said, look, there are these songs that we need to write about family planning. And then we did two more. So altogether we did three before anybody else started doing all that.
Okay, Nneka, let's go back. You know, I said I met you, I think you just came back from the United States. About that time, and then you were a newscaster and all that. Did you always prepare yourself for journalism, for music, for acting? You know,
I have a Bachelor of Arts degree in Communications and International Relations from Wellesley College, and did my master's in Media Studies. So I wanted to be a journalist. But I also knew that I would go into singing. In fact, my mother, who was a renowned songwriter, she wrote Ochie Dike, and an actress too. She was just incredible. She kept saying to me, don't forget your music. But in my family, you have to get your education first before, if you want to be a street sweeper, after that, help yourself. So after my education, I knew that I wasn't just going to be a journalist, that I was going to do anything else that I wanted. And of course, starting with music, I released my first album, and the rest, as they say, is history.
It's history.
Then came acting as well. Then came politics, which I never thought I was going to go into. But even though my father was a politician, I never thought. I just decided after people kept coming to me, and I was putting many people through school, helping many families, I realized as an individual, I couldn't do more, and I wanted to do more. And I thought, let me vie for local government chairmanship. If I can help my people at that level, I'll be very satisfied. But of course, the proverbial level playing ground was never provided. In fact, there were no elections actually held. It was, appointment this and that and that. And I didn't get in. And I had gone back to Lagos and was facing my music before the call to come and serve at the national level came. And through this service, I've been working I do my shows. I've been doing my shows. It's very difficult to leave. And I've been doing songs. I'm sure AIT has been showing Not Alone, which was the song I wrote for advocacy for the IDPs. It's something that is very close to my heart. In fact, at the National Center for Women Development in December, we trained 50 IDP women. We took on 22 of their children, kept them for 2 weeks, dealt with their medical issues, gave them, working with UNHCR, gave them money, gave them equipment. Many of them, my brother, have set up businesses in Borno. We have a woman who's running a restaurant there and employing other people. They are hairdressers, they are sewing clothes. I mean, to just see how lives can be changed, that's what gives me pleasure. That's what gives me fulfillment. And you can use music as a great tool for advocacy. And it's a joy to be part of it.
You know, a lot of young people, when they see Onyeka Onwenu, distinguished, fulfilled, known everywhere.
I want to tell people that I'm sweating because the studio is hot. I'm not going to hide AIT anymore.
Well, a little hiccup.
Okay.
But we apologize.
All right.
I'm okay. For that.
Just so they know.
You promised me you were not going to do that.
I didn't promise.
Okay, so, they see you and they're in a hurry.
Yeah.
They want to get to where Onyeka is today without working for it. And here you are telling us you lost your father at the age of 4.5.
Yeah.
How was it? What sustained you and your family? And what sustained you as a little girl who was fatherless at that early age, and a father who played a prominent role, provided almost everything, and suddenly he was no more?
My father was my soulmate. I was his favorite, and he never apologized for that. I mean, I was treated, I think he spoiled me, to be honest. But then my mother, and I thank God, she's late now, she died at 93. Uche Dike, they don't make them that way anymore. Uche Dike was a marvelous human being, strong woman, who took her children and her family, because she kept the extended family. After my father died, she didn't send her, my father took on nieces and nephews, anyone. My mother did not send any one of them away. And she raised all of us. And she took us and put us inside Christ. That's the strength that I have. I don't think that you come to this world just for nothing. I think each and every single one of us, we have our sphere of influence. You have yours, you're doing it right now. I have mine. And it's to look at that, the gift that you have been given, and say, how do I use this to make my environment a better place? And that's what my mother taught me. As a little girl, 3 years old, she would take me to sing for motherless babies' homes. And I remember that they would put me on the table and she would stand beside me, and she would have taught me my own part in the song. We used to do these wonderful duets. And that was how I grew up.
You mean you started singing at 3?
Oh, yes, I did.
Did your father hear you sing?
I don't recall. He was a very busy man, but as soon as he got home, it was games. We had games that we played and that nobody else knew. And today, people who know us will call me the names that he used to call me. And I used to get a shilling a day. This was 1956. A shilling was a lot of money. But that was my allowance.
Every day?
Every day.
But mom did not allow you to spend it. Of course.
Never mind mom. All the neighborhood children, my own siblings, everybody would surround and we will all spend the money. Yes.
And you managed, that was a lot of money, right?
That was a lot of money. That was a lot of money.
So you started singing at 3?
Yes.
And how did you keep it? How did you checkmate yourself that you waited for so many years before you exploded? I mean, if you love singing from 3, how could anyone have told you, oh, look, Onyeka, you can't sing until you come home with a degree?
No, I kept singing in school. Every school I attended, I was singing, but I wasn't doing it professionally. In my family, education was so important. You couldn't be the daughter or son of D.K. Onwenu and not go to school. I mean, it's just unheard of. My father was an educationist. He was the principal of Enitonia High School. Before then, Baptist High School in Port Harcourt. And he went to Furabe when it was very difficult to get into a university. And then Durham University, and then coming back to serve his people. So how could the daughter of D.K. Onwenu not go to school? It would be a shame, and it would be a dishonor to my father's name. So that was important. And I loved going to school. I loved acquiring knowledge. I haven't stopped. I keep acquiring knowledge every day. The day you stop, you're finished, and it's time to pack it up. But you should keep learning, even from younger people, even from people who are not in your so-called class, have a lot to teach you. There is something called the University of Life. And I love old people. I like to sit with them. Some of my best friends are older women, much older than I am. And they are very good friends. And we will sit and we will gist and we will compare notes, and I will learn so much. I also have the younger people, and I'm learning so much from them. I have 2 guys in the house that, you know, they teach me about being young, because I had to learn how to operate the computer, because they made so much fun of me that I said, look, I'm not having these jokes anymore. So I had to do the right thing. So life is a continuous process of learning, of giving and taking. And no matter what situation you have gone through, count it all good, because all things work together for good. Even this last one, I've learned something from it. I've impacted also many people who were close to me and worked with me, have learned a lot from me, and I from them. It's all good.
Okay, we'll take a break, and
yeah, for the sweat.
When we return, Onyeka talked about the guys at home. We need to get to know more about them. Don't go away.
Kama enyene kwa kanda basibom mboko no mi enyene dem kwa kanda basibom mboko no mi sai mboko no mi mommy enyene fo kama abasuya kwa kansiyo mboko no mi yo enyene dem kwa kanda basibom mboko no mi sai.
I'm grateful, Daddy. I'm grateful. Maki feni ni nemelo munua. I'm grateful. Magalumu na matego siya sometimes. I'm grateful. Oh nye dikage papa. I'm grateful. Oh no mame. I'm grateful, Daddy. Oh so grateful. Oh so maki feni ni nemelo munua. I'm grateful. Sometimes I'm grateful. Oh yeah, I'm grateful. Mo dúpẹ́ o, mo wá ṣọpẹ́ o. Mo dúpẹ́ o, f'oore tí bàbá ṣe. Ó fún mi láyọ̀, ó tún ṣẹ́gun fún mi. Òṣùbà rere o, bàbá mo wá dúpẹ́ o.
In any language, in any way you want to, just say thank you to this great God of ours, merciful and kind and sweet and loving to his children. The Yorubas would say, Eshe, Jesu, Edo, Osanobwa, Obilu. Ndị Igbo daalụ Chineke imela, Hausa na-agote Yesu. Urobo, Ogene Wakobio, Abasi Sesongo, that's Efe. And Zulu would say Siabonga. Even the French would say merci.
I think that this song, Praise, was also in your collaboration tradition because, you know, we kept seeing a lot of people.
You brought a lot of young people in to teach them about the art of using your talent for other people, for God, for the community, for society.
I remember the 100-year song that you did.
The centenary song.
Yeah, the centenary song.
That's an incredible.
Yes, I like the classical background.
Song, just an incredible song.
Who wrote the song?
I did.
Including the instrumentation, the arrangement?
No, it's the producer that does the arrangement for
that was great.
Beautiful. Wale is just an incredible producer. But when I say I wrote it, I really am claiming something that God did, because I write in a peculiar way. I pray and I download from God. I know people will find it hard to believe until they actually see me in action. That's how I write songs. The songs come. And I quickly have to record it as it comes, because if I don't, I will forget it. The same thing with Not Alone. The producer has to say, no, bring a mic, or please just record whatever she's singing. And after that, I have to go back and listen to it and now fill it up and learn the song myself. That's just how it happens.
Okay, just before we took the break, you know, I went to an area you'd like to protest. You protested.
Yes, I did.
And, you know, a lot of Nigerians, a lot of them love you, though. But some criticize you because they say you've built this giant wall around you and your family.
I'm just a private person.
They hardly know anything about your
I'm
family.
a private person.
They know
something's bad.
They know you have kids, but they're never going to talk about it.
No, my kids are very independent. First of all, we don't answer the same name. They answer their father's name. Me, I answer my father's name. But they even don't like you to know, because they want you to recognize them for what they bring to the table. Then after that, you can know that Onyekong. They don't like to use the name to get things. No, they want to work for it. And I don't know how they got this marvelous idea, but I'm loving it, because they are going out and striving and making efforts on their own and not saying, oh, I'm Onyekongwenu's son, do this for me, do that for me. I absolutely agree with them, and I love them.
But why don't you like talking about their father?
When you meet me after this program, I will talk to you. Meet me one-on-one, and I will tell you all about it. But, you know, I don't want to be assessed, or rather, I want my work to speak for me. I don't want to be categorized because of who I'm married to or not married to, or whether I'm married or not married. No, no, no. I am Onyeka.
Some people think it has
Adamazi. Adamazi.
Some people think it has to do with women liberation.
No, 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 no. It's just, call it women's lib. I don't like to deny or confirm. Call it anything you want. But please, I want to be judged for what I do as a person, not whether I am married or who I'm married to. And, you know, everybody likes their privacy. So I just don't want, is she married or is she not? I am just me doing my work, number one.
But again, no matter how much we complain about it, you've turned out to be one of the few Nigerian superstars who got married, kept their marriage, kept their family.
I'm not even going to go there.
How did it work?
So change
how
the
did
subject.
How did it work?
You are cornering it from another way. Who said I'm married? Who said I'm not married? He's trying to corner it another way.
Okay, well, I won't push it. I won't push it. But have you found love? Did you find love?
Obviously, for me to have these two boys, I would have had to find love.
Okay, so you have played a lot of, you know, you've made a lot of effort mentoring younger musicians, both men and women. What informed you know, this determination that you must work with the young ones?
Why not? To encourage them, to lend a helping hand. There's no musician who has called on me who is serious that I haven't equally reached out to, shared my own experiences, given advice, and given a little bit of a helping hand. That's something I do passionately, because the young shall grow. And it's what God enables you to do, to deposit something in someone else and not just hold the knowledge to yourself. How do you help society that way? There was a question you asked me earlier about young people thinking that you just jump in. And what I didn't share with you, and I share with those that I mentor, is the fact that my father having died, my mother was 36 when she lost her husband. I was 4.5. And my mother struggled and did everything that she could. When I got to the US to go to school, sometimes I had 3 jobs doing it in order to help looking after myself. And I worked as a dishwasher in an old people's home, in hospitals, in restaurants. You work as a babysitter, you work as a sales girl while going to school. I had a scholarship from Wellesley College for my BA, but I bought my own clothes, looked after myself during the summer, bought my own books. For my master's, I didn't have a scholarship. I paid my way. I was working then at the United Nations and going to the New School for Social Research in New York in the evenings. And I had other jobs at the side to help myself. I didn't find it demeaning that I was washing dishes. Don't look at Onyeko and think she suddenly arrived. I didn't think, oh, my father was such and such, my mother, and here I am. No, I just stayed focused, and that's one thing God has given me the grace to be able to do. You can be doing anything around me. That's where I want to go. That's what I want to achieve. That's precisely what I'm going to do. So that helped me.
You keep your eye on the ball.
On the ball.
All the time.
All the time. And that helped me growing up. So you now see me and you think, oh, she's made it, she's this and that and that.
And it was such a smooth road.
No, it was not.
There was so many narrow paths.
Oh my goodness. But I thank God for loving me and protecting me, because there are so many other ways you could have gone, but he kept me really, really focused. So I'd like to share this with young people and say, don't look at today and what you're going through. That's not your life. Learn whatever lessons you need to learn, and that would help you to grow into whom God has made you to be. Just remain focused.
Okay, I would apologize, but I have to ask this question.
Yeah.
And a lot of people say you are a snob, you are arrogant, and is that true? Or are there things you do that will make people, you know, have that kind of impression?
I'm actually a very shy person and really quite boring. I'm the sort of person, I go to work, I go home. That's how I know to keep myself out of trouble. I don't party, I don't hang around and say, yeah, oh, yeah, yeah. No, that's not my life. I wasn't raised like that. So because, and I was raised to have confidence in myself and in the God who made me, to respect myself and respect other people, love myself and love other people. Really, if you don't love yourself, you wouldn't know how to love somebody else. Mm-hmm. So I carry myself with a bit of dignity and integrity. So people may see that as being a snob, but you should see me in the village, you know, breaking kernel. You know, I'm like my father. My father will sit with the old women and cut oranges and treat everybody's wound and that sort of thing. That's me. I work in the garden. I'm boring at home. In fact, when you're talking about Onyeko, my children look at me. That's our mom. It's this one that we see all the time. I said, Mom, why are people always raving about you? I said, no, you wouldn't know.
You wouldn't understand.
Just leave it. No, I'm not a snob, and I'm not. Far from it. Just self-respecting, that's all.
Okay, you worked out how you would survive in this very unfamiliar world, and people may assume it's the other way. I think it happens. Yeah. Looking forward, you know, if anybody's talking about music today in Nigeria, they will talk about you.
Hey, that's good.
What do we have to take out I mean, some people have said we have to take out the erotic scenes we see today in videos, the nakedness,
it's too much,
the nudity.
And it's always the women doing the nakedness, and I wish the men could do the nakedness and the nudity. So let us all see them too.
It will be balanced.
It will balance. But it's the women.
So what should we add? What should we do, you know, to move? I mean, it's become a big industry. Showbiz in Nigeria.
It's become pornographic at this point. It is becoming pornographic. And I think organizations like DSTV, Mnet should really watch it. It's become pornographic. How do you put on the TV just innocently in your house with children around? You know, I used to say to my brother, close your eyes, close it. They make a joke of it. Close your eyes, close your, because I couldn't run fast enough to go and turn that thing off. And I'm thinking that, hey, we're having a nice program, and I like to watch TV. I like to watch what they're watching. And suddenly you see all this. I go, close your eyes, close your eyes. Mom is coming, close your eyes, close your eyes. I shouldn't have to do that. That is very bad. And I think that we have to look into it as a society, because the impression, the image, what it's creating in the minds of young people is that everything is all about sex, 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 nudity, nudity, you know, sell your body. And we're seeing the results: trafficking, prostitution, drugs, all that. It's all tied in together. It's tied to the pornography that you're seeing on TV.
So we should take it out.
We should take it out. Or lessen it a little bit.
Are you going full blast now, back to entertainment? You were there while you were doing what you were doing.
I never left it. Hello.
247?
No, you know, I really would like to do more. You know, my last effort in movies was Half of a Yellow Sun.
Yes.
That was a meaty role. I absolutely enjoyed it.
Beautiful film.
I'd like to have more roles like that, but they don't come around every day. But there are many things.
Is it because of the pay?
Eh?
The pay is not
the
good
pay
enough?
wasn't even that good. I did it from the passion of my heart. The story was just wonderful. You know, it's time for Nigeria. Let's try doing things about our history. Let's teach our history to younger people. Let's not put things away. Don't deal with it until it springs up and bites you in the face. Let's talk. Let's open up. This happened, that happened. Let's teach the children. Because having witnessed the Civil War, I don't think I want to go through that again. I don't think I even wish it
on anyone,
to go through that again. People that are agitating now, let's listen to them. There's a reason they're agitating. I don't really believe that they want to go to war, but let's listen to them. If someone has a grievance, allow them to air those grievances. Let's treat each other with respect and honor. Let's accept ourselves for who we are. We are equal partners in this country. If we begin to deal with each other in that way, there will not be another war. Nigeria would be a better place. This is a wonderful country that God has blessed us with.
Well, we'll take it home. Let's listen to those that are shouting. They want to be heard. And that way we can avoid another war. Thank you, Onyeka, for coming on our show. I don't know how to thank you with all the inconvenience and all that. But I have this little gift, something you can put on your table.
I love coffee in the morning.
Yes, and use it for coffee from time to time.
And I'll be thinking of your show. Thank you.
Yes.
And the sweating that I was making.
It will happen again. I'm sure you'll be back. When you have a new,
broadcaster, these things happen.
It happens once in a while. And that's our show for today. I hope you enjoyed it. Of course, I enjoyed spending this 1 hour with the elegant stallion, Onyeka Onwenu. I am Obiora Ilo from Abuja in Nigeria. Let's do it again Tuesday night. Thanks for watching.
We should also ask, do we have productive civil servants who go to work, who earn the salary, even the little they are being paid? The government needs to look at, if we must fight corruption, and very seriously, apart from looking at the wages being paid to them, which is meager, which if you look at the per capita income of Nigeria, is nothing to write home about, which is meager. And everybody does whatever he or she wants to do in order to keep body and souls together. That has created a leeway for corruption. Just like we talk about the remuneration of judicial officers, for instance. A judicial officer is not being well remunerated. That's the same judicial officer that is being called upon to decide issues involving trillions of dollars, millions of dollars, millions of pound sterling, and his salary is not even up to $1,000. And then you are saying that such a judge, if not well trained in character, learning and comportment, and one who abhors corruption, certainly will give a corrupt judgment in favor of the highest bidder. And so, going back to the civil servant, I agree their remuneration should be upped. But when you up the remunerations of public officers, we should also see that you don't recruit 5 persons to do a job that 1 person can do. And then we, in another advanced country where we copy this civil service of a thing from, you don't use your hour for work for private conversation, or for truancy, or for moving from one place to the other, selling your coke, mineral, and your money to people in the offices. But in Nigerian offices today, you will see that civil servants they move from office to office, even in the offices, instead of paying detailed attention to documents and other things, in the interest of Nigerian people, they have more interest in their businesses than the work. So we must look at the remuneration, must look at the people we are recruiting into public offices, because in those days, civil servants were not politicians. They were political. But we now began to talk about so many things in Nigeria called freedom. We then have authorities that even as a civil servant, you can belong to a political party. And so the neutrality expected of a civil servant is going down in geometrical proportion, because civil servants now switch allegiance to political parties that comes to power, even when that political party and politicians are doing wrong things. In other crime, where we have institutions, I always give this example of Donald Trump. If America did not have a strong democratic institution, strong military institution, strong electoral body, Donald Trump would have still remained a president of America. Will the situation in United States of America ever happen in Nigeria, where the Independent Electoral Commission will look at the face of the governor, will look at the face of the ministers, look at the face of Mr. President, and say this election is not free and fair? I had always advocated that INEC that is to be assisted, that are being assisted in most litigations in court by losers of election, always team up with those who fraudulently impose themselves on in power to defend the fraudulent activities of those politicians. So I have always not regarded INEC as independent. It's independent in name, but when it comes to action, INEC, particularly in litigation, and when you issue a press statement that the election in that area is not free and fair, why then somersaulting it overnight to defend that election? Particularly in a democracy where you see people carrying helicopter and gun, parading in the air, scaring people, dead body littering all over the world, all over the places, and you are saying that is democracy, because that election cannot be said to be free, fair, and credible. You have intimidated people, and it includes undue influence to force yourself on the Nigerian people. It again boils down to our personal character and attitude. How many of us are really ready to defend our principle in the face of money, mouth-watering, daggling money, even as a civil servant?
Welcome to Global News on Signature TV. I am Barry Kumo Ado. In the headlines, Reps Minority Caucus urges security agencies to change tactics to curtail insecurity. Port Harcourt Refinery, NNPCL, announces September as fresh commencement. DNC attendees emotional over Biden's farewell speech. And South Korea holds anti-terror drills focusing on wartime readiness. Details shortly. The Minority Caucus in the House of Representatives has called on security agencies to change their tactics of engagement and act swiftly and decisively to curtail insecurity in the country. The leader of the caucus, Kingsley Chinda, said this in a statement in Abuja on Tuesday, that the frequent abductions of travelers on the nation's highways had become worrisome. He decried a series of recent kidnappings of commuters in the country, saying that the kidnapped citizens should be rescued unharmed and the perpetrators brought to justice. According to him, the 29 medical students whisked away by gunmen in Benue were traveling to a conference in ENUGU threatened the future of education and health care in the country. A lawmaker also condemned the kidnapping of Malam Isa Bawa, the Sakin Gobi of Katawa district in Sokoto State, and his son, describing it as an affront to traditional institutions, as well as the killing of Taminu Kumbia, the Gara of Chanchaji, and his son Yusuf in Taraba State. He observed that the interstate highway systems, which serve as the backbone of transportation system, have become death traps and staging posts of kidnappers, as they have been practically taken over extortionist and criminal elements of the dark underworld. The chairman of Imo State Council of Traditional Rulers, Ndieze, Eze Isi Okeke, has debunked the rumor on social media alleging that traditional rulers from Southeast region are involved in collecting bribes from Fulani herdsmen to allow them graze their cattle freely in the region. Eze said in a statement that he was compelled to react to the allegation following what he said was a dangerous and highly destructive misinformation that filtered into the media space through a TikTok social media content. The rumor, he said, was orchestrated by Fulani herdsmen who alleged that herders have always paid huge sums of money to Igbo traditional rulers before they gain access to their forests to graze their cattle whenever they plan to stay over a long period of time, stretching to months. The royal father said he decided to react to the issue, considering the danger, tension, and mutual distrust such statements might cause in the already tense communities against traditional rulers. He maintained that while he does not intend to outrightly dismiss vital and sensitive issues that may be contained in the allegation, it is also very expedient and timely to challenge those that have any concrete evidence to prove the allegation. He called on the people of the Southeast to discountenance the allegation and shun such evil machinations being propelled to stir up animosity, violence, and unwarranted attacks against traditional rulers. The Deputy Governor of ENUGU, Ifeanyi Osai, has advocated a change of a law curriculum in Nigeria universities to prepare the students to compete with their counterparts across the globe. Osai made a call on Monday when he received a delegation of the Council of Legal Education of a Nigerian Law School, led by the chairman, Emeka Ngige, at Government House, Enugu. Signature TV correspondent Chinemeremi Kegbunam reports.
The deputy governor, who stood in for Governor Peter Mba, also used the occasion to call for improved working conditions for members of the legal profession. Osai said there is need for better operating environment under which lawyers operate. He frowned at what he described as the ethics of the profession, which prohibits lawyers from showcasing themselves and advertising their services to members of the public.
It's also time, I think, that the council should begin to review the curriculum of the law school, because times are changing fast and lawyers should be kept abreast of those changing times. I'm not sure what the curriculum is now, but things like entrepreneurship skills, because lawyers will begin to see law practice as business. They have to begin to be more creative, because the days when you teach us that we should all sit down in our offices, we shouldn't advertise practice, clients will come. Those days are being moved out of our grasp because of the changing times. Our colleagues in this country are losing briefs to their counterparts all over the world who are able to put their practice in the public domain.
Osai said the state government is committed to changing the story of Dr. Augustine Nnamani Law School, Agbani, ENUGU State, by elevating it to international standard.
I also want to assure you that with respect to the commitment of our governor and our state to enhance facility at the law school, that the date for the groundbreaking will be communicated to you sooner than you will imagine. The Attorney General will deal with that. We will ensure that that happens.
The chairman of the Council of Legal Education, Nigerian Law School, Emeka Ngige, said the aim of the visit was to thank the state government for understanding to build an ultra-modern law auditorium at the Dr. Augustine Nnamani campus, Agbani, describing the gesture as a welcome development.
The governor, on behalf of ENUGU state government, offered to build an ultra-modern auditorium for the Nigerian Law School at Agbani. In addition to that, on behalf of his company, they also offered to build a moot court for the Agbani campus, Augustine and Nnamani campus.
Ngige later spoke to journalists on the code of conduct for Nigerian lawyers and called for advertisements of the legal profession.
There's need for a continuous review because times are changing. Like today, we have advent of artificial intelligence. We now have a situation where you can predict what a court can give as judgment without asking any human being to give you the projection. Artificial intelligence will now check the precedents, the previous judgments of courts, and then tell you that for this type of dispute, this is likely to be the outcome. So that kind of study ought to be, form part of the curriculum. But it may not be at the law school, it could be at the university.
The chairman also thanked the federal government on the recently enhanced pay for judicial officers in the country. Chinemerem Ikebunam, Signature TV News.
A 5-man panel of the Supreme Court has reserved judgment in the Kogi and Bayelsa States governorship elections appeal filed by Muritala Ajaka of the Social Democratic Party, SDP, and Timipre Silva of the All Progressives Congress, APC. Both Ajaka and Silva challenged the declarations made by the Independent Electoral Commission, INEC, on the outcome of the 2023 governorship elections in their respective states. In a ruling on Monday, the Supreme Court said it reserved judgments in the appealed cases whereby Ajaka had appealed the judgment of a 3-member tribunal that affirmed the election of Ahmed Usman Ododo of APC as governor of Kogi. However, after the appeal court judgment in June, Ajaka alleged that the judgment was influenced by some irregularities and manipulations. While delivering judgment, the appeal court upheld the tribunal judgment which dismissed his petition for lacking in merit. Ajaka,
In a statement made available to newsmen after the judgment, said he would appeal the decision of the Court of Appeal. He also said the journey to reclaiming its mandate is not limited to the decision of the appellate court. On its part, Silva in May expressed dissatisfaction with the result of the governorship election in a statement signed by his Special Assistant on Media and Public Affairs, Julius Bokuru. The tribunal had, in its judgment delivered May 17, 2024 in Abuja, upheld the election and return of Senator Dawie Diri and its deputy, Senator Lawrence Erujakbo, as lawfully elected governor and deputy, respectively, leading Silva to file for an appeal. However, in July, the Court of Appeal, Abuja, dismissed the appeal to challenge the judgment of the Bayelsa State Governorship Election Petition Tribunal. A former Chief Justice of Nigeria, Justice Walter Onoge, on Tuesday resumed his legal battle at the Court of Appeal, Abuja, against the judgment of the Code of Conduct Tribunal, CCT, that ordered its removal from office in 2019. The former head of the Nigerian judiciary in the suit filed at the Court of Appeal since 2019 is praying the Court of Appeal to void and set aside the CCT judgment delivered against him on April 18, 2019. In his appeal, Justice Onoge, through his lead counsel Adegboyega Awomolo, is asking the appellate court to quash his conviction primarily on the ground of want of jurisdiction by Ladi Yakubu Umar. He had ordered the immediate removal of Onoge from office as a CJN. The tribunal had also stripped him of all offices earlier occupied, among which were the chairman of the National Judicial Council, NJC, and also the chairmanship of the Federal Judicial Service Commission. The Ondo State House of Assembly has begun auditing the financial transaction of 18 local governments of the state. Speaking at the commencement of the exercise on Monday, the Speaker of the Assembly, Chief Olamide Oladiji, said it was a constitutional function of a legislative arm. Oladiji said that the Assembly was an entire representation of people of the state. Hence, it must ensure that there were checks and balances for accountability at the grassroots. He described the local governments not wanting to show their financial records as ordered by the House Committee on Local Government and Chieftaincy Affairs as worrisome and disturbing. The Speaker asked the heads of local government administration to cooperate with the House and present every document requested by the committee. Earlier, Chairman, House Committee on Local Government and Chieftaincy Affairs, Jeffet Olowatonyi, said that the exercise was a major function of a legislative arm being entrenched in the Constitution. Oluwatonyi added that the Assembly has power to appropriate and supervise the funds of the local governments. The resident electoral commissioner of Ogun State, Niyi Ijalaye, is dead. Ijalaye slumped and died on Monday evening after a meeting of resident electoral commissioners at the commission's headquarters in Abuja. Reports say the Ogun INEC boss, who hails from Ondo State, had returned to his hotel room after the meeting before the incident happened. The meeting, presided over by INEC Chairman Professor Mahmoud Yakubu, focused on 2 off-cycle governorship elections in Edo and Ondo states, as well as the 7 vacant positions in the national and state assemblies. Ijalaye was appointed as Ogun State's rec in March 2022, following the transfer of his predecessor, Olusegun Agbaje, to Lagos State. Imo State government has dismissed as fake, malicious, and unfounded posters of State Governor Hope Uzodinma with that of the national chairman of the All Progressives Congress, APC, Abdullahi Umaru Ganduje, where it was alleged that the governor is running for the office of vice president in 2027. A statement issued by the State Commissioner for Information, Public Orientation and Strategy, Declan Emelumba, said the circulation of the posters on social media is a handiwork of mischief makers trying to cause disaffection between the governor and Mr. President. Emelumba said that everyone in Nigeria is aware that Uzodinma is one of the fiercest supporters of President Bola Tinubu and that he has canvassed national support for him to succeed in his assignment. The commissioner noted that apart from the governor being engrossed in discharging his second-term mandate, he has also been supporting the president. He accused opponents of the current federal administration of engaging in the propagation of fake news so as to sow a seed of discord between Tinubu and his core loyalists. A chartered accountant and public affairs analyst, Ben Etieba, has called on Igbo leaders to come together and chart a common course for the development of the Southeast region. Etieba made a call when he featured on Signature Morning, a flagship breakfast show on Signature TV. He said that continuing to lament about marginalization of a tribe will take them nowhere, saying that time has come for them to take their destiny in their own hands.
What we want to see is a Nigeria that works. You know, if you have a Nigeria that works, go to the advanced democracies of the world. Nobody cares. Keir Starmer is the new prime minister in Britain. Most British citizens are not aware of where he was born, where he's from. They don't care, quite frankly. In fact, it's getting to a stage where even Muslims are winning elections in Britain. They don't care because they are only voting for what will affect their lives positively. So, I don't believe in tribal politics. If I tell you, quite frankly, that I want an Igbo man to be the next president of Nigeria, that's not my passion. But if an Igbo man is the best, I believe in meritocracy. He should win that election. I am somebody who honestly believes that the Igbo man and woman is marginalized. I believe that it is not right to be wasting our time, our precious time this morning or any other time going forward, discussing that marginalization, because it won't change anything. I always know and think that the right thing is to do that which is within our power, our gift, solve the problems that God has already equipped us, given us all the facilities, all the know-how to solve, and not continue complaining. We have not used the best of what is available, tools that we have available to solve our own problems. We cannot continue waiting for others to come and solve it for us.
Right.
If you're waiting forever for Abuja to come and solve your marginalization, you're wasting your time. Abuja is not telling Peter about what to do in Enugu, or Soludo what to do in Oka, Wifuru what to do in Abakaliki, Hope Uzodinma in Imo, and Alex Oti in Abia. Let us come together, okay, integrate our policies, work together to solve the problems of the Southeast. That's what I say. Enough of this cry of marginalization. It's getting us nowhere.
Etieba lamented what he referred to as absence of a lack of an organized and visible leadership for the region and the extreme quest for wealth among the leaders, which he said has affected the region negatively.
You know, all the problems, the ills we're facing today, you can pin down to one reason: terrible leadership, bad leadership. But you see, because if we had great leadership, it would have been solved. But I also managed to demonstrate to you that the leadership we're complaining about, these leaders are selected from amongst us, so they reflect who we are. Let me tell you what is worse than bad leaders of today, bad followers, you and I, all of us. Because if the masses are not prepared to collect stipends during elections, if we say, hey, enough is enough, give us the money, we'll take it, but we'll vote the right way. The moment we begin to do that, you'll find that the idea of giving money to buy votes will stop. I know the next thing you say, you probably ask me is, what if the masses say no? And then INEC and judiciary say yes. Once the masses are resolved in saying no, INEC, judiciary, these are not ghosts. You know who they are. They won't do it. They won't step out of line. They won't dare do that. These things are done because the perpetrators know that they can do it and get away with it. The moment you know that you can do it, but you cannot get away with it, you will not do it.
Up ahead, a number of doctors to strike over abduction of colleague. Port Harcourt Refinery, NNPCL, announces September as fresh commencement date. Stay with us. A Roman Catholic priest, Reverend Father Philip Okoye of Holy Family Parish, Akbo, in Aguata local government area of Anambra State, is advancing the frontiers of his ministry to food production and feeding the hungry. Okoye will commence an off-season yam planting to ensure all year-round harvesting, thrill the parishioners and guests as an event to formally thank God for the bumper yam harvest recorded in the parish. Signature TV News correspondent in Anambra, Ndu Opaleze, saw it all.
Reverend Father Philip Okoye has, through extensive research and experimentation, been recording impressive yam harvests for several years now, using what he could name Filoco method of yam cultivation. Massive tubers of yam, which he harvested from his farm that is within the vicinity of the parish, were displayed yesterday to the admiration of all present. According to the Reverend Father and farmer, yam does well when cultivated under loose earth crust, which is achieved by digging pits and covering them up again with the soil just excavated from the pits. Father Okoye thanked God for using him to expand the horizon in yam production and charged everybody to get engaged in agriculture to combat hunger. He called on traditional rulers to encourage their communities to farm, insisting that importing yams into Igbo land for use during yam festivals is an aberration. The Reverend Father announced that his 3 years pilot project of cultivating off-season yam has paid off and enjoined people to commence another round of planting soon after harvest.
A special yam farming season that begins July, August. Then the harvesting time will be January, February.
What's the reason behind it?
The reason behind it is that we have a lot of rain this period. And the yam production needs the rain. So instead of waiting for the rain, the first rain of the year, maybe by sometimes February, sometimes March, we can equally plant this time so that before the rain season stops, the yams must have gone a long way.
Earlier, during the Thanksgiving Mass to herald the produce exhibition and New Year ceremony, Peter Cardinal Opaleke of Ekulobia Catholic Diocese charged the youth to use their talents and creative potentials to move the society forward. Cardinal Opaleke, represented by the Chancellor of Ekulobia Diocese, Very Reverend Father Lawrence Nwankwo, urged them to improve on farming implements by devising modern cultivation, harvesting and storage methods to increase harvest and totally eradicate famine.
Very important because what we see happening is we are comfortable with the way things are because they serve us. They are functional. I can use the knife, I cut grass, I use the hoe. But when we start to think beyond functionality, to talk about efficiency and effectiveness, we find out that, yes, the hoe serves the function, it helps us dig. But then it's possible to have something better. And in that case, you are looking at efficiency. And it's not rocket science. What you need for that is apply some intelligence, observation, and then be able to experiment. We mustn't have a very big mechanical workshop, but if we get that, wonderful. But we can still do it. It's only that sometimes the emphasis of our education is much more on just theory. And we have not really keyed into this philosophy of distinguishing between, or rather going beyond function and functionality to efficiency.
Signature TV observed that the produce from each pit are in multiples of twos and threes of large yam tubers, which were carried into the exhibition arena on wooden stretcher by 4 hefty men, as no one man could lift them up alone. They were later sold out by auction to raise funds for the parish project. The event was witnessed by traditional rulers of Abo, Obeledu, Igbo-Ukwu, and Omona, all in Anambra State. The parishioners and other guests from communities where Father Okoye had served before were treated to a meal of pounded yam and vegetable soup, as well as roast yam with red oil, ugba, and utazi delicacies. Ndo Okpaleze, Signature TV News.
The Ebonyi State government has constituted a 7-man honors advisory committee. The committee, which is headed by Deputy Governor Patricia Obela, is saddled with the responsibility of selecting prospective recipients of state honors and awards. Other members of the committee include Senator Anthony Agbo, Professor Emmanuel Echiego, Chief Matthias Adum, Dr. Boniface Chima, Godwin Mbam, and Professor Grace Mezurike. Inaugurating the committee at the State Executive Council chamber, Governor Francis Mwifuru explained that the committee comprised people with proven integrity that will carefully select those who will be honored by the state. The governor charged the committee to carry out their assignment without bias by ensuring that only those who have made outstanding contributions to the development of the state and society will be nominated for the honors. The governor gave an assurance that government will not interfere with the process, urging the committee to carry out their assignment with zeal and dedication. Doctors in Anambra State, under the aegis of Nigerian Medical Association, NMA, Anambra Branch, have called for the immediate and unconditional release of their member, Dr. Stephen Eze, who was kidnapped by yet-to-be-identified persons. NMA had an emergency general meeting on Monday and issued a 48-hour ultimatum for the release of Eze, threatening to withdraw their services across the state afterwards. Eze, a private practitioner in Ihiala, was abducted at his residence in Umanemeye village, Ihiala local government area on August 15. NMA, in a communique signed by Dr. Princeton Okam and Dr. Obieli Ifai, chairman and secretary, condemned the rising of kidnapping and insecurity in the state and called on the government and security agencies to arrest the situation. The association appreciated Governor Chukwuma Soludo for the efforts of his administration towards repositioning the health sector, while appealing that urgent measures be put in place to tackle the menace of insecurity and other challenges in the state. The association called on its members to continue striving towards providing quality, affordable, and accessible healthcare services to the people of the state. UNICEF, in collaboration with the Kaduna State Universal Basic Education Board, CAD-SUBEB, has distributed teaching and learning materials to 1,000 out-of-school children in Farah Kasa Suba local government area of the state. The UNICEF Chief of Field Office in Kaduna, Garida Birikule, said the gesture was an aftermath of a medical outreach to the community where they solicited for a school to educate their children. She explained that UNICEF took the community's request to CAD-SUBEB to discuss the possibility of building a school in a hard-to-reach community. Birikila lamented that the nearest school to the community was over 10 kilometers, which posed a challenge to the community, especially during the rainy season. She equally lamented that the community was also isolated in terms of health, being a disadvantage to it because of its location. Birukila urged parents to enroll the children in the school, while also harping on its maintenance. Also, the chairman, Katsubeb Tijani Abdullahi, said that UNICEF has been committed to supporting the state in terms of education, and that by January 2025, they will begin building the classrooms on the donated land by the community. Abdullahi added that some of the teachers will be arranged to begin lessons for the enrolled children in a temporary space. The items donated were exercise and textbooks, uniforms, school sandals, among others. The Minister of Power, Adebayo Adelabu, has called for a bill for stringent punishment for electricity vandals and power theft. Adelabu made this call in Abuja on Monday while addressing the House Committee on Power, who had an oversight function to the ministry. The minister also said there was need for the National Assembly to put in place a local content bill to encourage local manufacturers of transformers and meters. Speaking on the achievements of a President Bola Tinubu-led administration, especially in the power sector, he said that the ministry had been able to increase power generation from 4,000 megawatts to 5,100 megawatts in 1 year, which has never been achieved by any administration after several years. Speaking, Victor Mwokolo, the chairman, House of Committee on Power, said that it was important to provide infrastructure and also ensure that they are protected. Mwokolo said the committee is putting a lot of amendments in place to ensure that vandals are dealt with. He said that the power sector will find a way of incorporating local vigilante groups in the protection of its infrastructure. Former Vice President Atiku Abubakar has once again tackled President Bola Tinubu over the continued payment of subsidies on premium motor spirit, PMS, and issuance of contrary statements against it. This is coming after the president gave approval to the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited, NNPCL, to use the 2023 dividends due to the Federation for subsidizing petrol. Reacting to the development in a post on his verified Facebook page, Atiku expressed concern over the latest developments, describing them as another chapter of opaque governance under the current administration. He pointed out that the decision contradicts the president's earlier session in a national broadcast, where he announced an end to subsidy payment and accused the government of paying subsidies through less transparent methods. Atiku also decried the delays in the reopening of a Port Harcourt refinery, calling it a national disgrace, blaming it on President Tinubu, who also serves as a Minister of Petroleum Resources, whom he said has failed to take responsibility for fixing those critical issues that could relieve Nigerians from fuel scarcity and inflation. Meanwhile, the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited has announced September 2024 as a new date for the commercial commencement of Port Harcourt Refinery. The Chief Financial Officer of NNPCL, Umai Ajia, who disclosed this while speaking with journalists in Abuja, said the petroleum products will be ready for testing before being supplied to domestic market in September. Earlier, the national president of the Petroleum Products Retail Outlet Owners Association of Nigeria, Billy Gillis-Harry, had hinted that the refinery is set for commencement after several announcements of commencement dates that had not come to light. Recall that in July, the Group Chief Executive Officer of NNPCL, Mele Kyari, had announced that the refinery, with a combined capacity of 250 barrels per day, will commence operation in August. This was after the firm had announced March and July 24 dates for the commencement of the refinery after its mechanical completion in December last year. Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of Economy, Wale Edun, said the sales of crude oil to Dangote Refinery and other local refineries in local currency will commence on October 1, 2024. Edun made this announcement during a meeting with the Implementation Committee on Monday in Abuja. Finance Ministry, in a post on its X handle, said the meeting was to review progress of a transition to crude oil sales in Naira. The post stated that key roles were outlined for stakeholders, including the Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority, NMDPRA, Central Bank of Nigeria, Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission, and the African Export-Import Bank to ensure smooth implementation. Executive Chairman of the Federal Inland Revenue Service and Chairman of the Technical Subcommittee, Dr. Zach Adedeji, reported that the first PMS delivery from Dangote is expected next month under the existing agreements. The minister emphasized the need for transparency and directed the Technical Subcommittee to finalize details and prepare a report for the President, confirming that his directives are on track for implementation from September. And the Port Harcourt and Dangote refineries, Finance Ministry said significant production increases are expected from November 2024. The Nigeria Police Force has invited the National President of the Nigerian Labour Congress, NLC, Joe Ajaero, for questioning over an alleged link to terrorism financing and other allegations. This was contained in a letter issued from the Office of the Deputy Commissioner of Police Intelligence Response Team, Department of Force Intelligence. The letter, which was signed by Adamu S. Muazu, threatened that failure to honor the invitation will lead to arrest. According to the letter, the IRT is investigating a case of criminal conspiracy, terrorism financing, treasonable felony, subversion, and cyber crimes. The Minister of Power, Chief Adebayo Adelabu, has assured the people of Kaba, Borno, Ijumu, Federal Constituency in Kogi State of a timely completion of a 132-33 kV transmission station located at Okeboko near Kaba. The minister gave the assurance when Representative Salman Idris, the member representing Kababono Ijumu Federal Constituency in Kogi, visited him in his office in Abuja on Monday. Okeboko transmission station, which commenced in 2014, has critical equipment with over 80% completion with work has been installed. Idris emphasized the importance of completing the project, highlighting its potential to radiate 6 feeders to feed 3 local government areas, namely Kababono, Ijumu, and Mopa Amuro in Kogi West Senatorial District. He said that the non-completion had undoubtedly grounded economic activities, considering the importance of power to the livelihood. Idris, however, said that the completion of the Okeboko transmission station would undoubtedly boost economic activities in the area, providing power to homes and businesses. Responding, the minister assured the House members that activities will soon resume at the site, leading to the completion of the project. He said that its completion will bring hope to the people of Kaba, Bono, Ijumu Federal Constituency, who have been waiting for its completion for years. President Bola Tinubu on Monday called on the Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS, to ratify and fully implement the ECOWAS Protocol against corruption. Tinubu, represented by the Vice President Kashim Shettima, made a call at the 6th Annual General Assembly of a network of national anti-corruption institutions in West Africa, NASIWA, held at the ECOWAS Secretariat in Abuja. He also implored ECOWAS member states to take action by implementing the anti-graft protocol. The president maintained that the region's future hinged on its capacity to build governance structures that are not just transparent, accountable, and efficient, but also serve the interests of the people. He said, in recognition of NASIWA's pivotal role in regional anti-corruption efforts, that the Nigerian government has donated a property to serve as NASIWA's permanent headquarters. Tinubu emphasized the need for ECOWAS countries to move beyond rhetoric and focus on concrete actions targeted at harmonizing their legal frameworks to close loopholes exploited by corrupt individuals. He listed other tangible actions required to include enhancing cross-border cooperation in investigations and asset recovery, investing in innovative technologies to detect and prevent corrupt practices. Tinubu also urged member countries to promote transparency in public procurement and resource management and engage civil society and the media as partners in the region's anti-corruption efforts. He highlighted the dangers of corruption, maintaining that it has remained one of the most significant obstacles to the progress and prosperity of the nations. Still to come, Democratic Convention surprised by Harris' appearance. Taiwan test fires missiles at sensitive coastal base. Stay with us. Rescue teams in Sicily resumed a search for 6 missing people, including British tech entrepreneur Mike Lynch and his daughter, after a luxury yacht was struck by a violent storm and sank on Monday, killing 1 on board. Rescue boats were seen arriving at and departing the port in Palermo, while local fisherman Francesco Ballestieri threw flowers into the sea as a tribute to those still missing. The British-flagged Bayesian, a 56-meter-long sailboat, which was carrying 22 people, was anchored just off the port of Porticello when it was hit by ferocious weather. Jonathan Blomer, chairman of Morgan Stanley International, and Chris Movello, a lawyer at Clifford Chance, who represented Lynch in a long-standing trial in the U.S., were among the missing. Fire brigades and specialist divers had reached the ship on Monday at a depth of some 50 meters, but that access was limited due to objects in the way. 15 people had escaped before the boat went down, including Lynch's wife, Angela Baccaris, who owned the boat, and a 1-year-old girl. President Joe Biden took center stage on opening night of a Democratic National Convention and drew thunderous applause and an extended standing ovation from the party faithful after delivering a farewell speech to the party he has served for half a century, even with 5 months left in office. Biden's speech praised his vice president as the best hope for preserving American democracy, cementing the Democratic Party's elevation of Kamala Harris to lead the fight for the White House against Republican Donald Trump. Biden's address in Chicago kicked off a 4-day event fueled by enthusiasm for nominee Kamala Harris and relief that Biden abandoned his own re-election bid and endorsed her to replace him.
Oh, I think it just adds to his legacy. Joe Biden is exactly who he has always been, a patriot, a hero, someone who is selfless and loves this country above himself.
Listen, I thought this entire night was electric. I was moved the whole night, and we finally gave our president his due, and I'm very proud to have voted for him. I'm so proud of my president. I'm so grateful to be here. I'm thankful to be a Democrat, and I'm thankful to carry this message forward.
We love Joe! We love Joe! There were a number of times where I found myself crying along with Joe. It's just, this is a very emotional few weeks for all of us as delegates, and this is, it felt so good to be able to say thank you to him.
I saw someone tonight who was excited and was full of the same passion that a lot of us in this room are filled with. I think he sees that Kamala Harris is the right choice going forward, and he's enthusiastically handing that torch, that proverbial torch, over to her, and knowing full well that she's ready to continue what they started here in 2021 after they got elected, and that the next 4 years is just going to build on all the success that they've had in these last 4 years.
To say that, yes, it was wonderful. Yes, it was a goodbye today, perhaps. And like you said, he will continue to volunteer. And thank you for his service. And this nation will really thank him in days to come. But as you can already see, we're moving up forward in the polls. Kamala and Tim, we're going to do this wonderful wonderful service that he's done.
The president's reluctant decision to step aside on July 21 came after heavy pressure from party leaders who worried the 81-year-old incumbent was too old to win or serve 4 more years. Democratic presidential candidate Kamala Harris made a surprise appearance at the party's national convention on Monday night, drawing thunderous applause and cheers from the crowd as she vowed to defeat Republican rival Donald Trump in the November election. Harris had been expected to appear later with President Joe Biden, the keynote speaker, on the first night of a four-day event in Chicago. Biden's appearance at the start of a four-day event caps a dramatic handover to his number two after he was pressured to quit the race last month by party leaders, worried that 81-year-old incumbent was too old to win or serve.
Again, her appearance is just a preview of coming attractions of Thursday night. You can feel the electricity. It's a 13 on a scale of 10. It's one of the most electrifying political environments ever been created because it's all about the future, and she embodies it.
Oh, I think it's great. You know, people really get excited when something happens they didn't expect, and it makes them happy. So we're a happy group.
It has been incredible. The enthusiasm, the excitement, you can feel it. It's electrifying. You can hear it. And, you know, I think this is just what we need to make sure that we win in November and elect Kamala Harris as our next president of the United States and Tim Walz as our next vice president.
That was wonderful. What a wonderful surprise. I'm speechless. Yeah, no, it was great.
It was so exciting. This room just exploded with such energy and with cheers. People are so excited to support her and to win in November.
When she came out, I said, oh no, it's amazing. She came out as a sneak preview of what we can expect on Thursday. And we're already energized. We pumped up and motivated and ready to go. And that's even making us more motivated. So I'm excited. I'm really.
Taiwan showed off its missile firepower on Tuesday, launching a battery of surface-to-air missiles in front of reporters during a visit to a sensitive test site on a remote part of the island's southeastern coast. Democratically governed Taiwan, which China views as its own territory, has complained of step-up Chinese military activity as Beijing seeks to assert its sovereignty claims, and Taipei has been strengthening its deterrence abilities. At a Zhongpeng base in Taiwan's Pingtung County, the military test fired both U.S.-made Patriot and Taiwan-made Skybound 3 missiles into the skies as dawn broke, while a warship of the coast fired RIM-66 Standard missile. Zhongpeng is also where the government-run Weapons Development National Chongqing Institute of Science and Technology test new missiles like longer-range version of the Yongsheng Fang, which is designed to hit targets deep in China. Russian Defense Ministry on Tuesday released a video it said showed the aftermath of a firefight in the coast region in which a number of Ukrainian military vehicles were destroyed by a unit of Russian Marines. According to the ministry, the Ukrainian Armed Forces, its second separate airborne assault brigade, lost 9 units of military equipment, including Stryker and Cossack armored personnel carriers, a Humvee armored car, Canadian armored vehicle, Russian Senator, and a mine-resistant vehicle, Cougar. Fire and smoke were rising on Monday night in the southern Lebanese village of Biot El Sayad, a scene from Tai amidst cross-border hostilities between Hezbollah and Israeli forces. Israel and Hezbollah have been trading fire since Hezbollah announced a support front with Palestinians shortly after its ally Hamas attacked southern Israeli border communities on October 7, triggering Israel's military offensive in Gaza. Reports say about 622 people in Lebanon have been killed since the start of the clashes last year, including 416 Hezbollah fighters and 132 civilians. South Korea conducted anti-terror attack drills on Tuesday outside Seoul's Olympic Gymnastic Arena in Seoul as part of the country's annual Oche civil defense exercise. The drill, which involved government, military and police agencies, aimed to minimize damage in response to potential drone attacks and a hostage situation, according to the Seoul Metropolitan Government. The 4-day civil defense exercise, which began on Monday, focuses on wartime readiness that reflects the current security situation. The Seoul Metropolitan Government said exercises includes simulations of North Korea's drone threats and the launching of balloons carrying trash into the south. 5 people were killed and several were injured after an Israeli airstrike on an internet distribution facility in West Khan Yunis on Monday, according to Gaza health officials. Palestinian casualties, including a child, were rushed to Gaza's Nasser hospital on horse-drawn carriages, ambulances, and whatever means of transportation available. U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken warned on Monday that the latest push for a Gaza ceasefire and hostage release deal was probably the best and possibly last opportunity, urging Israel and Hamas towards an elusive agreement. The talks in Qatar last week paused without a breakthrough, but the negotiations are to resume this week based on a U.S. bridging proposal. Preparations at the Paralympic Village for the upcoming Paris Games are in full swing, as the village is set to open its doors for the arrival of participating athletes in late August. Pictures of Paris, the mascot for the Paralympics, will kick off on August 28, adorn the walls at a village in Saint-Denis, which will welcome more than 4,400 Paralympic athletes from 171 countries. Some athletes are already on site, but the official opening of the game is planned in just 2 days' time on August 21. The village is equipped with buggies to help the athletes get around and also offers adapted flats with accessible beds and bathrooms. For the first time, Prosthetics and Orthotics and Wheelchairs Repair Center is located in the heart of the village. Olympics and Paralympics Village Director Laurent Michard said that no major problems were identified during the Olympics and that very few repairs are to be carried out between the two events. Paralympic Games will last until September 8. The French Soccer Federation said on Monday that Thierry Henry has stepped down as coach of the French under-21 national soccer team, days after his team lost to Spain in the Olympic final. The Fédération France de Football FFF said in a statement that Henry had cited personal reasons for his decision to end his contract, which had been due to run to June 2025. Henry, who won the 1998 World Cup as a player with France and is his country's second all-time leading scorer, and applauded after his team's performances at the Olympics. That's the news this hour. I am Barikumo Ado. Thanks for watching.
Yeah, it's E-Vibes. Welcome to E-Vibes Entertainment Show on Signature TV. And I'm your wonderful host for today, Laomi Adeyemi. So we are here again to give you amazing, entertaining gists all over the world. So stay tuned. So for the first story, P-Square's Paul Okoye queries Peter Jude. And can't we still be brothers? Famous Nigerian musician Paul Okoye, popularly known as Rude Boy of the P-Square, has questioned why he and his brothers can't come together as families even if they are no longer working together professionally. The rift in P-Square became public when Paul, in an interview, accused his twin brother of petitioning the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, to arrest him. Reacting to the allegations, Peter, in an open letter on social media, denied the accusations, stating that his focus was on uncovering the truth behind the secret company, Northside Music, allegedly owned by their elder brother, Jude Okoye, and his wife, Ifeoma. Famous Nigerian musician Paul Okoye, aka Rude Boy of the P-Square, has questioned why he and his brothers can't come together as family members. In response, their elder brother Jude, in an Instagram live session on Saturday, denied the allegations by Peter that he diverted P-Square's royalty worth millions of dollars into a private account. However, speaking during an Instagram live on Monday, August 19, 2024, Rude Boy said if he and his brother don't do P-Square, can't they be brothers? Even if they can't do music, can they be brothers? So you see Rude Boy telling us that, okay, he wants his brothers back. He wants their family, like the bond, keep it together. He wants this back. Who knows, maybe this is truly what he wants. But, you know, if you look at this is a family matter. Why are we seeing it on the blogs? But still, we just hope that everything works out for them. Yeah, in other story, Nollywood star Wale Ojo to direct new film. This is not a Nollywood movie. Nollywood veteran Wale Ojo is set to direct a new film. The film is titled This Is Not a Nollywood Movie. The actor announced in an Instagram post on August 17, 2024. He said in the caption of the video that he was presenting his second directorial feature. This is not a Nollywood movie. This satirical film is an explosive comedy that promises its way to your heart through joy and laughter. Ojo began his acting career as a child actor in the UK television series Othello. He came into the limelight in 1995 for his role in The Hard Case. He is also popularly known for his comedy series Meet the Adebanjos, which bagged him a nomination for Best Actor in a Comedy at the African Magic Viewers' Choice Awards, AMVCA, in 2018. Ojo has featured in several movies ever since including Half a Yellow Sun, Big Man, A Letter from Adam, When Love Happens, Oju Koro Koro, and Breath of Life, which earned him the Best Lead Actor award at this year's MVCA. He founded the New Nigeria Cinema Project, an initiative aimed at improving the quality and global reach of Nigerian films. Ojo is also a dedicated advocate for education and the arts, often participating in workshops and mentoring young talents. This Is Not a Nollywood Movie is set to feature Hanks Anuku, Chata Bandu, Brother Shaggy, and Boma Akpori. Let's watch his announcement video on IG.
Hello everybody, my name is Wale Ojo and today I am extremely nervous, and let me tell you why. Because I am back on my second directorial feature as an actor, as a director, and as a writer, okay? I'm actually in the middle of changing into costume. That's why you're looking at me half naked, so I do apologize for that. But really, I gotta tell you, this is a very exciting film, and it's titled, This Is Not a Nollywood Movie. Yes, you heard it right. This is not a Nollywood movie. Please, don't be fooled by the title. It's tongue-in-cheek. It's all about laughs, okay? Because I believe laughter is an orgasm of the heart. And almost too much they go on. Too much they go on. So let us relax and laugh. Laugh, laugh, and laugh. And that is the purpose. That is the aim of this film. I want you to follow This Is Not a Nollywood Movie on Instagram for post notifications. I have a wonderful cast. And throughout the week, I will be telling you all about the members of my cast. I have a great cast and I have a great crew, and I really want you to enjoy this film. It is just full of laughs. This is not a Nollywood movie. Don't miss it.
So yeah, you've heard everything that Wale Ojo has to say about his new coming movie. Let's see if it will actually not be a Nollywood movie from the title. This is not a Nollywood movie. So we, fingers crossed. Let's see how the movie will go, you know, with Brother Shaggy there and everything. So let's see. In other news, Sexy Red launches NSF lips gloss name. Oh my goodness. Sexy Red is turning up these hits this summer with a bold new business venture, a line of NSFW lip glosses inspired by our hit anthem, Pound Town. The rapper unveiled a sexually charged new makeup brand, Sexy, on Monday, showcasing it through a series of daring photos. One standout image featured her holding a box of lip gloss against her behind as she was bent over. Fans were given a glimpse of the glosses' suggestive names including Coochie Juice, Booty Hole Brown, Nut, Yellow Discharge, Gonorrhea, Blue Balls, and Sex on the Beach, which just so happens to be fruit-scented. While the lip glosses are sure to make a Midwestern mom clutch her pearls, fans are already showing the new business love online on the Instagram post, with some even labeling Sexy Red as a marketing genius. Sexy Red joins a growing list of musicians who have ventured into the beauty industry. Just take Rihanna, for example. The singer has made a killing on her Fenty Beauty line, though a lot of fans would rather she spend more time on new music than on makeup, but that's a story for another day. Artists such as Lady Gaga, Jennifer Lopez, Halsey, Alicia Keys have all dropped their own beauty lines in the recent year. So we can't blame Sexy Red for wanting a piece of the pie while also making it our own thing. So yes, we've seen Sexy Red's new line of lip gloss and we see that this is following an image, of course, like giving sexy vibes, giving erotic vibes, like, okay, want me. And the names of the products, oh my god, oops. Let's just see how it goes and what people's review will be when they are using the products. So we can't wait, so that we can be having amazing sexy lips. On other news, Flavour narrates how he used to charge 5,000 per beat before becoming famous. Nigerian music star Flavour recently reflected on his early days of his music career, during an interview on the In My Opinion podcast. Over nearly 2 decades, Flavour has risen to prominence as one of Nigeria's most celebrated artists, earning accolades and international recognition for his music. According to Flavour, his first work was with a professional artist, which was rapper Nigga Raw, now known as Mr. Raw, for whom he played piano in the studio. Determined to pursue music seriously, Flavour sought out Nigga Raw's producer for mentorship, paying 1,000 naira per week for lesson. He also shared that he started learning music production until he was able to produce songs, and he started charging artists 5,000 naira per beat. He also shared that he started accompanying Nigga Raw, who at the time was one of the most famous artists in eastern Nigeria, to shows. His big break came when he recorded the chorus for a Nigga Raw song that became a hit in the East, marking his first taste of success. The singer credited Nigga Raw with opening his eyes to what it means to be an artist. During the interview, Flavour shared how he contemplated what would be his musical style. For us to see that, okay, this fame, this success we can all see is not, it didn't start today. There was something in his style. We started with being a producer. I can't believe him charging 5,000 naira per beat. Oh my God, that's crazy. Compared to where he is now, and you know, being known as amazing person that is headlining, you know, beautiful songs in Africa and all. So that's really amazing. And you know, him attributing to Mr. Raw, like, okay, thank you for bringing me to where I am today, which is really amazing, really amazing. So that's all we have for news today. Please stay tuned. We'll be going on a break. Stay tuned. I have amazing things still kept for you. You can see that I keep saying amazing. Trust me, you don't want to miss this. Let's go on a break. So yeah, welcome back. It's still E-Vibes, an entertainment show on Signature TV. So unfortunately, yesterday we were not really able to give you the full vibes of our events that we attended. Myself and your baby girl Queen. We attended Jokes and Dives with MC for God. We attended. It was at this amazing venue, landmark. It was amazing here in ENUGU. Yes, in ENUGU. The event was held. A lot of comedians were around. Clean the Drunk, MC Fashion, yeah, Women Leader, Forever was there, Franchise was there. It was so it was really literally jokes and dives. Like, we're just laughing. We're diving into laughter. Although the show didn't really start so early. Yeah, the show didn't really start so early. We started around like 2 hours to the time they gave us, but, like, for the red carpet and all. But it was amazing. The show was introduced by some upcoming artists. You know, they were giving us different like vibes. Some sang in their traditional language, Igbo. Some sang in English, which we are all accustomed to. But it was so nice. It was so nice. Different vibes. Then some upcoming comedians as well. They also gave their, you know, gave us some laughs. Give us some laughs. It was just laughs and laughs, honestly. Like, I had a good time. We enjoyed seeing like how people can come, like, despite, you know, things going on in the country, economic inflation and all, but see, we're still giving that, you know, release from the stress and, you know, made to laugh and enjoy ourselves and smile. And, you know, of course, we also got to feel the belly as well. But it was amazing. So, and I would love you to also see this amazing event, you know, since you didn't attend it with me, but you can also like watch and attend virtually. So let's watch the event.
For some years now, I know they do comedy again. I don't enter private business, different hustle. But today, I say the business when I start for this time in 2005 to start to do comedy show. I'm so proud. Say so many of these young guys, they've done so well, and I'm so happy. I say make I come back home. I be worried about you, but I be 042, full 042 from Obiagu to Artisan to. I not be 042. I not be 042. Which one again? Now we are not for 042. I be a shoot boy, not be a suit. A shoot. When are they shoot? Now we do a suit. We are not there. So, ladies and gentlemen, tonight my duty when I come from Lagos, I just to do one thing. I just want to bring one young man when I did so proud of. I did so proud of many of them. How many of them they see the things where people like Forever from ENUGU all the way to US, UK, Canada. Then when I clap for Forever, then. How many of them where they go for today so proud? Say franchise. Now from 042. When I clap for franchise. I don't want to call their flavor, their feel, they call the comedians. But ladies and gentlemen, tonight we're not going to waste our time. We don't try. Thank you so much for supporting MC for God. Tonight we get the comedy Berlusconi for the ass. God dance. We know to appreciate comedy. MC for God not be paid these guys. So now bros I beg it bring them come. So we have to appreciate them. We get somebody who don't do this business for so long. Give it up for Cleans the Trunk. And we get my boy from Lagos. If you want to see passion, put your hands together. We got passion in the building. We still got more comedians, but what we go do now is I will bring the young man we let all of us come here. Make una not form my hand. I want make una on our phone, make una on the lights, make we do like say we die. Where my father did. That day one day, say bodyguard go follow me. The bodyguard did. Hey! Oh my God, first of all, I want to kneel down and thank God. Thank you, Jesus. Thank you, Ancient of Days. Thank you, I am that I am, the maker of heaven and earth. I give you all the glory today, in Jesus' name. And as I celebrate my victory, please, you can have your seat. We are here. Where my father? Where is my father? Daddy? More than all lights way there. Daddy. When I go school, please, can you celebrate my father? Please, a round of applause for my father. Daddy, you. And the brother will let the boy powder and go. I am the road to change. The road to change. Get out. I'm on the country don't ramp. Nigeria is in a state of Buhari changed Nigeria in June. Tinubu changed Nigeria in June. Now everywhere. The solution to Nigeria problem, I mean, they said the country, everybody get a lot. You wake up, see 15 million from sales of Nigeria.
You have 4 months to back it. What do they do? Ghana. Cameroon, all of us go to meet up. Even one them can be better. Registration 20,000. Now I say, why not pay and escape poverty? Now I pay 20,000. Then give us date. They say, more reach there. 9 o'clock, 7, I don't reach there. God, I beg you. The people who want to teach us how to make 1 million in a month. Now, can I carry them come on? God, I beg you, they don't took me. Okada. When the man comes down, I think saying get bow leg. I don't know say I shoe don't chop. So far. And they think of to collect my money back, but if you see the man eye, if you see eye, you go add 2,000. The eye be like that. Yeah? He said, I don't owe. He said, if you don't owe. If you never owe, you know what they wear recommended eyeglasses. What if the color of my shirt? What if the color of my shirt? Now blue. If you the answer, I call pink. The country, you know, if you want to travel, go Canada.
ENUGU man, come, let's celebrate this guy, man. More clap for him, I beg. ENUGU, more clap for MC for God now. Una no one make a way, any day while they do show, me are the slim. Baba, what happened to you? You don't say as he be now. Last week, this fool called me Frances. You get one headache where they do me. Say the headache, no, they go. How far? Good to be home, bro. Anyway. I went to one place, Chelsfield. I dey look for dog, Oyibo dog. If you see as they move, I dey do. Dog no even answer me. If you hear the names, this dog they answer for abroad. Danny, Tenny, sweet names. But check the names what they call our dogs here. Tiger, Hitler, Osama. Bad names. Now for abroad, people they study veterinary medicine now. My friend will study vet for UNN. The guy na makeup artist now. Nigerians will never go hospital. Now animal they carry go hospital. Now this country you go there. You go call your friend, Baba. You get a spell, they do me. Now your friend will tell you don't take bitter cola. This country. We just finished protest in Nigeria. My brother, when Aboki joined protest, Nigeria the only country where they protest against protest. Where Aboki use cutlass, they cut iron. Aboki loot police station signpost. See today, people look for police station, you know.
I beg all the girls wait there. This BBL where they reign now for Nigeria, no understand though. Women now don't they carry BBL. When you see woman we get fine curve, you know go know whether na original or fake. There is a region in Nigeria, the Igbos, they understudy every business for 7 years. They don't understudy BBL for 6 years. Next year, Igbo people go start to do BBL. My brother, you know, say any business where Igbo man enter, they crash the price. Before to go London, they're very expensive. When LP started going to London, they crashed the price. Next year, when you see two girls, so they discuss, wow, Angela, your curves are beautiful.
His balance as many. The balance is me, Clint, and Gordon's. After now, anything you see, you take. If you like, go buy CD. Just laugh. No joke, will just be laughing. But your money is going like this. As I talk now, another 2,000 will come out. So, MC for God did his first show 8 years ago. Title of show, I'm Running. He run. 8 years, he do show now. I don't know say you feel live for this life. Me that did not do show in 2024, you visa not get sense. You they set table 2 million. I say, bro, you have made it in life. They say, bro, they're not they buy you. They are collecting table. Have they sent the money? They said next year. I said the show not this year. I said that the Ghana. Oh, wow. But ENUGU, thank you very much. You can remember when we started doing comedy in this town. My first show, gate fee 1,000. I asked one guy, you come and she said, how much we get for? I say 1,000. He said to laugh. Is that how expensive laugh is? I saw 1,000 is cheap. Say, forget that thing. Say, if I go to Polomo now, if I take my soup and I give them and listen to Sonny Bobo and 4 bottles of beer, this is cheap now. 8 bottles, 950. I still have change to enter bus. Will you make me laugh like the beer? I say, okay, beer with me. But now you are buying tables 2 million. Please a round of applause yourself. Thank you for supporting us.
I'm telling you, ENUGU, where we learn everything, good, bad, and ugly. Woman leader came here, was telling us when you join court, when you join court, when you join court. I did not join court. I joined society. Your own is court, my own is society. Yes, in our society, from the beginning till today, our society, they see blood every day. It's Red Cross Society. We see blood because we do first aid. When you have injury, you call us. Before you people think it's another society, you remember that Noboda.
In our boats, we was so called the baby city. There's a word was supposed to be our but that is so, Allah, Coach, on phone. Come and listen to him. I did choose. Let me hear him tell them. He'll begin out of this. You see, job again. If you don't want to help me, I will help you. They will check it. I'm going to ask you to be lazy and heck the way now you are. Check it. From the Gucci to my billionaire friend. I won't go around the yellow. The baby can have my crack. When you get a black, you put them down. But I can say, Miss You, what I got to know, it was a gun so I'm a Monday, can't have back. And the Akasa, I do it. So I gave my camera. You walk in my country, UK, Malaysia, Turkey, Dubai, South. On it just out, good night so much. I love you. I go by the name of
And because you change your position, here prayer lobby now, blood of Jesus. I'm not saying, and we're all canary. Ah, what got you like in ENUGU? Wow, it's a beautiful thing. If I was speaking English, I would have laughed. Okay, so I go to school.
As you just watched, the event was so wonderful. Even just like looking at this clip again, I'm just laughing like, oh my god. And this is just like a tip of the iceberg. Imagine if you were in the full event. It was so amazing. I have with me here a wonderful guest. His name is Joshua Oritogun. How are you? How you doing?
Oh, I'm fine. Excited to be here.
Were you able to attend the event?
No, I was unable to attend.
You missed.
Did
I'm sure watching that clip, you know that you missed.
Yeah, I actually liked the part of the woman leader part. I wanted to really watch it. I'm sure I'm going to watch it again. I'm going to watch it after now.
Yeah. The event was, in fact, just this clip it's too small.
Yeah, really?
I'm sure it's too small to really encompass the
whole
oh my god.
I understand, Sha. But no wala. But for me, I feel like it's very interesting to see something like this happening in Enugu State.
Yeah,
it was really good. Yeah, it was good. I'm happy for them.
Yeah. So Joshua is not just here with me to talk about like the event and watch me laugh about it. He's here to review some movies with me. Yeah. And for our first movie we'll be reviewing today, a former Marine we'll be reviewing Rebel Ridge. Yes. The movie is about a former Marine that confronts corruption in a small town when local law enforces unjustly seize the bag of cash he needs to post his cousin's bail. Wow. A former Marine confronts the corruption in a small town. The law enforces seize the bag of cash that he's meant to gift use to pay for his cousin's bill.
Yes.
And the movie would be released on 6th of September, 2024. And the director is Jeremy Saulnier, and the movie is distributed by Netflix. Yeah. So we'll be looking at the trailer. Yes. So let's watch the trailer.
I need to report a crime.
And this was cash?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Can you describe the suspect?
Big guy, must weigh 250.
We're gonna hold on to this money.
I didn't get his badge number, but his last name's Marston.
You're gonna need to leave.
Main suspect number 2.
Hey, Mike! I'm posting bail. Stay low, all right?
You can fight for the money, but that'll take you most of a year and cost you twice what you're owed.
And it's legal?
It's the law.
May I at least see my cousin?
You can fuck right off.
I would love to, sir, just as soon as I get my money back.
You do not stand in my station in front of my officers and set terms. You need to be very, very careful.
Let's not do that.
Chief! What are we looking at?
Oh. I think he's Marine Corps Martial Arts MCMAP. One mind, any weapon.
Whatever you decide to do, you do it damn far from here. You enter this town again, so go another route.
Chapter.
Something's up. Chief is willing to kill to keep us from finding out.
You ain't ever gonna be safe.
These cops might end up on top, but they don't get any more outs.
Suspect is armed. He goes down. He does not get back up.
It's gotten out of hand. People getting hurt now. So I was thinking, what if we just walk away?
Well, now you're starting to talk.
But I was like, nah.
So yeah, Joshua, what do you think about that movie?
First of all, Aaron is an interesting character. Aaron plays Jeremy in the movie. I've seen some of his movies, and he's a very good actor.
Yeah.
He puts in the whole character, and he's always prepared to deliver. And for this movie, trust me, I watched the trailer before, and then I checked the reviews as well. Oh my God, it is amazing. And then I love the fact that it's a black man whooping, beating the asses of white people. Trust me.
Wow.
Yes. Call it whatever it is. I'm not being racist, of course. I just like the fact that there's a black James Bond in the show. not a white man. Yes. And Jeremy, oh my God, it's amazing. I watched it. I liked it. Yeah.
Like I like the fact that the story is someone trying to fight against the law.
Yes, you're fighting against the law. Yeah, you're fighting, and then we've seen corruption many times in this what is it called, the security personnel, and all the security people who are supposed to protect. Yeah, we've seen such corruptions in it, and then we're now seeing somebody who is a black man trying to do something in it. I really liked it. In fact, some of the reviews were that he should be the one to do Blade, and of course he's going to be responsible for Blade. Yes. Jeremy is doing Blade for 2025 as well.
Like, you guys need to watch this movie.
Oh, I can't wait for it to be out. 6th of September.
Yes.
My Netflix has been subscribed because of this.
Because of this.
I am subscribed.
Yeah.
Fully subscribed.
So you guys need to look forward to this movie and watch it. Especially if you're a lover of action movies and thrillers.
Yes.
You need to watch this.
This is action. Action-packed food.
Yes.
Action.
Yes. And the other movie we'll be reviewing today is titled The Substance. Elizabeth Sparkle, yes, renowned for an aerobic shows, faces a devastating blow on her 50th birthday as her boss fires her. Amidst her distress, a laboratory offers her a substance which promises to transform her into an enhanced version of herself. The movie is set to be released on the 20th of September 2024. The director is Coralie Farragut and is distributed by Mubi Metropolitan Film Exports. Oh my goodness. Yes. Let's watch the trailer before I make my statements.
People always ask for something new. It's inevitable. At 50, well, it stops.
Have you ever dreamt of a better version of yourself? Younger, more beautiful, more perfect. One single injection unlocks your DNA and will release another version of yourself. This is the substance.
I'm Sue.
You're hired.
Let's go.
A perfect balance of 7 days each. The one and only thing not to forget. You are one. You can't escape from yourself.
There's been a slight misuse of the substance.
This balance is not working.
Would you like to stop? Would you like to stop? Would you like to stop? Would you like to stop?
I'm fine. Everything's fine.
to cutthroat yourself! Old, fat, disgusting.
People are gonna love that.
Yeah. I hope you guys enjoyed that trailer because I did. Wow. Joshua.
Well, having a mixture of Demi Moore and Margaret play the character in this movie makes it much more interesting. Demi Moore is a legend. Of course, she has been acting movies since, the 1990s. I think her first movie was around 1990s, thereabout, yes.
Yeah.
And then she has been amazing on the screen. And then I like the fact that they're bringing real life into a movie.
Yeah, it's true. Like, everyone wants to be younger.
Exactly. And for the fact that, especially if you've been on the job for long and then you now have your producer or your director or even your agent, your manager tells you, okay, so we have to let you go now because, there are young bloods, there are Gen Z people around now. So, want to let you go. It makes you want to do some kind of drastic thing. For me, one of my phobias is growing old. I don't want to grow old.
But you will.
I don't want to. I don't want to grow old.
Maybe you're going to take the substance as well.
I'm waiting to see. I honestly believe that all these movies are something that, just low-key gives you something that is happening in real life. I won't be surprised if this substance is happening. I would want like 5 shots once every day to just remain young. But of course, yes, it's a real-life story. Not like real-life story per se, but it's a relatable real-life story.
Yes, it really relates to how we feel, like as we grow older. Like, I want to be young, I want to be who I was. True.
Yeah, especially when it comes to strength. Back pain is a lot of things that we don't discuss that often. Back pain is really, it's something that we should check, When you grow old, the things that start happening to you, your back start paining you. But yes, it's a good movie. I can't wait to see it. It's when it comes out, I told you now, my next list is subscribed already.
You were saying something about you also wanted to take the substance if you were in our shoes.
Yes, no.
But let's not forget the fact that at least a bit of the trailer was telling us the fact that people start abusing it. There'll always be room for abuse. Then the side effects, then we saw the way she was reacting to...
if I was 70, 80, I would take it. Yeah, away from 50, I might see I know by 50 I'll still be rocking it, having to work out, good mood, give healthy food and all of that.
Let's hope so.
So what do you mean like let's hope so? And Margaret as well. Let's not forget Margaret. Margaret was amazing as well in the trailer. Yeah. Having to embody the whole character of now being the young Demi Moore. That was a whole lot of responsibility as well.
Yes. But we can all see that this movie is something to look out for.
Yes, I'm looking out for it, and trust me, you really want to look out for this as well.
Yeah. So, we'll be going on to our next movie. It's called Slingshot. It's about an astronaut that struggles to maintain his grip on reality during a possibly fatal compromising mission to Saturn's moon, Titan. The release date is 30th of August 2024, and the director is Michael Handstrom, and the music of the movie was done by Stephen Tom. Let's watch the trailer.
Maybe you are not meant to win. Maybe you're just meant to run alongside with someone else who cares about you.
I've been waiting for this moment.
So yeah, welcome back. It's E-Vibes, the entertainment show on Signature TV. Yeah, and I still have my wonderful guest with me, Joshua. So Joshua,
yes,
looking at all the movies that we've played so far for you now, which one do you think you are most
Are you kidding? It's the first one. Was
Rebel Ridge.
Yes, that's what that's where my money is. But the two movies are interesting, of course. I would want to see both of them. But then I'm going to watch the twice. I'm going to watch it like twice. I'll watch it twice. Yes, yes.
So that means you're really a fan of thriller movies?
I'm a fan of action movies. I like action. I don't like drama per se, and the substance has a little bit of drama. I don't like drama, even in real life, drama, anything. I don't like it.
So you're trying to tell us you love gun blazing?
Are you? Yes. Now, at my young age, what should I be like? Is either action, comedy, adventure, sci-fi. Yeah.
Yeah.
Things like that.
So what would you tell us a bit about your favorite action movies?
My favorite action movies. I like my favorite action movie consists of action as well, because it's comedy and action. And anyway, you have what's his name, The Rock.
Oh.
Yes, Dwayne Johnson. Yes, you see me there. You see me there. I like Dwayne Johnson. I like the combination of Dwayne Johnson and what's his name? Kevin Hart.
No.
If you've watched Lift, you know why I like Kevin Hart. I've loved Kevin Hart since Central Intelligence and all of that. Jumanji, coming forward.
I love the way he subtly puts comedy in everything. He's a natural.
I can't watch a Kevin Hart movie and expect him to be serious. Like even the movie where they tried to make him serious, and I'm trying to remember the name now, but I can't remember. But he was supposed to be a nanny to take care of an elderly man who has lost the ability to use from his shoulder down to his lower body. He could not use it anymore, and it was supposed to be the nanny. So even in that movie, even as he tried to be serious, I still saw an atom of comedy in it, and I'm like, Kevin. And then one of the movies I'm still waiting for too, you've reviewed it on the show already, is that Christmas, the Christmas show that has Kevin Hart coming in with Captain America, coming to be the nerd, not even understanding, probably does not have any plan. I'm like, how did they make Captain America look so weak? Yeah. So interesting. But before we go, of course, one of the stories you were talking about in your news about the P Square people.
Yes. I want to know your intake on that.
I just feel like the Kiramu is too much. If it's a family business, family discussion, and this is not the first time these guys are coming out with their family issues. I mean, sit at home, discuss it.
Yes. Family. Yeah.
It's
from
too
one
much.
thing to another, accusing. I just feel like family
is family. I mean, talk about it in your close family. Both of them are married. If not married, both of their kids. I know both of them have kids. One of them just got married to, what is her name again? I've forgotten her name. So please do this thing. Except, of course, because I saw the one that brought up the whole gist. I saw in his post on IG saying, "Oh, my fans, calm down. I'm about to release a song." Except that's their usual business. All the celebrities do come create scandal and next thing we're seeing a song and trending online. Except that's the reason why they are doing this. Any other thing, if it's a serious business, they should mind themselves.
Using family to trend online, like family disputes.
Don't get it wrong. This is show business. It's entertainment. It's show business. They don't care. They don't mind what. Besides, both of them are in quotes, the family. So doesn't matter anymore.
But I think some fans out there would hope to get the P Square back. having them like the sentimental value and all.
Do we? I beg you, we moved on. Now we have the video of Whiskey that Burna Boy did.
Wow.
We appreciate them for the good music they gave us during that time. But you know, times have moved.
Thank you so much, Joshua, for your time.
Course.
It's been lovely reviewing movies with you and this little gist of ours.
Yeah, thank you for having me. Thank you for having me.
And that's all for entertainment show today, E-Vibes. Don't forget to check us on all platforms, social media platforms, Instagram, TikTok, Facebook, and YouTube itself. Subscribe, please. Subscribe immediately. So, and tune in tomorrow, 1 p.m. is still the time. And enjoy yourself with entertainment show E-Vibes. So, yeah, I'm still yours, Talayomi Adeyemi. Take care of yourself. Bye.
I did say earlier that today is WMD, World Mosquito Day. I don't know if someone is excited. However, we'll be giving you tidbits as the show unfolds. But also, apart from that, today in 1866, President Andrew Johnson actually officially, formally declared the Civil War over, and that's months after the war has stopped. This is Signature Morning on Signature TV. I would always advise that you follow us up on all our social media handles at Signature TV Officials on Instagram, TikTok, and Facebook. And you go to YouTube because we are live 24 hours on YouTube. And you subscribe to our YouTube channel at Signature TV. I am Sir Chomalina.
Interesting, really. I mean, World Mosquito Day, the only thing that comes to mind is malaria, because I really don't know the uses of mosquitoes. Sometimes I ask God, what is it, apart from, you know, giving malaria, is there any other reason that mosquitoes are created? Because I don't get it.
That's why.
What is the use of
No,
mosquitoes?
that's why they need to stay tuned till the end of Signature Morning, because we keep on raveling it as it comes. But first, today is the day, and it started sometime in 1897. So, go nowhere. This is still Signature Morning.
All right, we start off this morning with the Daily Trust newspaper. On the Daily Trust, just below the mast, Tinubu flies to France in new presidential jet. Presidency silent on cost.
Okay, because I think they don't want to go into it. But we all can actually tell. To buy a new Bugatti now, you know how much it is. But hey, still on our newspaper headlines. Multi-million naira scams. Kano Governor's COS, Kwankwaso's nephew, others under probe, with the rider, permanent secretary, directors, Argon chair summoned. We won't spare anyone. Anti-Corruption Commission vows.
4 policemen killed in ENUGU checkpoint attack.
Experts demand transparency as fuel subsidy back 1 year after.
90 billion naira Hajj subsidy probe. Tinubu fires Nakon chair Arabi.
Police summon Ajero over alleged terrorism financing. Felony, others. Felony.
Supreme Court reserves judgments in Kogi, Bayelsa, Imo governorships appeal.
And we're moving over to the next, and on our next newspaper will be Daily Times. And just below the mast, Tinubu seeks stronger anti-corruption structures in West Africa to tackle graft, with the rider says corruption one of the most significant obstacles to progress, prosperity of nations.
Federal government assures safety of humanitarian workers in conflict zones.
Supreme Court reserves judgment in Bayelsa Kogi governorship election appeals.
Police invite Ajero over alleged terrorism financing and treasonable felony.
Mpox. Resident doctors warn against consumption of undercooked bushmeat. For those of you that like bushmeat.
I don't know why this attack is on bushmeat, really. I mean, you are looking to eat food. These days, because of how expensive food are, you tend to turn away from how expensive food are to turn to the bush to look for food. And then these mpox, and they are telling you not to eat bushmeat because this mpox would affect you. So you wonder where you want to go and get this food.
I honestly don't know, but somehow we will fight through, we would, beyond surviving, I always like to say, we will thrive. And we'll move on to the next daily. And the next daily is Daily Independence. And below the mast, new presidential jet is 15 years old. Okay, Nigeria is third user. Excuse me, excuse us, please, please. Okay, well, for the benefit that we're reading headlines, Daily Independent says, new presidential jet is 15 years old. Nigeria is third user. Experts lament cost of maintenance will be exorbitant. Tinubu heads to France aboard new jet, replacing old one.
Did you say 50 years old? Or
15.
Oh, okay,
Even if he's a year old.
I just want to be sure. What
No,
I heard.
where does that put Nigeria? In what map? You know, I don't like to settle for less. A U.S. plane, Air Force, cannot, please let's go on. Please let's go on.
Just say Tokumba. To subsidy continuation, another chapter of Tinubu's opaque governance, says Atiku.
On page 7, hashtag end bad governance protest. CSOs call for release of Angel, Lenin, Elojo, others. Plan independent probe into use of force on demonstrators.
Federal government begins Naira-denominated crude oil sales to Dangote refinery October 1st.
NLC invasion. Please invite Ajero in relation to terrorism financing. On page 7.
NNPC posts 3.3 trillion naira profits, declares 2.1 trillion dividends.
Okay, on page 6, Tinubu sacks Arabi as NACON boss, appoints Usman as replacement, names Adihije to head NDPHC.
INEC begins distribution of PVCs in Edo Thursday ahead of Guba polls. That's on page 29 of the Daily Independent.
And somehow I just think we should just echo this again. The fact that subsidy continuation, another chapter of Tinubu's OPEC governance. Well, we'll move over to the next daily. This day is our next daily. And on that, electricity supply, just above the mast, electricity supply, federal government pays 205 billion naira from 1.3 trillion naira owed power generation companies, with the rider says rainfall not responsible for improvement in power supply. Lawmakers plan stiffer penalties for electricity asset vandals.
Police invite NLC president for questioning over terrorism financing, treason, others. One, failure to honor letter will lead to activation of warrant of arrest.
And below the mast, NNPC announces 3.3 trillion naira net profit in 2023, audited financial statement, with the rider discloses 67,000 barrel per day pledged for $1 billion loan on PH refinery, Port Harcourt refinery. No subsidies paid to any marketers in 9 years, NNPCL CFO. Says firm handling shortfalls, not paying subsidy. Underpayment on petrol projected to hit 6.8 trillion naira by December. Company to begin sale of crude in naira to Dangote in October. Atiku, alleged payment of oil subsidy, another chapter of OPEC governance under Tinubu.
That's all on the These Day newspaper. We're moving over to the Vanguard newspaper. On the Vanguard this morning, above the mast, police invite NLC president over terrorism financing and treasonable felony.
TSA, fresh panic as federal government demands 50% of aviation agency's revenue. With the rider, lots of damage being done to aviation. ATSSSAN, Nigeria's reputation may have been battered, experts. There's need to investigate these agencies' earnings. Air transport not in danger. Kiamo.
50% of the aviation revenue. I'm just wondering, is that even constitutional? Anyways, how I'm winning war against corruption, says Tinubu.
Okay, and I think one of the sad ones for Osime, well, still on sports, Nigeria. PSG pull out of Osime race.
Okay,
Yeah.
I think he may be headed towards
Chelsea?
EPL.
I think
Maybe Chelsea.
Chelsea was actually one of those beating.
NNPC posts 3.3 trillion naira net profits, declares 2.1 trillion dividend.
Okay.
I'm seeing that Isese Day is coming up. Lagos, Osun, Oyo, Ogun declare public holiday. Okay.
She just came. It's good. You know, people need to take breaks. Okay, moving over to the Punch. Tankers besiege depot as petrol shortage worsens. With the rider, independent outlets sell 9.
On page 20, Ogun FTZ, Chinese embassy keeps mum on controversial deal.
Opposition tackles presidency over new presidential jet.
All right, Tinubu panel, Dangote refinery agree on September petrol rollouts.
IG unveils 169-man squad against kidnapping others.
Opposition tackles presidency over new presidential jets.
Open defecation. Open plans, Kara market relocation, mobile court. Please.
All right.
Just let the nature take course. Let nature take its course. Okay, so we're moving over to Nigerian Tribune. On page 3, ASU gives federal government 21 days strike notice.
Police invite
Chairman names Usman as replacement. That's on page 3.